Part 2.
Melmoth the Wanderer, Part 2, in the Lock and Key Library. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Schneider. The Lock and Key Library, edited by Julian Hawthorne. Melmoth the Wanderer, Part 2, by Charles Robert Maturin. About the year 1677, Stanton was in London, his mind still full of his mysterious countryman. This constant subject of his contemplations had produced a visible change in his exterior. His walk was what Sallust tells us of Catiline's. His were, too, the fadi oculi. He said to himself every moment, "If I could but trace that being, I will not call him man." And the next moment he said, "And what if I could?" In this state of mind it is singular enough that he mixed constantly in public amusements, but it is true. When one fierce passion is devouring the soul, we feel more than ever the necessity of external excitement, and our dependence on the world for temporary relief increases in direct proportion to our contempt of the world and all its works. He went frequently to the theatres, then fashionable, when the fair sat panting at a courtier's play, and not a mask went unimproved away. It was that memorable night when, according to the history of the veteran Betterton, Mrs. Barry, who personated Roxana, had a green-room squabble with Mrs. Bowtell, the representative of Statira, about a veil, which the partiality of the property man adjudged to the latter. Roxana suppressed her rage till the fifth act, when, stabbing Statira, she aimed the blow with such force as to pierce through her stays, and inflicted a severe, though not dangerous, wound. Mrs. Bowtell fainted, the performance was suspended, and in the commotion which this incident caused in the house, many of the audience rose, and Stanton among them. It was at this moment that in a seat opposite to him he discovered the object of his search for 4 years, the Englishman whom he had met in the plains of Valencia, and whom he believed the same with the subject of the extraordinary narrative he had heard there. He was standing up. There was nothing particular or remarkable in his appearance, but the expression of his eyes could never be mistaken or forgotten. The heart of Stanton palpitated with violence. A mist overspread his eye. A nameless and deadly sickness, accompanied with creeping sensation in every pore, from which cold drops were gushing, announced the... Before he had well recovered, a strain of music, soft, solemn, and delicious, breathed round him, audibly ascending from the ground, and increasing in sweetness and power, till it seemed to fill the whole building. Under the sudden impulse of amazement and pleasure, he inquired of some around him from whence those exquisite sounds arose. But by the manner in which he was answered, it was plain that those he addressed considered him insane, and indeed the remarkable change in his expression might well justify the suspicion. He then remembered that night in Spain, when the same sweet and mysterious sounds were heard only by the young bridegroom and bride, of whom the latter perished on that very night. "And am I then to be the next victim?" thought Stanton. "And are those celestial sounds that seem to prepare us for heaven only intended to announce the presence of an incarnate fiend, who mocks the devoted with airs from heaven, while he prepares to surround them with blasts from hell?" It is very singular that at this moment, when his imagination had reached its highest pitch of elevation, when the object he had pursued so long and fruitlessly had in one moment become as it were tangible to the grasp both of mind and body, when this spirit with whom he had wrestled in darkness was at last about to declare its name, that Stanton began to feel a kind of disappointment at the futility of his pursuits, like Bruce at discovering the source of the Nile, or Gibbon on concluding his history. The feeling which he had dwelt on so long that he had actually converted it into a duty was after all mere curiosity. But what passion is more insatiable, or more capable of giving a kind of romantic grandeur to all its wanderings and eccentricities? Curiosity is in one respect like love. It always compromises between the object and the feeling, and, provided the latter possesses sufficient energy, no matter how contemptible the former may be. A child might have smiled at the agitation of Stanton, caused as it was by the accidental appearance of a stranger, but no man in the full energy of his passions was there but must have trembled at the horrible agony of emotion with which he felt approaching, with sudden and irresistible velocity, the crisis of his destiny. When the play was over, he stood for some moments in the deserted streets. It was a beautiful moonlight night. He saw near him a figure whose shadow projected half across the street. There were no flagged ways then. Chains and posts were the only defense of the foot passenger. Appeared to him of gigantic magnitude. He had been so long accustomed to contend with these phantoms of the imagination that he took a kind of stubborn delight in subduing them. He walked up to the object, and observing the shadow only was magnified, and the figure was the ordinary height of a man, he approached it, and discovered the very object of his search, the man whom he had seen for a moment in Valencia, and after a search of 4 years recognized at the theater. "You were in quest of me." "I was." "Have you anything to inquire of me?" "Much." "Speak, then." "This is no place." "No place, poor wretch. I am independent of time and place. Speak if you have anything to ask or to learn." "I have many things to ask, but nothing to learn, I hope, from you." "You deceive yourself, but you will be undeceived when next we meet." "And when shall that be?" said Stanton, grasping his arm. "Name your hour and your place." "The hour shall be midday," answered the stranger, with a horrid and unintelligible smile. "The place will be the bare walls of a madhouse, where you shall rise rattling in your chains and rustling from your straw to greet me. Yet still you shall have the curse of sanity and of memory. My voice shall ring in your ears till then, and the glance of these eyes shall be reflected from every object, animate and inanimate, till you behold them again." "Is it under circumstances so horrible we are to meet again?" said Stanton, shrinking under the full lighted blaze of those demon eyes. "I never," said the stranger in an emphatic tone, "I never desert my friends in misfortune. When they are plunged in the lowest abyss of human calamity, they are sure to be visited by me." The narrative, when Melmoth was again able to trace its continuation, described Stanton some years after, plunged in a state the most deplorable. He had been always reckoned of a singular turn of mind, and the belief of this, aggravated by his constant talk of Melmoth, his wild pursuit of him, his strange behavior at the theater, and his dwelling on the various particulars of their extraordinary meetings, with all the intensity of the deepest conviction, while he never could impress them on anyone's conviction but his own, suggested to some prudent people the idea that he was deranged. Their malignity probably took part with their prudence. The selfish Frenchman says, "We feel a pleasure even in the misfortunes of our friends, a plus fort in those of our enemies." And as everyone is an enemy to a man of genius, of course, the report of Stanton's malady was propagated with infernal and successful industry. Stanton's next relative, a needy, unprincipled man, watched the report in its circulation and saw the snares closing round his victim. He waited on him one morning, accompanied by a person of a grave, though somewhat repulsive appearance. Stanton was as usual abstracted and restless, and after a few moments' conversation he proposed a drive a few miles out of London, which he said would revive and refresh him. Stanton objected on account of the difficulty of getting a hackney coach, for it is singular that at this period the number of private equipages, though infinitely fewer than they are now, exceeded the number of hired ones, and proposed going by water. This, however, did not suit the kinsman's views, and after pretending to send for a carriage, which was in waiting at the end of the street, Stanton and his companions entered it, and drove about 2 miles out of London. The carriage then stopped. "Come, cousin," said the younger Stanton, "come and view a purchase I have made." Stanton absently alighted, and followed him across a small paved court. The other person followed. "In troth, cousin," said Stanton, "your choice appears not to have been discreetly made. Your house has somewhat of a gloomy aspect." "Hold your content, cousin," replied the other. "I shall take order that you like it better, when you have been some time a dweller therein." Some attendants of a mean appearance and with most suspicious visages awaited them on their entrance, and they ascended a narrow staircase, which led to a room meanly furnished. "Wait here," said the kinsman to the man who accompanied them, "till I go for company to divertise my cousin in his loneliness." They were left alone. Stanton took no notice of his companion, but as usual seized the first book near him, and began to read. It was a volume in manuscript. They were then much more common than now. The first lines struck him as indicating insanity in the writer. It was a wild proposal, written apparently after the great fire of London, to rebuild it with stone, and attempting to prove on a calculation wild, false, and yet sometimes plausible, that this could be done out of the colossal fragments of Stonehenge, which the writer proposed to remove for that purpose. Subjoined were several grotesque drawings of engines designed to remove those massive blocks, and in a corner of the page was a note, "I would have drawn these more accurately, but was not allowed a knife to mend my pen." The next was entitled, "A Modest Proposal for the Spreading of Christianity in Foreign Parts, whereby it is hoped its entertainment will become general all over the world." This modest proposal was to convert the Turkish ambassadors, who had been in London a few years before, by offering them their choice of being strangled on the spot or becoming Christians. Of course the writer reckoned on their embracing the easier alternative, but even this was to be clogged with heavy condition, namely that they must be bound before a magistrate to convert 20 Mussulmans a day on their return to Turkey. The rest of the pamphlet was reasoned very much in the conclusive style of Captain Bobadil. These 20 will convert 20 more apiece, and these 200 converts converting their due number in the same time, all Turkey would be converted before the Grand Signior knew where he was. Then came the coup d'éclat. One fine morning, every minaret in Constantinople was to ring out the bells, instead of the cry of the muezzins, and the imam, coming out to see what was the matter, was to be encountered by the Archbishop of Canterbury, in pontificalibus, performing cathedral service in the Church of St. Sophia, which was to finish the business. Here an objection appeared to arise, which the ingenuity of the writer had anticipated. "It may be redargued," saith he, "by those who have more spleen than brain, that forasmuch as the Archbishop preacheth in English, he will not thereby much edify the Turkish folk, who do altogether hold in a vain gabble of their own. But this," to use his own language, "he evites, by judiciously observing that where service was performed in an unknown tongue, the devotion of the people was always observed to be much increased thereby. As for instance in the Church of Rome, that St. Augustine with his monks advanced to meet King Ethelbert singing litanies, in a language his majesty could not possibly have understood, and converted him and his whole court on the spot, that the Syllabine books. Cum multis aliis. Between the pages were cut most exquisitely in paper the likenesses of some of these Turkish ambassadors. The hair of the beards in particular was feathered with a delicacy of touch that seemed the work of fairy fingers, but the pages ended with a complaint of the operator that his scissors had been taken from him. However, he consoled himself and the reader with the assurance that he would that night catch a moonbeam as it entered through the grating, and when he had whittled it on the iron knobs of his door, would do wonders with it. In the next page was found a melancholy proof of powerful but prostrated intellect. It contained some insane lines ascribed to Lee, the dramatic poet, commencing, "Oh, that my lungs could bleat like buttered peas," etc. There is no proof whatever that these miserable lines were really written by Lee, except that the measure is the fashionable quatrain of the period. It is singular that Stanton read on without suspicion of his own danger, quite absorbed in the album of a madhouse, without ever reflecting on the place where he was, and with such compositions too manifestly designated. It was after a long interval that he looked round and perceived that his companion was gone. Bells were unusual then. He proceeded to the door. It was fastened. He called aloud. His voice was echoed in a moment by many others, but in tones so wild and discordant that he desisted in involuntary terror. As the day advanced and no one approached, he tried the window, and then perceived for the first time it was grated. It looked out on a narrow flagged yard in which no human being was, and if there had, from such a being no human feeling could have been extracted. Sickening with unspeakable horror, he sunk rather than sat down beside the miserable window and wished for day. At midnight he started from a doze, half a swoon, half asleep, which probably the hardness of his seat and of the deal table on which he leaned had not contributed to prolong. He was in complete darkness. The horror of his situation struck him at once, and for a moment he was indeed almost qualified for an inmate of the dreadful mansion. He felt his way to the door, shook it with desperate strength, and uttered the most frightful cries, mixed with expostulations and commands. His cries were in a moment echoed by 100 voices. In maniacs there is a peculiar malignity, accompanied by an extraordinary acuteness of some of the senses, particularly in distinguishing the voice of a stranger. The cries that he heard on every side seemed like a wild and infernal yell of joy that their mansion of misery had obtained another tenant. He paused, exhausted. A quick and thundering step was heard in the passage. The door was opened, and a man of savage appearance stood at the entrance. 2 more were seen indistinctly in the passage. "Release me, villain!" "Stop, my fine fellow. What's all this noise for?" "Where am I?"
"Where you ought to be."
"Will you dare to detain me?"
"Yes, and a little more than that,"
answered the ruffian, applying a loaded horsewhip to his back and shoulders, till the patient soon fell to the ground, convulsed with rage and pain.
"Now you see you are where you ought to be,"
repeated the ruffian, brandishing the horsewhip over him.
"And now take the advice of a friend, and make no more noise. The lads are ready for you with the darbies, and they'll clink them on in the crank of this whip, unless you prefer another touch of it first."
They then were advancing into the room as he spoke, with fetters in their hands, strait waistcoats being then little known or used, and showing by their fearful countenances and gestures no unwillingness to apply them. Their harsh rattle on the stone pavement made Stanton's blood run cold. The effect, however, was useful. He had the presence of mind to acknowledge his supposed miserable condition, to supplicate the forbearance of the ruthless keeper, and promise complete submission to his orders. This pacified the ruffian, and he retired. Stanton collected all his resolution to encounter the horrible night. He saw all that was before him and summoned himself to meet it. After much agitated deliberation, he conceived it best to continue the same appearance of submission and tranquillity, hoping that thus he might in time either propitiate the wretches in whose hands he was, or by his apparent inoffensiveness procure such opportunities of indulgence as might perhaps ultimately facilitate his escape. He therefore determined to conduct himself with the utmost tranquillity, and never to let his voice be heard in the house, and he laid down several other resolutions with a degree of prudence which he already shuddered to think might be the cunning of incipient madness, or the beginning result of the horrid habits of the place. These resolutions were put to desperate trial that very night. Just next to Stanton's apartment were lodged two more uncongenial neighbors. One of them was a puritanical weaver who had been driven mad by a single sermon from the celebrated Hugh Peters, and was sent to the madhouse as full of election and reprobation as he could hold, and fuller. He regularly repeated over the 5 points while daylight lasted, and imagined himself preaching in a conventicle with distinguished success. Toward twilight his visions were more gloomy, and at midnight his blasphemies became horrible. In the opposite cell was lodged a loyalist tailor, who had been ruined by giving credit to the Cavaliers and their ladies. For at this time, and much later down to the reign of Anne, tailors were employed by females even to make and fit on their stays, who had run mad with drink and loyalty on the burning of the rump, and ever since had made the cells of the madhouse echo with fragments of the ill-fated Colonel Lovelace's song, scraps from Cowley's Cutter of Coleman Street, and some curious specimens from Mrs. Aphra Bain's plays, where the Cavaliers are denominated the heroics, and Lady Lambert and Lady Desborough represented as going to meeting, their large Bibles carried before them by their pages, and falling in love with two banished Cavaliers by the way. The voice in which he shrieked out such words was powerfully horrible, but it was like the moan of an infant compared to the voice which took up and re-echoed the cry in a tone that made the building shake. It was the voice of a maniac who had lost her husband, children, subsistence, and finally her reason, in the dreadful fire of London. The cry of fire never failed to operate with terrible punctuality in her associations. She had been in a disturbed sleep, and now started from it as suddenly as on that dreadful night. It was Saturday night, too, and she was always observed to be particularly violent on that night. It was the terrible weekly festival of insanity with her. She was awake and busy in a moment escaping from the flames, and she dramatized the whole scene with such hideous fidelity that Stanton's resolution was far more in danger from her than from the battle between his neighbor's testimony and hothead. She began exclaiming she was suffocated by the smoke. Then she sprung from her bed, calling for a light, and appeared to be struck by the sudden glare that burst through her casement. "The last day!" she shrieked. "The last day! The very heavens are on fire!" "That will not come till the man of sin be first destroyed," cried the weaver. "Thou ravest of light and fire, and yet thou art in utter darkness. I pity thee, poor mad soul, I pity thee." The maniac never heeded him. She appeared to be scrambling up a staircase to her children's room. She exclaimed she was scorched, singed, suffocated. Her courage appeared to fail, and she retreated. "But my children are there," she cried in a voice of unspeakable agony, as she seemed to make another effort. Here I am, come to save you. Oh, God, they are blazing. Take this arm. No, not that. It is scorched and disabled. Well, any arm. Take hold of the clothes. No, they are blazing too. Well, take me all on fire as I am. And their hair, how it hisses. Water, 1 drop of water for my youngest. He is but an infant, for my youngest, and let me burn." She paused in horrid silence to watch the fall of a blazing rafter that was about to shatter the staircase on which she stood. "The roof has fallen on my head," she exclaimed. "The earth is weak, and all the inhabitants thereof," chanted the weaver. "I bear up the pillars of it." The maniac marked the destruction of the spot where she thought she stood by one desperate bound, accompanied by a wild shriek, and then calmly gazed on her infants as they rolled over the scorching fragments and sunk into the abyss of fire below. "There they go, 1, 2, 3, all." And her voice sunk into low mutterings, and her convulsions into faint, cold shudderings. like the sobbings of a spent storm, as she imagined herself to stand in safety and despair among the 1,000 houseless wretches assembled in the suburbs of London on the dreadful nights after the fire, without food, roof, or raiment, all gazing on the burning ruins of their dwellings and their property. She seemed to listen to their complaints, and even repeated some of them very affectingly, but invariably answered them with the same words: "But I have lost all my children, all." It was remarkable that when this sufferer began to rave, all the others became silent. The cry of nature hushed every other cry. She was the only patient in the house who was not mad from politics, religion, ebriety, or some perverted passion. And terrifying as the outbreak of her frenzy always was, Stanton used to await it as a kind of relief from the dissonant, melancholy, and ludicrous ravings of the others. But the utmost efforts of his resolution began to sink under the continued horrors of the place. The impression of his senses began to defy the power of reason to resist them. He could not shut out these frightful cries, nightly repeated, nor the frightful sound of the whip employed to still them. Hope began to fail him as he observed that the submissive tranquillity which he had imagined by obtaining increased indulgence might contribute to his escape, or perhaps convince the keeper of his sanity, was interpreted by the callous ruffian, who was acquainted only with the varieties of madness, as a more refined species of that cunning which he was well accustomed to watch and baffle. In his first discovery of his situation, he had determined to take the utmost care of his health and intellect that the place allowed, as the sole basis of his hope of deliverance. But as that hope declined, he neglected the means of realizing it. He had at first risen early, walked incessantly about his cell, and availed himself of every opportunity of being in the open air. He took the strictest care of his person in point of cleanliness, and with or without appetite regularly forced down his miserable meals, and all these efforts were even pleasant as long as hope prompted them. But now he began to relax them all. He passed half the day in his wretched bed, in which he frequently took his meals, declined shaving or changing his linen, and when the sun shone into his cell, he turned from it on his straw with a sigh of heartbroken despondency. Formerly, when the air breathed through its grating, he used to say, "Blessed air of heaven, I shall breathe you once more in freedom. Reserve all your freshness for that delicious evening when I shall inhale you and be as free as you myself." Now, when he felt it, he sighed and said nothing. The twitter of the sparrows, the pattering of the rain, or the moan of the wind, sounds that he used to sit up in his bed to catch with delight, as reminding him of nature, were now unheeded. He began at times to listen with sullen and horrible pleasure to the cries of his miserable companions. He became squalid, listless, torpid, and disgusting in his appearance. It was one of those dismal nights that, as he tossed in his loathsome bed, more loathsome from the impossibility to quit it without feeling more unrest, he perceived the miserable light that burned in the hearth was obscured by the intervention of some dark object. He turned feebly toward the light, without curiosity, without excitement, but with a wish to diversify the monotony of his misery, by observing the slightest change made even accidentally in the dusky atmosphere of his cell. Between him and the light stood the figure of Melmoth, just as he had seen him from the first. The figure was the same, the expression of the face was the same, cold, stony, and rigid. The eyes, with their infernal and dazzling luster, were still the same. Stanton's ruling passion rushed on his soul. He felt this apparition like a summons to a high and fearful encounter. He heard his heart beat audibly, and could have exclaimed with Lee's unfortunate heroine, "It pants as cowards do before a battle. Oh, the great march has sounded." Melmoth approached him with that frightful calmness that mocks the terror it excites. My prophecy has been fulfilled. You rise to meet me, rattling from your chains and rustling from your straw. Am I not a true prophet?" Stanton was silent. "Is not your situation very miserable?" Still Stanton was silent, for he was beginning to believe this an illusion of madness. He thought to himself, how could he have gained entrance here? Would you not wish to be delivered from it? Stanton tossed on his straw, and its rustling seemed to answer the question. "I have the power to deliver you from it." Melmoth spoke very slowly and very softly, and the melodious smoothness of his voice made a frightful contrast to the stony rigor of his features and the fiend-like brilliancy of his eyes. "Who are you, and whence come you?" said Stanton in a tone that was meant to be interrogatory and imperative, but which from his habits of squalid debility was at once feeble and querulous. His intellect had become affected by the gloom of his miserable habitation, as the wretched inmate of a similar mansion, when produced before a medical examiner, was reported to be a complete albino. His skin was bleached, his eyes turned white, he could not bear the light, and when exposed to it he turned away with a mixture of weakness and restlessness, more like the writhings of a sick infant than the struggles of a man. Such was Stanton's situation. He was enfeebled now, and the power of the enemy seemed without a possibility of opposition from either his intellectual or corporeal powers. Of all their horrible dialogue, only these words were legible in the manuscript. "You know me now." "I always knew you." "That is false. You imagined you did, and that has been the cause of all the of your finally being lodged in the mansion of misery, where only I would seek, where only I can succor you." "You demon!" "Demon. Harsh words. Was it a demon or a human being placed you here? Listen to me, Stanton. Nay, wrap not yourself in that miserable blanket. That cannot shut out my words. Believe me, were you folded in thunderclouds, you must hear me. Stanton, think of your misery. These bare walls, what do they present to the intellect or to the senses? Whitewash, diversified with the scrawls of charcoal or red chalk that your happy predecessors have left for you to trace over. You have a taste for drawing. I trust it will improve. And here's a grating through which the sun squints on you like a stepdame, and the breeze blows as if it meant to tantalize you with a sigh from that sweet mouth, whose kiss you must never enjoy. And where's your library? Intellectual man, traveled man," he repeated in a tone of bitter derision. "Where be your companions, your peaked men of countries, as your favorite Shakespeare has it? You must be content with the spider and the rat, to crawl and scratch round your flock bed. I have known prisoners in the Bastille to feed them for companions. Why don't you begin your task? I have known a spider to descend at the tap of a finger, and a rat to come forth when the daily meal was brought, to share it with his fellow prisoner. How delightful to have vermin for your guests. Aye, and when the feast fails them, they make a meal of their entertainer. You shudder. Are you then the first prisoner who has been devoured alive by the vermin that infested his cell? Delightful banquet, not where you eat, but where you are eaten. Your guests, however, will give you one token of repentance while they feed. There will be gnashing of teeth, and you shall hear it, and feel it too, perchance. And then for meals, oh, you are daintily off. The soup that the cat has lapped. And as her progeny has probably contributed to the hell broth, why not? Then your hours of solitude deliciously diversified by the yell of famine, the howl of madness, the crash of whips, and the broken-hearted sob of those who, like you, are supposed or driven mad by the crimes of others. Stanton, do you imagine your reason can possibly hold out amid such scenes? Supposing your reason was unimpaired, your health not destroyed, suppose all this, which is after all more than fair supposition can grant. Guess the effect of the countenance of these scenes on your senses alone. A time will come, and soon, when from mere habit you will echo the scream of every delirious wretch that harbors near you. Then you will pause, clasp your hands on your throbbing head, and listen with horrible anxiety, whether the scream proceeded from you or them. The time will come when, from the want of occupation, the listless and horrible vacancy of your hours, you will feel as anxious to hear these shrieks as you were at first terrified to hear them. Then you will watch for the ravings of your next neighbor as you would for a scene on the stage. All humanity will be extinguished in you. The ravings of these wretches will become at once your sport and your torture. You will watch for the sounds to mock them with the grimaces and bellowings of a friend. The mind has a power of accommodating itself to its situation, that you will experience in its most frightful and deplorable efficacy. Then comes the dreadful doubt of one's own sanity, the terrible announcer that that doubt will soon become fear, and that fear certainty. Perhaps, still more dreadful, the fear will at last become a hope. Shut out from society, watched by a brutal keeper, writhing with all the impotent agony of an incarcerated mind, without communication and without sympathy, unable to exchange ideas but with those whose ideas are only the hideous specters of departed intellect, or even to hear the welcome sound of the human voice, except to mistake it for the howl of a fiend, and stop the ear desecrated by its intrusion. Then at last your fear will become a more fearful hope. You will wish to become one of them, to escape the agony of consciousness, as those who have long leaned over a precipice have at last felt a desire to plunge below, to relieve the intolerable temptation of their giddiness. You will hear them laugh amid their wildest paroxysms. You will say, doubtless those wretches have some consolation, but I have none. My sanity is my greatest curse in this abode of horrors. They greedily devour their miserable meals, while I loathe mine. They sleep sometimes soundly, while my sleep is worse than waking. They are revived every morning by some delicious illusion of cunning madness, soothing them with the hope of escape, baffling or tormenting their keeper. My sanity precludes all such hope. I know I never can escape, and the preservation of my faculties is only an aggravation of my sufferings. I have all their misery. I have none of their consolations. They laugh. I hear them. Would I could laugh like them. You will try, and the very effort will be an invocation to the demon of insanity to come and take full possession of you from that moment forever. There were other details, both of the menaces and temptations employed by Melmoth, which are too horrible for insertion. One of them may serve for an instance. You think that the intellectual power is something distinct from the vitality of the soul, or in other words, that if even your reason should be destroyed, which it nearly is, your soul might yet enjoy beatitude in the full exercise of its enlarged and exalted faculties, and all the clouds which obscured them be dispelled by the sun of righteousness, in whose beams you hope to bask forever and ever. Now, without going into any metaphysical subtleties about the distinction between mind and soul, experience must teach you that there can be no crime into which madmen would not and do not precipitate themselves. Mischief is their occupation, malice their habit, murder their sport, and blasphemy their delight. Whether a soul in this state can be a hopeful one, it is for you to judge. But it seems to me that with the loss of reason, and reason can long be retained in this place, you lose also the hope of immortality. Listen, said the tempter, pausing. Listen to the wretch who is raving near you, and whose blasphemies might make a demon start. He was once an eminent puritanical preacher. Half the day he imagines himself in a pulpit, denouncing damnation against papists, Armenians, and even sublapsarians, he being a superlapsarian himself. He foams, he writhes, he gnashes his teeth. You would imagine him in the hell he was painting, and that the fire and brimstone he is so lavish of were actually exhaling from his jaws. At night his creed retaliates on him. He believes himself one of the reprobates he has been all day denouncing, and curses God for the very decree he has all day been glorifying him for. He whom he has for 12 hours been vociferating is the loveliest among 10,000, becomes the object of demoniac hostility and execration. He grapples with the iron posts of his bed and says he is rooting out the cross from the very foundations of Calvary. And it is remarkable that in proportion as his morning exercises are intense, vivid, and eloquent, his night blasphemies are outrageous and horrible. Hark! Now he believes himself a demon. Listen to his diabolical eloquence of horror. Stanton listened and shuddered. Escape, escape for your life, cried the tempter. Break forth into life, liberty, and sanity. Your social happiness, your intellectual powers, your immortal interests, perhaps depend on the choice of this moment. There is the door, and the key is in my hand. Choose. Choose.
And how comes the key to your hand?
And what is the condition of my liberation? Said Stanton. The explanation occupied several pages, which to the torture of young Melmoth were wholly illegible. It seemed, however, to have been rejected by Stanton with the utmost rage and horror, for Melmoth at last made out, "Begone, monster demon! Begone to your native place. Even this mansion of horror trembles to contain you. Its walls sweat, and its floors quiver while you tread them." The conclusion of this extraordinary manuscript was in such a state that in 15 mouldy and crumbling pages Melmoth could hardly make out that number of lines. No antiquarian, unfolding with trembling hand the calcined leaves of an Herculaneum manuscript, and hoping to discover some lost lines of the Aeneas in Virgil's own autograph, or at least some unutterable abomination of Petronius or Martial, happily elucidatory of the mysteries of the Spintriae, or the orgies of the phallic worshippers, ever pored with more luckless diligence, or shook a head of more hopeless despondency over his task. He could but just make out what tended rather to excite than assuage that feverish thirst of curiosity which was consuming his inmost soul. The manuscript told no more of Melmoth, but mentioned that Stanton was finally liberated from his confinement, that his pursuit of Melmoth was incessant and indefatigable, that he himself allowed it to be a species of insanity, that while he acknowledged it to be the master passion, he also felt it the master torment of his life. He again visited the continent, returned to England, pursued, inquired, traced, bribed, but in vain. The being whom he had met thrice, under circumstances so extraordinary, he was never fated to encounter again in his lifetime. At length, discovering that he had been born in Ireland, he resolved to go there, went, and found his pursuit again fruitless, and his inquiries unanswered. The family knew nothing of him, or at least what they knew or imagined they prudently refused to disclose to a stranger, and Stanton departed unsatisfied. It is remarkable that he, too, as appeared from many half-obliterated pages of the manuscript, never disclosed to mortal the particulars of their conversation in the madhouse, and the slightest allusion to it threw him into fits of rage and gloom equally singular and alarming. He left the manuscript, however, in the hands of the family, possibly deeming from their incuriosity, their apparent indifference to their relative, or their obvious unacquaintance with reading of any kind, manuscripts or books, his deposit would be safe. He seems in fact to have acted like men who in distress at sea entrust their letters and dispatches to a bottle, sealed, and committed it to the waves. The last lines of the manuscript that were legible were sufficiently extraordinary. I have sought him everywhere. The desire of meeting him once more is become as a burning fire within me. It is the necessary condition of my existence. I have vainly sought him at last in Ireland, of which I find he is a native. Perhaps our final meeting will be in... Such was the conclusion of the manuscript which Melmoth found in his uncle's closet. When he had finished it, he sunk down on the table near which he had been reading it, his face hid in his folded arms, his senses reeling, his mind in a mingled state of stupor and excitement. After a few moments he raised himself with an involuntary start, and saw the picture gazing at him from its canvas. He was within 10 inches of it as he sat, and the proximity appeared increased by the strong light that was accidentally thrown on it, and its being the only representation of a human figure in the room. Melmoth felt for a moment as if he were about to receive an explanation from its lips. He gazed on it in return. All was silent in the house. They were alone together. The illusion subsided at length, and as the mind rapidly passes to opposite extremes, he remembered the injunction of his uncle to destroy the portrait. He seized it. His hand shook at first, but the mouldering canvas appeared to assist him in the effort. He tore it from the frame with a cry half terrific, half triumphant. It fell at his feet, and he shuddered as it fell. He expected to hear some fearful sounds, some unimaginable breathings of prophetic horror, follow this act of sacrilege, for such he felt it, to tear the portrait of his ancestor from his native walls. He paused and listened. There was no voice nor any that answered. But as the wrinkled and torn canvas fell to the floor, its undulations gave the portrait the appearance of smiling. Melmoth felt horror indescribable at this transient and imaginary resuscitation of the figure. He caught it up, rushed into the next room, tore, cut, and hacked it in every direction, and eagerly watched the fragments that burned like tinder in the turf fire which had been lit in his room. As Melmoth saw the last blaze, he threw himself into bed in hope of a deep and intense sleep. He had done what was required of him, and felt exhausted both in mind and body. But his slumber was not so sound as he had hoped for. The sullen light of the turf fire, burning but never blazing, disturbed him every moment. He turned and turned, but still was the same red light glaring on, but not illuminating, the dusky furniture of the apartment. The wind was high that night, and as the creaking door swung on its hinges, every noise seemed like the sound of a hand struggling with the lock, or of a foot pausing on the threshold. But, for Melmoth never could decide, was it in a dream or not, that he saw the figure of his ancestor appear at the door. Hesitatingly, as he saw him at first on the night of his uncle's death, saw him enter the room, approach his bed, and heard him whisper, "You have burned me then, but those are flames I can survive. I am alive." I am beside you. Melmoth started, sprung from his bed. It was broad daylight. He looked around. There was no human being in the room but himself. He felt a slight pain in the wrist of his right arm. He looked at it. It was black and blue, as from a recent grip of a strong hand. That is the end of Melmoth the Wanderer.
A Mystery with a Moral of the Lock and Key Library. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sharifa Mulliam. The Lock and Key Library, edited by Julian Hawthorne. A Mystery with a Moral by Lawrence Sterne. Introduction. The next mystery story is like no other in these volumes. The editor's defense lies in the plea that Lawrence Sterne is not like other writers of English. He is certainly one of the very greatest, yet nowadays he is generally unknown. His rollicking frankness, his audacious unconventionality are enough to account for the neglect. Even the easy mannered England of 1760 opened its eyes in horror when Tristram Shandy appeared. A most unclerical clergyman, the public pronounced, the rector of Sutton and prebendary of York. Besides, his style was rambling to his last degree. Plot concerned him least of all authors of fiction. For instance, it is more than doubtful that the whimsical parson really intended a moral to be read into the adventures of his sentimental journey that follow in these pages. He used to declare that he never intended anything. He never knew whither his pen was leading. The rash implement, once in hand, was likely to fly with him from Yorkshire to Italy, or to Paris, or across the road to Uncle Toby's. And what could the helpless author do but improve each occasion? So here is one such occasion thus improved, by disjointed sequels, heedless one would say, and yet glittering with the unreturnable thrust of subtle wit, or softening with simple emotion, like 1,000 immortal passages of this random philosopher. Even the slightest turns of Sterne's pen bear inspiration. No less a critic than the severe Hazlitt was satisfied that his works consist only of brilliant passages. And because the editors of the present volumes found added to the mystery not only a solution, but an application of worldly wisdom and a contrast in Sterne's best vein of quiet happiness, they have felt emboldened to ascribe the passage a mystery with a moral. As regards the application, Sterne knew whereof he wrote. He sought the south of France for health in 1762, and was run after and feted by the most brilliant circles of Parisian littérateurs. This foreign sojourn failed to cure his long complaint, but suggested the idea to him of the rambling and charming sentimental journey. Only 3 weeks after its publication, on March 18th, 1768, Sterne died alone in his London lodgings. Spite of all that marred his genius, his work has lived and will live, if only for the exquisite literary art which ever made great things out of little. The Editor. A Mystery with a Moral. Parisian experience of Parson Yorick on his sentimental journey. A riddle. I remained at the gate of the hotel for some time, looking at everyone who passed by, and forming conjectures upon them, till my attention got fixed upon a single object, which confounded all kind of reasoning upon him. It was a tall figure of a philosophic, serious adult look, which passed and repassed sedately along the street, making a turn of about 60 paces on each side of the gate of the hotel. The man was about 52, had a small cane under his arm, was dressed in a dark drab-coloured coat, waistcoat, and breeches, which he seemed to have seen some years' service. They were still clean, and there was a little On Being Found Out by William Makepeace Thackeray of the Lock and Key Library. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Shalifa William. The Lock and Key Library, edited by Julian Hawthorne. On Being Found Out by William Makepeace Thackeray. At the close, let us say, of Queen Anne's reign, when I was a boy at a private and preparatory school for young gentlemen, I remember the vizier of a master ordering us all, one night, to march into a little garden at the back of the house, and thence to proceed one by one into a tool or hen-house. I was but a tender little thing, just put into short clothes, and can't exactly say whether the house was for tools or hens. And in that house to put our hens into a sack which stood on a bench, a candle burning beside it. I put my hand into the sack. My hand came out quite black. I went and joined the other boys in the schoolroom, and all their hens were black too. By reason of my tender age, and there are some critics who, I hope, will be satisfied by my acknowledging that I am 156 next birthday, I could not understand what was the meaning of this night excursion, this candle, this tool house, this bag of soot. I think we little boys were taken out of our sleep to be brought to the ordeal. We came then and showed our little hands to the master, washed them or not, most probably I should say not, and so went bewildered back to bed. Something had been stolen in the school that day, and Mr. Weisiger, having read in a book of an ingenious method of finding out a thief by making him put his hand into a sack, which if guilty the rogue would shirk from doing, all we boys were subjected to the trial. Goodness knows what the lost object was, or who stole it. We all had black hands to show the master, and the thief, whoever he was not found out that time. I wonder if the rascal is alive. An elderly scoundrel he must be by this time, and a hoary old hypocrite, to whom an old schoolfellow presents his kindest regards, parenthetically remarking what a dreadful place that private school was, cold, chilblains, bad dinners, not enough victuals, and caning awful. Are you alive still, I say, you nameless villain who escaped discovery on that day of crime? I hope you have escaped often since, old sinner. Ah, what a lucky thing it is for you and me, my man, that we are not found out in all our peccadilloes, and that our bags can slip away from the master and the cane. Just consider what life would be if every rogue was found out, and flogged coram populo. What butchery! What an indecency! What an endless swishing of the rod! Don't cry out about my misanthropy. My good friend Mealymouth, I will trouble you to tell me, do you go to church? When there, do you say, or do you not, that you are a miserable sinner, and saying so, do you believe or disbelieve it? If you are a miserable sinner, don't you deserve correction? And aren't you grateful if you are to be let off? I say again, what a blessed thing it is that we are not all found out. Just picture to yourself everybody who does wrong being found out, and punished accordingly. Fancy all the boys in all the school being whipped, and then the assistants, and then the headmaster, Dr. Bedford, let us call him. Fancy the provost marshal being tied up, having previously superintended the correction of the whole army. After the young gentlemen have had their turn for the faulty exercises, fancy Dr. Lincoln being taken up for certain faults in his essay and review. After the clergyman has cried his peccavi, suppose we hoist up a bishop, and give him a couple of dozen. I see my Lord Bishop of Double Gloucester sitting in a very uneasy posture on his right reverend bench. After we have cast off the bishop, what are we to say to the minister who appointed him? My Lord Kincardine It is painful to have to use personal correction to a boy of your age, but really, Sister Tandem Carnifex, the butchery is too horrible. The hand drops powerless, appalled at the quantity of birch which it must cut and brandish. I am glad we are not all found out, I say again, and protest, my dear brethren, against our having our deserts. To fancy all men found out and punished is bad enough, but imagine all the women found out in the distinguished social circle in which you and I have the honour to move. Is it not a mercy that many of these fair criminals remain unpunished and undiscovered? There is Mrs. Longbow, who is forever practising, and who shoots poisoned arrows too. When you meet her, you don't call her a liar, and charge her with the wickedness she has done and is doing. There is Mrs. Painter, who passes for a most respectable woman and a model in society. There is no use in saying what you really know regarding her and her goings-on. There is Diana Hunter. What a little haughty brute it is, and yet we know stories about her which are not altogether edifying. I say, it is best for the sake of the good that the bad should not all be found out. You don't want your children to know the history of that lady in the next box, who is so handsome and whom they admire so. Ah me, what would life be if we were all found out and punished for all our faults? Jack Ketch would be in permanence, and then who would hang Jack Ketch? They talk of murderers being pretty certainly found out. I have heard on authority awfully competent vow and declare that scores and hundreds of murders are committed, and nobody is the wiser. That terrible man mentioned one or two ways of committing murder which he maintained were quite common, and were scarcely ever found out. A man, for instance, comes home to his wife and— But I pause. I know that this magazine has a very large circulation. Editor's note, The Cornhill. End of editor's note. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands, why not say 1,000,000 of people at once? Well, say 1,000,000 read it. And among these countless readers I might be teaching some monster how to make away with his wife without being found out, some find of a woman how to destroy her dear husband. I will not then tell this easy and simple way of murder, as communicated to me by a most respectable party in the confidence of private intercourse. Suppose some gentle reader were to try this most simple and easy received, it seems to me almost infallible, and come to grief in consequence and be found out and hanged. Should I ever pardon myself for having been the means of doing injury to a single one of our esteemed subscribers? The prescription whereof I speak, that is to say, whereof I don't speak, shall be buried in this bosom. No, I am a humane man. I am not one of your bluebirds, to go and say to my wife, "My dear, I'm going away for a few days to Brighton. Here are all the keys of the house. You may open every door and closet, except the one at the end of the oak room opposite the fireplace with the little bronze Shakespeare on the mantelpiece or what not." I don't say this to a woman, unless to be sure I want to get rid of her, because, after such a caution, I know she'll peep into the closet. I say nothing about the closet at all. I keep the key in my pocket, and a being whom I love, but who, as I know, has many weaknesses, out of harm's way. You toss up your head, dear angel, drop on the ground with your lovely little feet, on the table with your sweet rosy fingers, and cry, "Oh, sneerer, you don't know the depth of woman's feeling, the lofty scorn of all deceit, the entire absence of mean curiosity in the sex, or never, never would you libel us so. Ah, Delia, dear, dear Delia, it is because I fancy I do know something about you. Not all, mind. No, no, no man knows that. Ah, my bride, my puppet choose, in fact, whatever name you like, bulbul of my grove, fountain of my desert, sunshine of my darkling life, and joy of my dungeoned existence. It is because I do know a little about you that I conclude to say nothing of that private closet and keep my key in my pocket. You take away that closet key, then, and the house key. You lock Delia in. You keep her out of harm's way and getting, and so she never can be found out. And yet, by little strange accidents and coincidence, how we are being found out every day. You remember that old story of the Abbé Cacato's, who told the company at supper one night how the first confession he ever received was from a murderer, let us say. Presently enters to supper the Marquise de Croque-Mitaine. "Balsam bleu, Abbé," says the brilliant Marquise, taking a pinch of snuff. "Are you here? Gentlemen and ladies, I was the Abbé's first penitent, and I made him a confession which I promise you astonished him." To be sure, how queerly things are found out. Here is an instance. Only the other day I was writing in these roundabout papers about a certain man whom I facetiously called Bags, and who had abused me to my friends, who of course told me. Shortly after that paper was published, another friend, Sax let us call him, scowls fiercely at me as I am sitting in perfect good humour at the club, and passes on without speaking. A cut? A quarrel? Sax thinks it is about him that I was writing, whereas upon my honour and conscience I never had him once in my mind, and was pointing my moral from quite another man. But don't you see by this wrath of the guilty conscienced Sax that he had been abusing me too? He has owned himself guilty, never having been accused. He has winced when nobody thought of hitting him. I did but put the cap out, and madly butting and chafing, behold my friend rushes out to put his head into it. Never mind, Sax, you are found out, but I bear you no malice, my man. And yet to be found out, I know from my own experience, must be painful and odious, and cruelly mortifying to the inward vanity. Suppose I am a poltroon, let us say, with fierce moustache, loud talk, plentiful oaths, and an immense stick. I keep up nevertheless a character for courage. I swear fearfully at cabmen and women, brandish my bludgeon, and perhaps knock down a little man or two with it, brag of the images which I break at the shooting gallery, and pass among my friends for a whiskery fire-eater, afraid of neither man nor dragon. Ah me! Suppose some brisk little chap steps up and gives me caning in St. James's Street, with all the heads of my friends looking out of all the club windows. My reputation is gone. I frighten no men more. My nose is pulled by whipper-snappers, who jump up on a chair to reach it. I am found out. And in the days of my triumphs, when people were yet afraid of me, and were taken in by my swagger, I always knew that I was lily-liver, and expected that I should be found out some day. That certainty of being found out must haunt and depress many a bold braggadocio spirit. Let us say it is a clergyman who can pump copious floods of tears out of his own eyes and those of his audience. He thinks to himself, I am but a poor, swindling, chattering rogue. My bills are unpaid. I have jilted several women whom I have promised to marry. I don't know whether I believe what I preach. And I know I have stolen the very sermon over which I have been snivelling. Have they found me out? Says he, as his head drops down on the cushion. Then you're writer, poet, historian, novelist, or what not. The Beacon says that Jones's work is one of the first order. The Lamb declares that Jones's tragedy surpasses every work since the days of him of Avon. The Comet asserts that Jay's Life of Goody Two-Shoes is a Greek text omitted, a noble and enduring monument to the fame of that admirable Englishwoman, and so forth. But then Jones knows that he has lent the critic of the Beacon £5, that his publisher has a half share in the lamp, and that a cornet comes repeatedly to dine with him. It is all very well. Jones is immortal until he is found out, and then down comes the extinguisher, and the immortal is dead and buried. The idea, dies irae, of discovery must haunt many a man, and make him uneasy, as the trumpets are puffing in his triumph. Brown, who has a higher place than he deserves, cowers before Smith, who has found him out. What is the chorus of critics, shouting bravo, a public clapping hands and flinging garlands? Brown knows that Smith has found him out. Puff trumpets, wave banners, with our boys for the immortal Brown. This is all very well, B thinks, bowing the while, smiling, laying his hand to his heart. But there stands Smith at the window. He has measured me, and some day the others will find me out too. It is a very curious sensation to sit by a man who has found you out, and who, as you know, has found you out. Or vice versa, to sit with a man whom you have found out. His talent, bah! His virtue, we know a little story or two about his virtue, and he knows we know it. We are thinking over friend Robinson's antecedents, as we grin, bow, and talk, and we are both humbugs together. Robinson a good fellow, is he? You know how he behaved to Higgs? A good-natured man, is he? Pray do you remember that little story of Mrs. Robinson's black eye? How men have to work, to talk, to smile, to go to bed and try and sleep, with this dread of being found out on their consciences. Bardolph, who has robbed a church, and Nym, who has taken a purse, go to their usual haunts, and smoke their pipes with their companions. Mr. Detective Bullseye appears and says, "Oh, Bardolph, I want you about that there pig's business." Mr. Bardolph knocks the ashes out of his pipe, puts out his hand to the little steel cuffs, and walks away quite meekly. He is found out. He must go. Good-bye, dull tear-sheet. Good-bye, Mrs. Quickly, ma'am. The other gentlemen and ladies de la société look on and exchange mute adieus with the departing friends, and in a sure time will come when the other gentlemen and ladies will be found out too. What a wonderful and beautiful provision of nature it has been, that for the most part our womankind are not endowed with the faculty of finding us out. They don't doubt and probe and weigh and take your measure. Lay down this paper, my benevolent friend and reader, go into your drawing-room now, and utter a joke ever so old, and I wake a sixpence, the ladies there will all begin to laugh. Go to Brown's house, and tell Mrs. Brown and the young ladies what you think of him, and see what a welcome you will get. In like manner, let him come to your house, and tell your good lady his candid opinion of you, and fancy how she will receive him. Would you have your wife and children know you exactly for what you are, and esteem you precisely at your worth? If so, my friend, you will live in a dreary house, and you will have but a chilly fireside. Do you suppose the people round it don't see your homely face as under a glamour, and as it were with a halo of love round it? You don't fancy you are as you seem to them? No such thing, my man. Put away that monster's conceit, and be thankful that they have not found you out. End of On Being Found Out by William Makepeace Thackeray.
The Notch on the X, Part 1 of the Lock and Key Library. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Rick Cornwall. The Lock and Key Library, edited by Julian Hawthorne. The Notch on the X by William Makepeace Thackeray, Part 1. The Notch on the X, a story a la mode. Editor's note. Here Thackeray reduces to an absurdity the literary fashion of the day, the vogue for startling stories and tales of terror, which was high in his time, and which influenced several of the stories which proceeded in this volume. But while Dickens made fun, with mental reservations, while Bulwer Lytton tried to explain by rising to the heights of natural philosophy, and Maturin did not explain at all, but let his extravagant genius roam between heaven and earth, Thackeray's keen wit saw mainly one chance for exquisite literary satire and parody. At one point or another in this skit, the style of each principal sensational novelist of the day is delightfully imitated. Part 1. Everyone remembers in the fourth book of the immortal poem of your blind bard, to whose sightless orbs no doubt glorious shapes were apparent in visions celestial, how Adam discourses to Eve of the bright visitors who hovered round their Eden. Millions of spiritual creatures walk the earth, unseen both when we wake and when we sleep. How often, says Father Adam, from the steep of echoing hill or thicket have we heard celestial voices to the midnight air, sole or responsive to each other's notes, singing. After the act of disobedience, when the erring pair from Eden took their solitary way, and went forth to toil and trouble on common earth, though the glorious ones no longer were visible, you cannot say they were gone. It was not that the bright ones were absent, but that the dim eyes of rebel man no longer could see them. In your chamber hangs a picture of one whom you never knew, but whom you have long held in tenderest regard, and who was painted for you by a friend of mine, the Knight of Plympton. She communes with you, she smiles on you. When your spirits are low, her bright eyes shine on you and cheer you. Her innocent, sweet smile is a caress to you. She never fails to soothe you with her speechless prattle. You love her, she is alive with you. As you extinguish your candle and turn to sleep, though your eyes see her not, is she not there still smiling? As you lie in the night awake and thinking of your duties and the morrow's inevitable toil oppressing the busy, weary, wakeful brain, as with a remorse, the crackling fire flashes up for a moment in the grate, and she is there, your little beauteous maid, smiling with her sweet eyes. When moon is down, when fire is out, when curtains are drawn, when lids are closed, is she not there, the little beautiful one, though invisible and present and smiling still? Friend, the unseen ones are around about us. Does it not seem as if time were drawing near when it shall be given to men to behold them? The print of which my friend spoke, and which indeed hangs in my room, though he's never been there, is that charming little winter piece of Sir Joshua, representing the little Lady Caroline Montague, afterwards Duchess of Buccleuch. She is represented as standing in the midst of a winter landscape, wrapped in muff and cloak, and she looks out of her picture with a smile so exquisite that a heron could not see her without being charmed. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Pinto," I said to the person with whom I was conversing. I wonder, by the way, that I was not surprised at his knowing how fond I am of this print. "You spoke of the Knight of Plympton. Sir Joshua died 1792, and you say he was your dear friend?" As I spoke, I chanced to look at Mr. Pinto, and then it suddenly struck me. Gracious powers, perhaps you are 100 years old, now I think of it. You look more than 100. Yes, you may be 1,000 years old, for what I know. Your teeth are false. One eye is evidently false. Can I say that the other is not? If a man's age may be calculated by the rings around his eyes, this man may be as old as Methuselah. He has no beard. He wears a large, curly, glossy brown wig, and his eyebrows are painted a deep olive green. It was odd to hear this man, this walking mummy, talking sentiment in these queer old chambers in Shepherd's Inn. Pinto passed a yellow bandana handkerchief over his awful white teeth, and kept his glass eye steadily fixed on me. "Sir Joshua's friend?" said he, "you perceive, eluding my direct question. Is not everyone that knows his pictures Reynolds' friend? Suppose I tell you that I have been in his painting room scores of times, and that his sister Thea has made me tea, and his sister Toffy has made coffee for me. You will only say I'm an old ombog." Mr. Pinto, I remarked, spoke all languages with an accent equally foreign. "Suppose I tell you that I knew Mr. Sam Johnson, and did not like him. That I was at the very ball at Madame Cornelis's, which you have mentioned in one of your little, what do you call them, Bah, my memory begins to fail me. In one of your little whirligig papers? Suppose I tell you that Sir Joshua has been here in this very room. Have you then had these apartments for more than 70 years? I asked. They look as if they had not been swept for that time, don't they? Hey, I did not say that I had them for 70 years, but that Sir Joshua has visited me here. When? I asked, eyeing the man sternly, for I began to think he was an impostor. He answered me with a glance still more stern. Sir Joshua Reynolds was here this very morning with Angelica Kaufmann and Mr. Oliver Goldschmidt. He is still very much attached to Angelica, who still does not care for him, because he is dead, and I was in the fourth mourning couch at his funeral. Is that any reason why he should not come back to earth again? My good sir, you are laughing at me. He has sat many a time on that very chair which you are now occupying. There are several spirits in the room whom you cannot see. Excuse me. Here he turned around as if addressing someone, and began rapidly speaking a language unknown to me. It is Arabic, he said, a bad patois, I own. I learned it in Barbary when I was a prisoner among the Moors, in anno 1609. Bin ich alles getil gehegen. Ah, you doubt me. Look at me well. At least I am like... Perhaps some of my readers remember a paper of which the figure of a man carrying a barrel around formed the initial letter, and which I copied from an old spoon now in my possession. As I looked at Mr. Pinto, I do declare he looked so like the figure on that old piece of plate that I started and felt very uneasy. Ha, said he, laughing through his false teeth. I declare they were false. I could see utterly toothless gums working up and down behind the pink coral. You see, I wore a beard then. I'm shaved now. Perhaps you think I'm a spoon. Ha ha! And as he laughed, he gave me a cough which I thought would have coughed his teeth out, his glass eye out, his wig off, his very head off. But he stopped this convulsion by stumping across the room and seizing a little bottle of bright pink medicine, which, being opened, spread a singular acrid aromatic odor through the apartment. And I thought I saw, but of this I cannot take an affirmation, a light green and violet flame flickering around the neck of the vial as he opened it. By the way, from the peculiar stumping noise which he made in crossing the bare boarded apartment, I knew at once that my strange entertainer had a wooden leg. Over the dust which lay quite thick on the boards, you could see the mark of one foot very cleanly and pretty, and then a round O, which was naturally the impression made by the wooden stump. I own I had a queer thrill as I saw that mark, and felt a secret comfort that it was not cloven. In this desolate apartment in which Mr. Pinto had invited me to see him, there were 3 chairs, one bottomless, a little table on which you might put a breakfast tray, and not a single other article of furniture. In the next room, the door of which was open, I could see a magnificent gilt dressing case, and some splendid diamond and ruby shirt studs lying by it, and a chest of drawers, and a cupboard apparently full of clothes. Remembering him in Baden-Baden in great magnificence, I wondered at his present denuded state. You have a house elsewhere, Mr. Pinto? I asked. Many, says he. I have apartments in many cities. I lock them up, and they do not carry Moschlagisch. I then remembered that his apartment at Baden, where I had first met him, was bare, and had no bed in it. There is, then, a sleeping room beyond? This is the sleeping room. He pronounced it dis. Can this, by the way, give any clue to the nationality of this singular man? If you sleep on these 2 old chairs, you have a rickety couch. If on the floor, a dusty one. Suppose I sleep up there, said the strange man, and he actually pointed up to the ceiling. I thought him mad, or what he himself was called an humbug. I know you do not believe me, but why should I deceive you? I came but to propose a matter of business to you. I told you I would give you the clue to the mystery of the 2 children in black, whom you met at Baden, and you came to see me. If I told you, you would not believe me. What for try and convince you? Ha, hey! And he shook his hand once, twice, thrice at me, and glared at me out of his eye in a peculiar way. Of what happened now, I protest I cannot give an accurate account. It seemed to me that there shot a flame from his eye into my brain, while behind his glass eye there was a green illumination, as if candle had been lit in it. It seemed to me that from his long fingers 2 quivering flames issued, sputtering, as it were, which penetrated me and forced me back into one of the chairs, the broken one, out of which I had much difficulty in scrambling, when the strange glamour was ended. It seemed to me that when I was so fixed, so transfixed in the broken chair, the man floated up to the ceiling, crossed his legs, folded his arms as if lying on a sofa, and grinned down at me. When I came to myself, he was down from the ceiling, and taken me out of the broken cane-bottomed chair. Kindly enough. "Bah," said he, "it is the smell of my medicine. It often gives the vertigo. I thought you would have had a little fit. Come into the open air." And we went down the steps, and into Shepherd's Inn, where the setting sun was just shining on the statue of the shepherd. The laundresses were traipsing about. The porters were leaning against the railing, and the clerks were playing at marbles, to my inexpressible consolation. "You said you were going to dine at the Grey Inn's coffee house," he said. "I was. I often dine there. There is excellent wine at the Gray's Inn coffee house, but I declare I never said so." I was not astonished at his remark, no more astonished than if I was in a dream. Perhaps I was in a dream. Is life a dream? Are dreams facts? Is sleeping being really awake? I don't know. I tell you I'm puzzled. I've read The Woman in White, The Strange Story, not to mention that story Stranger Than Fiction, in the Cornhill magazine. That story for which 3 credible witnesses are ready to vouch. I have had messages from the dead, and not only from the dead, but from people who never existed at all. I own I'm in a state of much bewilderment. But if you please, we'll proceed with my simple, my artless story. Well then, we passed from Shepherd's Inn into Holborn, and looked for a while at Woodgate's bric-a-brac shop, which I never can pass without delaying at the windows. Indeed, if I were going to be hung, I would beg the cart to stop, and let me have one look more at the delightful omnium gatherum. And passing Woodgate's, we came to Gale's little shop, number 47, which is also a favorite haunt of mine. Mr. Gale happened to be at his door, and as we exchanged salutations, "Mr. Pinto," I said, "will you like to see a real curiosity in this curiosity shop? Step into Mr. Gale's little back room. In that little back parlor there are Chinese gongs. There are old Saxe and Sevres plates. There is a Furstenberg, Carl Theodor, Worcester, Amstel, Nankin, and other gimcrockery. And in the corner, what do you think there is? There is an actual guillotine. If you doubt me, go and see. Gale, High Holborn, number 47. It is a slim instrument, much slighter than those which they make now. Some 9 feet high, narrow, a pretty piece of upholstery enough. There is the hook over which the rope used to play, which loosened the dreadful axe above. And look, dropped in the orifice where the head used to go, there is the axe itself, all rusty, with a great notch in the blade." As Pinto looked at it, Mr. Gale was not in the room, I recollect, happening to have been just called out by a customer who offered him £3.14 and 6 for a blue shepherd in pate tendre. Mr. Pinto gave a little start and seemed crisp for a moment. Then he looked steadily toward one of the great porcelain stools which you see in the gardens, and it seemed to me, I tell you I won't take my affidavit. I may have been maddened by the 6 glasses I took of that pink elixir. I may have been sleepwalking, perhaps as I write now. I may have been under the influence of that astounding medium into whose hands I had fallen. But I vow I heard Pinto say, with a rather ghastly grin at the porcelain stool, "Nay, never shake your gory locks at me. Thou canst not say I did it." He pronounced it, by the way, "I did it," by which I know that Pinto was a German. I heard Pinto say those very words, and sitting on the porcelain stool I saw dimly at first, then with an awful distinctness, a ghost, an eidolon, a form, a headless man sitting with his head in his lap, which wore an expression of piteous surprise. At this minute Mr. Gale entered from the front shop to show a customer some Delft plates, and he did not see, but we did, the figure rose up from the porcelain stool, shake its head, which it held in its hand, and which kept its eyes fixed sadly on us, and disappear behind the guillotine. "Come to the Gray's Inn coffee house," Pinto said. and I will tell you how the Notch came to the axe. And we walked down Holborn at about 37 minutes past 6 o'clock. If there is anything in the above statement which astonishes the reader, I promised him that in the next chapter of this little story he will be astonished still more. Section 2. You will excuse me, I said to my companion, for remarking that when you addressed the individual sitting on the porcelain stool, with his head in his lap, your ordinarily benevolent features— this, I confess, was a bouncer, for between ourselves, a more sinister and ill-looking rascal than Mon P. I have seldom set eyes on. Your ordinarily handsome face wore an expression that was by no means pleasing. You grinned at the individual just as you did at me when you came up to the as I thought you did when I fell down in a fit in your chambers. And I qualified my words in a great flutter and tremble. I did not care to offend the man. I did not dare to offend the man. I thought once or twice of jumping into a cab and flying, of taking refuge in Day and Martin's blacking warehouse, of speaking to a policeman, but no one would come. I was this man's slave. I followed him like his dog. I could not get away from him. So you see, I went on meanly conversing with him, and affecting a simpering confidence. I remember when I was a little boy at school, going up fawning and smiling in this way to some great hulking bully of a sixth form boy. So I said in a word, your ordinarily handsome face wore a disagreeable expression, and etc. It is ordinarily very handsome, said he, with such a leer at a couple of passerbyers that one of them cried, "Oh, Crickery, there's a precious guy," and a child in its nurse's arms screamed itself into convulsions. "Oh, oui, je suis très joli garçon, bien pieux, certainement," continued Mr. Pinto. "But you were right then. That person was not very well pleased when he saw me. There was no love lost between us, as you say, and the world never knew a more worthless miscreant. I hate him, voyez-vous? I hated him alive. I hate him dead. I hate him man. I hate him ghost. And he know it, and tremble before me. If I see him 20,000 years hence, and why not, I shall hate him still. You remarked how he was dressed? In black satin breeches and striped stockings, a white pique waistcoat, a grey coat with large metal buttons, and his hair in powder. He must have worn a pigtail, only it was cut off. Ha ha ha! Mr. Pinto cried, yelling a laugh which I observed made the policeman stare very much. Yes, it was cut off by the same blow which took off the scoundrel's head. Ho, ho, ho! And he made a circle with his hook-nailed finger around his own yellow neck, and grinned with a horrible triumph. I promise you that fellow was surprised when he found his head in the pannier. Ha ha! Did you ever cease to hate those whom you hate? Fire flashed terrifically from his glass eye as he spoke. Or to love those whom you once loved? Oh, never, never. And here his natural eye was bedewed with tears. But here we are at the Gray's Inn Coffee House. James, what is the joint? That very respectful and efficient waiter brought in a bill of fare, and I, for my part, chose boiled leg of pork and peas pudding, which my acquaintance said would do as well as anything else, though I remarked he only trifled with the peas pudding, and left all the pork on the plate. In fact, he scarcely ate anything, but he drank a prodigious quantity of wine, and I must say that my friend Mr. Hart's port wine is so good that I myself took, well, I should think I took 3 glasses. Yes, 3, certainly. I mean Mr. P., the old rogue, was insatiable, for we had to call for a second bottle in no time. When that was gone, my companion wanted another. A little red mounted up to his yellow cheeks as he drank the wine, and he winked at it in a strange manner. I remember, said he, musing, when port wine was scarcely drunk in this country, though the Queen liked it, and so did Hurley, but Bolingbroke didn't. He drank Florence and champagne. Dr. Swift put water to his wine. Jonathan, I once said to him, but bah, autre moeurs, another magnum, James. This was all very well. My good sir, I said, it may suit you to order bottles of 20 port at a guinea a bottle, But that kind of price does not suit me. I only happen to have 34 and sixpence in my pocket, of which I want a shilling for the waiter, and 18 pence for my cab. You rich foreigners and swells may spend what you like. I had 'em there, for my friend's dress was as shabby as an old-clothes man. But a man with a family, Mr. What-do-you-call-him, cannot afford to spend 700 or 800 a year on his dinner alone. Bah, he said, Nunky pays for all, as you say. I will what you call stamp the dinner, if you are so poor. And again he gave that disagreeable grin, and placed an odious crook-nailed, and by no means clean finger to his nose. But I was not so afraid of him now, for we were in a public place, and the 3 glasses of port wine had, you see, given me courage. What a pretty snuff-box, he remarked, as I handed him mine, which I am still old-fashioned enough to carry. It's a pretty old gold box enough, but valuable to me as a relic of an old relative, whom I can just remember as a child, when she was very kind to me. Yes, a pretty box. I can remember when most ladies carried a box, nay, 2 boxes, tabatiere and bonbonniere. What lady carries snuff-boxes now, hey? Suppose your astonishment if a lady in an assembly were to offer you a prise. I can remember a lady with such a box as this, with a tour, as we used to call it then, with panniers, with a tortoise-shell cane, with the prettiest little high-heeled velvet shoes in the world. Ah, that was a time, that was a time. Oh, Eliza, Eliza, I have thee now in my mind's eye. At Bungay on the Wavne did I walk with thee, Eliza. Ah, did I not love thee? Did I not walk with thee then? Did I not see thee still? This was passing strange. My ancestress, but there is no need to publish her revered name, did indeed live at Bungay St. Mary's, where she lies buried. She used to walk with a tortoise-shell cane, and she used to wear little black velvet shoes, with the prettiest high heels in the world. Did you know, then, my great-grandmother? I said. He pulled up his coat sleeve. Is that her name? He said. Eliza. There, I declare, was the very name of the kind old creature written in red on his arm. You knew her old, he said, divining my thoughts with his strange knack. I knew her young and lovely. I danced with her at the Bury Ball. Did I not, dear Miss... As I live, he here mentioned dear Grinny's maiden name. Her maiden name was... Her honored married name was something. She buried your great-grandfather the year Poseidon won the Newmarket Plate, Mr. Pinto dryly remarked. Merciful powers! I remembered, over the old shagreen knife and spoon case on the sideboard in my granny's parlor, a print by Stubbs of that very horse. My grandsire, in a red coat, and his fair hair flowing over his shoulders, was over the mantelpiece, and Poseidon won the Newmarket Cup in the year 1783. Yes, you were right. I danced a minuet with her at Bury that very night, before I lost my poor leg. And I quarrelled with your grandfather. Ha! And as he said ha, there came 3 quiet little taps on the table. It is the middle table in the Gray's Inn coffee-house, under the bust of the late Duke of Wellington. I fired in the air, he continued. Did I not? Tap, tap, tap. Your grandfather hit me in the leg. He married 3 months afterward. Captain Brown, I said, who could see Miss Smith without loving her? She is there, she is there. Tap, tap, tap. Yes, my first love. But there came tap, tap, which everybody knows means no. I forgot, he said, with a faint blush stealing over his wan features. She was not my first love. In my home country, there was a young woman. Tap, tap, tap. There was here quite a lively little treble knock. And when the old man said, but I love thee better than all the world, Eliza, the affirmative signal was briskly repeated. And this I declare upon my honor. There was, I have said, a bottle of port wine before us. I should say a decanter. That decanter was lifted up, and out of it into our respective glasses 2 bumpers of wine were poured. I appealed to Mr. Hart, the landlord. I appealed to James, the respectful and intelligent waiter, if this statement is not true. And when we had finished that magnum, and I said, for I did not now in the least doubt her presence, Dear Granny, may we have another magnum? The table distinctly rapped, No. Now, my good sir, Mr. Pinto said, who really began to be affected by the wine, you understand the interest I have taken in you. I loved Eliza. Of course I don't mention family names. I knew you had that box which belonged to her. I will give you what you like for that box. Name your price at once, and I'll pay you on the spot. Why, when you came out, you said you had not 6 pence in your pocket. Bah! Give you anything you like, 50, 100, 1,000 pound. Come, come, said I. The gold of the box may be worth 9 guineas, and the facing we will put at 6 more. 1,000 guineas, he screeched. 1,050 pound dear. And he sank back in the chair. No, by the way, on his bench, for he was sitting with his back to one of the partitions of the boxes, as I dare say James remembers. Don't go on in this way, I continued rather weakly, for I did not know whether I was in a dream. If you offer me 1,000 guineas for this box, I must take it, mustn't I, dear Granny? The table most distinctly said yes, and putting out his claws to seize the box, Mr. Pinto plunged his hook nose into it, and eagerly inhaled some of my 47 with a dash of Hardman. But stay, you old harpy, I explained, being now in a sort of rage, and quite familiar with him. Where's the money? Where's the check? James, a piece of notepaper and a receipt stamp. This is all mighty well, sir, I said, but I don't know you. I never saw you before. I will trouble you to hand me that box back again, or give me a check with some known signature. Whose? Ha, ha, ha! The room happened to be very dark. Indeed, all the waiters were gone to supper, and there were only 2 gentlemen snoring in their respective boxes. I saw a hand come quivering down from the ceiling, a very pretty hand, on which was a ring with a coronet, with a lion rampant gulls for a crest. I saw that hand take a dip of ink and write across the paper. Mr. Pinto, then taking a grey receipt stamp out of his blue leather pocket-book, fastened it to the paper by the usual process, and the hand then wrote across the receipt stamp, went across the table, and shook hands with Pinto, and then, as if waving him adieu, vanished in the direction of the ceiling. There was the paper before me, wet with the ink. There was the pen which the hand had used. Does anybody doubt it? I have that pen now, a cedar stick of not uncommon sort, and holding one of Gillot's pens. It is in my inkstand now, I tell you. Anybody may see it. The handwriting on the check, for such the document was the writing of a female. It ran thus: London, midnight, March 31st, 1862. Pay the bearer 1,050 pounds. Rachel Sidonia. To Messrs. Sidonia, Poste on Santo and Company, London. Noblest and best of women, said Pinto, kissing the sheet of paper with much reverence. My good Mr. Roundabout, I suppose you do not question that signature. Indeed, the house of Sidonia, Posse Santo and Company, is known to be one of the richest in Europe, and as for the Countess Rachel, she was known to be the chief manager of that enormously wealthy establishment. There was only one little difficulty. The Countess Rachel died last October. I pointed out this circumstance, and tossed over the paper to Pinto with a sneer. "C'est a grande oeil, sir," he said with some heat. "You literary men are all imprudent. But I did not think you such fools with this. Your box is not worth 20 pound, and I offer you 1,000 because I know you want money to pay that rascal Tom's college bills." This strange man actually knew that my scapegrace, Tom, had been a source of great expense and annoyance to me. You see, money cost me nothing, and you refuse to take it. Once, twice, will you take this check in exchange for your trumpery snuff-box? What could I do? My poor granny's legacy was valuable and dear to me, but after all, 1,000 guineas are not to be had every day. "Be it a bargain," said I. "Shall we have a glass of wine on it?" Says Pinto, and to this proposal I also unwillingly acceded, reminding him, by the way, that he had not yet told me the story of the headless man. Your poor grandmother was right just now when she said she was not my first love. 'Twas one of those banal expressions, here Mr. P. blushed once more, which we use to women. We tell each she is our first passion. They reply with a similar illusory formula. No man is any woman's first love. No woman any man's. We are in love in our nurse's arms, and women coquette with their eyes before their tongue can form a word. How could your lovely relative love me? I was far, far too old for her. I'm older than I look. I'm so old that you would not believe me were I to tell you. I have loved many and many a woman before your relative. It has not always been fortunate for them to love me. Ah, Sophronia, round the dreadful circus where you fell, and whence I was dragged corpse-like by the heels, there sat multitudes more savage than the lions which mangled your sweet form. Ah, Tenay, when we marched to that terrible stake together at Valladolid, the Protestant and the J. But put away that memory. Boy, it was a happy for thy grandam that she loved me not. During that strange period, he went on, when the teeming time was great with the revolution that was speedily to be born, I was on a mission in Paris with my excellent, my maligned friend, Caligstro. Mesmer was one of our band. I seemed to occupy but an obscure rank in it, though, as you know, in secret societies the humble man may be a chief and director, the ostensible leader but a puppet moved by unseen hands. Never mind who was chief or who was second. Never mind my age. It boots not to tell it. Why shall I expose myself to your scornful incredulity, or reply to your questions in words that are familiar to you, but which you cannot understand? Words are symbols of things which you know, or of things which you don't know. If you don't know them, to speak is idle. Here, I confess, Mr. P. spoke for exactly 38 minutes, about physics, metaphysics, language, the origin and destiny of man, during which time I was rather bored, and to relieve my ennui drank a half-glass or so of wine. Love, friend, is the fountain of youth. It may not happen to me once in an age, but when I love, then I am young. I loved when I was in Paris. Bathilde, Bathilde, I love thee, oh how fondly! Wine, I say, more wine. Love is ever young. I was a boy at the feet of Bathilde de Bechamel, the fair, the fond, the fickle. Ah, the false! That strange old man's agony was here really terrific. And he showed himself much more agitated than when he had been speaking about my grandmother. I thought Blanche might love me. I could speak to her in the language of all the countries, and tell her the lore of all the ages. I could trace the nursery legends which she loved up to their Sanskrit source, and whisper to her the darkling mysteries of the Egyptian magi. I could chant for her the wild choruses that rang in the dishevelled Eleusinian revel. I could tell her, and I would, the watchword never known but to one woman, the Saban queen, which Hiram breathed in the asmal ear of Solomon. You don't attend. Pshaw, you've drunk too much wine. Perhaps I may as well own that I was not attending, for he had been carrying on for about 57 minutes, and I don't like a man to have all the talk to himself. Blanche de Bechamel was wild then about this secret of masonry. In early years I loved. I married a girl as fair as Blanche, who too was tormented by curiosity, who too would peep into my closet, into the only secret guarded from her. A dreadful fate befell poor Fatima. An accident shortened her life. Poor thing, she had a foolish sister who urged her on. I always told her to beware of Anne. She died. They said her brothers killed me. A gross falsehood. Am I dead? If I were, could I pledge you in this wine? Was your name, I asked, quite bewildered, was your name, pray, then ever Bluebeard? Hush, the waiter will overhear you. Methought we were speaking of Blanche de Bechamel. I loved her, young man. My pearls and diamonds and treasure, my wit, my wisdom, my passion, I flung them all into the child's lap. I was a fool. Was strong Samson not as weak as I? Was Solomon the wise much better when Bacchus wheedled him? I said to the king, but enough of that. I spake of Blanche de Bechamel. Curiosity was the poor child's foible. I could see, as I talked to her, that her thoughts were elsewhere, as yours, my friends, have been absent once or twice tonight. To know the secret of masonry was the wretched child's mad desire. With 1,000 wiles, smiles, caresses, she strove to coax it from me. From me! Ha ha! I had an apprentice, the son of a dear friend, who died by my side at Rossbach, when Soubise, with whose army I happened to be, suffered a dreadful defeat for neglecting my advice. The young Chevalier Goby de Mouchet was glad enough to serve as my clerk and help in some chemical experiments in which I was engaged with my friend Dr. Mesmer. Bathilde saw this young man. Since women were, has it not been their business to smile and deceive, to fondle and lure? Away, from the very first it had been so, and as my companion spoke, he looked as wicked as a serpent that coiled round the tree, and hissed a poisoned counsel to the first woman. One evening I went, as was my wont, to see Blanche. She was radiant, she was filled with spirits, a saucy triumph blazed in her blue eyes. She talked, she rattled in her childish ways. She uttered in the course of her rhapsody a hint, an intimation, so terrible that the truth flashed across me in a minute. Did I ask her? She would lie to me, but I knew how to make a falsehood impossible, and I ordered her to go to sleep. At this moment the clock, after its previous convulsions, sounded 12, and as the new editor of the Cornhill magazine, and he, I promise you, won't stand any nonsense, will only allow 7 pages, I am obliged to leave off at the very most interesting point of the story. End of The Notch on the Axe, Part 1. Recorded by Rick Cornwall.
Part 2 of The Notch on the Axe from the Lock and Key Library. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Julie Vermillion. The Lock and Key Library. Edited by Julian Hawthorne. The Notch on the Axe. A story à la mode by William Makepeace Thackeray. Part 2. Chapter 3. Are you of our fraternity? I see you are not. The secret which Mademoiselle de Bechamel confided to me in her mad triumph and wild hoyden spirits, she was but a child, poor thing, scarce 15, but I love them young, a folly not unusual with the old. Here Mr. Pinter thrust his knuckles into his hollow eyes, and, I am sorry to say, so little regardful was he of personal cleanliness, that his tears made streaks of white over his gaunt dark hands. Ah, at 15, poor child, thy fate was terrible. Go to. It is not good to love me, friend. They prosper not who do. I define you. You need not say what you are thinking. In truth, I was thinking, if girls fall in love with this sallow, hook-nosed, glass-eyed, wooden-legged, dirty, hideous old man with his sham teeth, they have a queer taste. That is what I was thinking. Jack Wilkes said the handsomest man in London had but half an hour's start of him, and without vanity, I am scarcely uglier than Jack Wilkes. We were members of the same club at Maddenham Abbey, Jack and I, and had many a merry night together. Well, sir, Mary Scotland knew me but as a little hunchback music-master, and yet I think she was not indifferent to her David Riz, and she came to misfortune. They all do. Sir, you're wandering from your point, I said with some severity. For really, for this old humbug to hint that he had been the baboon who frightened the club at Maddenham, that he had been in the Inquisition at Valladolid, that under the name of D. Riz, as he called it, he had known the lovely Queen of Scots, was a little too much. Sir, then I said, you were speaking about Miss Bechamel. I really have no time to hear all of your biography. Faith, the good wine gets into my head. I should think so, the old topper. 4 bottles, all but 2 glasses. To return to poor Blanche. As I sat laughing, joking with her, she let slip a little word which filled me with dismay. Someone had told her a part of the secret which has been divulged scarce thrice in 3,000 years, the secret of the Freemasons. Do you know what happens to those uninitiated who learn that secret? To those wretched men, the initiate, who reveal it? As Pinto spoke to me, he looked through and through me with his horrible piercing glance, so that I sat quite uneasily on my bench. He continued, "Did I question her awake? I knew she would lie to me. Poor child! I loved her no less because I did not believe a word she said. I loved her blue eyes, her golden hair, her delicious voice, that was true in song, though when she spoke, false as ably. You are aware that I possess in rather a remarkable degree what we have agreed to call the mesmeric power. I set the unhappy girl to sleep. Then she was obliged to tell me all. It was as I had surmised. Goby de Mouchy, my wretched, besotted, miserable secretary, in his visits to the chateau of the Marquis de Bechamel, who was one of our society, had seen Blanche. I suppose it was because she had been warned that he was worthless, and poor, artful, and a coward, she loved him. She wormed out of the besotted wretch the secrets of our order. Did he tell you the number 1? I asked. She said yes. Did he, I further inquired, tell you the— "Oh, don't ask me, she said, writhing on the sofa, where she lay in the presence of the Marquis de Bechamel, her most unhappy father. Poor Bechamel, how pale he looked as I spoke. Did he tell you, I repeated with a dreadful calm, the number 2? She said yes. The poor old Marquis rose up, and clasping his hands, fell on his knees before Count Bah! I went by a different name then. What's in a name? That which ye call a rosy cushion by any other name will smell as sweet. Monsieur, he said, I am old, I am rich. I have 500,000 livres of rent in Picardy. I have half as much in Artois. I have 280,000 on the Grand Livre. I am promised by my sovereign a dukedom, and his orders with a reversion to my heir. I am a grandee of Spain of the first class, and Duke of Olovento. Take my titles, my ready money, my life, my honour, everything I have in the world, but don't ask the 3rd question." Godefroy de Bouillon, Comte de Bechamel, grandee of Spain and Prince of Olovento. In our assembly, what was the oath you swore? The old man writhed as he remembered its terrific purport. Though my heart was racked with agony, and I would have died, I cheerfully. Died indeed, as if that were a penalty. To spare yonder lovely child a pang, I said to her calmly, "Blanche de Bechamel, did Goby de Mouchy tell you secret number 3? She whispered a "oui" that was quite faint and small, but her poor father fell in convulsions at her feet. She died suddenly that night. Did I not tell you those who I love come to no good? When General Bonaparte crossed the Saint Bernard, he saw in the convent an old monk with a white beard, wandering about the corridors, cheerful and rather stout, but mad as a March hare. General, I said to him, did you ever see that face before? He had not. He had not mingled much with the higher classes of our society before the Revolution. I knew the poor old man well enough. He was the last of a noble race, and I loved his child. And did she die by— Man, did I say so? Did I whisper the secrets of Wem Gericht? I say she died that night, and he, the heartless, the villain, the betrayer. You saw him seated in yonder curiosity shop, by yonder guillotine, with his scoundrelly head in his lap. You saw how slight that instrument was. It was one of the first which Guillotine made, and which he showed to private friends in a hangar in the Rue Picpus, where he lived. The invention created some little conversation among scientific men at the time, though I remember a machine in Edinburgh of a very similar construction, 200, well, many years ago, and at the breakfast which Guillotine gave, he showed us the instrument, and much talk arose among us as to whether people suffered under it. And now I must tell you what befell the traitor who had caused all this suffering. Did he know that the poor child's death was a sentence? He felt a cowardly satisfaction that with her was gone the secret of his treason. And then he began to doubt. I had means to penetrate all his thoughts as well as to know his acts. Then he became a slave to horrible fear. He fled in abject terror to a convent. They still existed in Paris, and behind the walls of Jacobins the wretch thought himself secure. Poor fool! I had but to set one of my somnambulists to sleep. Her spirit went forth, and spied this shuddering wretch in his cell. She described the street, the gate, the convent, the very dress which he wore, and which you saw today. And now this is what happened. In his chamber in the Rue Saint-Honoré at Paris sat a man alone, a man who has been maligned, a man who has been called a knave and charlatan, a man who has been persecuted even to the death, it is said, in Roman inquisitions, forsooth, and elsewhere. Ha ha! A man who has a mighty will, and looking toward the Jacobins' convent, of which from his chamber he could see the spires and trees, this man willed, and it was not yet dawn, and he willed, and one who was lying in his cell in the convent of Jacobins, awake and shuddering with terror for a crime which he had committed, fell asleep. But though he was asleep, his eyes were open, and after tossing and writhing, and clinging to the pallet, and saying, "No, I will not go," he rose up, and donned his clothes, a grey coat, a vest of white pique, black satin small clothes, ribbed silk stockings, and a white stock with a steel buckle, and he arranged his hair, and he tied his queue, all the while being in that strange somnolence which walks, which moves, which flies sometimes, which sees, which is indifferent to pain, which obeys. And he put on his hat, and he went forth from his cell, and though the dawn was not yet, he trod the corridors as seeing them, and he passed into the cloister, and then into the garden where lie the ancient dead, and he came to the wicket, which Brother Jerome was opening just at the dawning, and the crowd was already waiting with their cans and bowls to receive the alms of the good brethren. And he passed through the crowd, and went on his way. And the few people then abroad who marked him said, "Tiens, how very odd he looks! He looks like a man walking in his sleep." This was said by various persons, by milkwomen with their cans and carts coming into the town, by roisterers who had been drinking at the taverns of the barrier, for it was Midland, by the sergeant of the watch, who eyed him sternly as he passed near their halberds. But he passed on, unmoved by their halberds, unmoved by the cries of the roisterers, by the market women coming with their milk and eggs. He walked through the Rue Saint-Honoré, I say, by the Rue Rambuteau, by the Rue Saint-Antoine, by the King's Chateau of the Bastille, by the Faubourg Saint-Antoine, and he came to number 29 in the Rue Picpus, a house which then stood between a court and garden. That is, there was a building of 1 story with a great coach door. Then there was a court, around which were stables, coach-houses, offices. Then there was a house, a 2-storied house with a perron in front. Behind the house was a garden of 250 French feet in length. And as 100 feet of France equal 106 feet of England, this garden, my friend, equaled exactly 265 feet of British measure. In the center of the garden was a fountain and a statue, or to speak more correctly, two statues. One was recumbent, a man. Over him, sabre in hand, stood a woman. The man was Holofernes, the woman was Judith. From the head, from the trunk, the water gushed. It was a taste of the doctor. Was it not a droll of taste? At the end of the garden was a doctor's cabinet of study. My faith, a singular cabinet, and singular pictures. Decapitation of Charles Ier at Whitehall, decapitation of Montrose at Edinburgh, decapitation of Cinq-Mars. When I tell you that he was a man of taste, charming. Through this garden, by these statues, up these stairs, went a pale figure of him who, the porter said, knew the way of the house. He did. Turning neither right nor left, he seemed to walk through the statues, the obstacles, the flower beds, the stairs, the doors, the tables, the chairs. In the corner of the room was that instrument which Guillotine had just invented and perfected. One day he was to lay his own head under his own axe. Peace be to his name. With him I deal not. In a frame of mahogany, neatly worked, was a board with a half circle in it, over which another board fitted. Above was a heavy axe, which fell, you know how. It was held up by a rope, and when this rope was untied or cut, the steel fell. To the story which I now have to relate, you may give credence or not, as you will. The sleeping man went up to that instrument. He laid his head in it, asleep. Asleep? He then took a little penknife out of the pocket of his white dimity waistcoat. He cut the rope, asleep. The axe descended on the head of the traitor and villain. The notch in it was made by the steel buckle of his stock, which was cut through. A strange legend has got abroad, that after the deed was done, the figure rose, took the hat from the basket, walked forth through the garden, and by the screaming porters at the gate, and went and laid itself down at the morgue. But for this I will not vouch, only of this be sure. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamed of in your philosophy. More and more the light peeps through the chinks. Soon, amidst music ravishing, the curtain will rise, and the glorious scene be displayed. Adieu. Remember me. Ah, 'tis dawn, Pinto said, and he was gone. I am ashamed to say that my first movement was to clutch the cheque which he had left with me, and which I was determined to present the very moment the bank opened. I know the importance of these things, and that men change of their minds sometimes. I sprang through the streets to the great banking house of Manasseh and Duke Street. It seemed to me as if I actually flew as I walked. As the clock struck 10, I was at the counter and laid down my cheque. The gentleman who received it, who was one of the Hebrew persuasion, as were the other 200 clerks of the establishment, having looked at the draft with terror in his countenance, then looked at me, then called to himself 2 of his fellow clerks, and queer it was to see all their aculine beaks over the paper. "Come, come," said I, "don't keep me here all day. Hand me over the money short, if you please." For I was, you see, a little alarmed, and so determined to assume some extra bluster. "Will you have the kindness to step into the parlour to the partners?" the clerk said, and I followed him. "What, again?" shrieked the bald-headed, red-whiskered gentleman whom I knew to be Mr. Manasseh. "Mr. Salatiel, this is too bad. Leave me with this gentleman, Ace," and the clerk disappeared. "Sir," he said, "I know how you came by this. The Count de Pinto gave it to you. It is too bad. I honour my parents, I honor their parents, I honor their bills. But this one of Grandma's is too bad. It is, upon my word, now. She've been dead these 35 years, and this last 4 months she has left a burial place and took to drawing on our house. It's too bad, Grandma, it is too bad. And he appealed to me, and tears actually trickled down to his nose. Is it a Countess Sidona's cheque or not? I asked, haughtily. But I tell you she's dead. It's a shame. It's a shame it is, Grandmamma. And he cried, and wiped his great nose in his yellow pocket handkerchief. Look here, will you take pounds instead of guineas? She's dead, I tell you. It's no go. Take the pounds, 1,000 pounds, 10 nice, neat, crisp, £100 notes, and go away with you, do. I will have my bond, sir, or nothing, I said, and I put on an attitude of resolution which I confess surprised even myself. Very well, he shrieked with many oaths. Then you shall have nothing. Ha ha! Nothing but a policeman. Mr. Abednego, call a policeman. Take that, you humbug and impostor. And here, with an abundance of frightful language, which I dare not repeat, the wealthy banker abused and defied me. Au bout du compte, what was I to do, if a banker did not choose to honour a cheque drawn by his dead grandmother? I began to wish I had my snuff-box back. I began to think I was a fool for changing that little old-fashioned gold with this slip of strange paper. Meanwhile, the banker had passed from his fit of anger to a paroxysm of despair. He seemed to be addressing some person invisible, but in the room. Look here, madam, you've really been coming here too strong. 100,000 in 6 months, and now 1,000 more. The house can't stand it. It won't stand it, I say. What? Oh, mercy, mercy. As he uttered these words, a hand fluttered over the table in the air. It was a female hand, that which I had seen the night before. That female hand took a pen from the green baize table, dipped it in a silver inkstand, and wrote on a quarter of a sheet of foolscap on the blocking book. How about the diamond robbery? If you do not pay, I will tell him where they are. What diamonds? What robbery? What was this mystery? That will never be ascertained, for the wretched man's demeanour instantly changed. Certainly, sir. Oh, certainly, he said, forcing a grin. How will you have the money, sir? All right, Mr. Abednego. This way out. I hope I shall often see you again, I said, on which I own poor Manasseh gave a dreadful grin and shot back into his parlour. I ran home, clutching the 10 delicious crisp £100, and the dear little 50 which made up the account. I flew through the streets again. I got to my chambers. I bolted the outer doors. I sank back in my great chair and slept. My first thing on waking was to feel for my money. Perdition! Where was I? Ah! On the table before me was my grandmother's snuff-box, and by its side one of those awful, those admirable sensation novels which I had been reading, and which are full of delicious wonder. But that a guillotine is still to be seen at Mr. Gale's number 47, High Holborn, I give you my honour. I suppose I was dreaming about it. I don't know. What is dreaming? What is life? Why shouldn't I sleep on the ceiling? And am I sitting on it now, or on the floor? I'm puzzled. But enough. If the fashion for sensation novels goes on, I tell you I will write 150 volumes. For the present, Dixie. But between ourselves, this Pinto, who fought at the Colosseum, was nearly being roasted by the Inquisition, and sang duets at Holyrood. I'm rather sorry to lose him after 3 little bits of roundabout papers. Et vous? End of The Notch on the Axe by William Makepeace Thackeray.
Bourgonef, Part 1 of the Lock and Key Library. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. The Lock and Key Library, edited by Julian Hawthorne. Bourgonef by Anonymous, Part 1. At a table d'hôte. At the close of February 1848, I was in Nuremberg. My original intention had been to pass a couple of days there on my way to Munich, that being, I thought, as much time as could reasonably be spared for so small a city, beckoned as my footsteps were to the Bavarian Athens, of whose glories of ancient art and German Renaissance I had formed expectations the most exaggerated, expectations fatal to any perfect enjoyment, and certain to be disappointed, however great the actual merit of Munich might be. But after 2 days at Nuremberg, I was so deeply interested in its antique sequestered life, the charms of which had not been deadened by previous anticipations, that I resolved to remain there until I had mastered every detail and knew the place by heart. I have a story to tell which will move amidst tragic circumstances of too engrossing a nature to be disturbed by archaeological interests, and shall not therefore minutely describe here what I observed in Nuremberg, although no adequate description of that wonderful city has yet fallen in my way. To readers unacquainted with this antique place, it will be enough to say that in it the old German life seems still to a great extent rescued from the all-devouring, all-equalizing tendencies of European civilization. The houses are either of the 15th and 16th centuries, or are constructed after those ancient models. The citizens have preserved much of the simple manners and customs of their ancestors. The hurrying feet of commerce and curiosity pass rapidly by, leaving it sequestered from the agitations and the turmoils of metropolitan existence. It is as quiet as a village. During my stay there rose in its quiet streets the startled echoes of horror at a crime unparalleled in its annals, which, gathering increased horror from the very peacefulness and serenity of the scene, arrested the attention and the sympathy in a degree seldom experienced. Before narrating that, it will be necessary to go back a little, that my own connection with it may be intelligible, especially in the fanciful weaving together of remote conjectures which strangely involved me in the story. The table d'hôte at the Bayerischer Hof had about 30 visitors, all, with one exception, of that local commonplace which escapes remark. Indeed, this may almost always be said of tables d'hôte, though there is a current belief which I cannot share of a table d'hôte being very delightful, of one being certain to meet pleasant people there. It may be so. For many years I believed it was so. The general verdict received my assent. I had never met those delightful people, but was always expecting to meet them. Hitherto they had been conspicuous by their absence. According to my experience in Spain, France, and Germany, such dinners had been dreary or noisy and vapid. If the guests were English, they were chillingly silent or surlily monosyllabic. To their neighbors they were frigid. Amongst each other they spoke in low undertones. And if the guests were foreigners, they were noisy, clattering, and chattering, foolish for the most part, and vivaciously commonplace. I don't know which made me feel most dreary. The predominance of my countrymen gave the dinner the gaiety of a funeral. The predominance of the Mossoo gave it the fatigue of got-up enthusiasm, of trivial expansiveness. To hear strangers imparting the scraps of erudition and connoisseurship which they had that morning gathered from their valets de place and guide-books, or describing the sights they had just seen to you, who either saw them yesterday or would see them tomorrow, could not be permanently attractive. My mind refuses to pasture on such food with gusto. I cannot be made to care what the Herr Baron's sentiments about Albrecht Dürer or Lucas Cranach may be. I can digest my rindfleisch without the aid of the commis voyageur's criticisms on Gothic architecture. this may be my misfortune. In spite of the Italian blood which I inherit, I am a shy man, shy as the purest Briton. But like other shy men, I make up in obstinacy what may be deficient in expansiveness. I can be frightened into silence, but I won't be dictated to. You might as well attempt the persuasive effect of your eloquence upon a snail who has withdrawn into his shell at your approach, and will not emerge till his confidence is restored. To be told that I must see this, and ought to go there, because my casual neighbor was charmed, has never presented itself to me as an adequate motive. From this you readily gather that I am severely taciturn at a table d'hôte. I refrain from joining in the delightful conversation which flies across the table, and know that my reticence is attributed to insular pride. It is really and truly nothing but impatience of commonplace. I thoroughly enjoy good talk, but ask yourself, what are the probabilities of hearing that rare thing in the casual assemblage of 40 or 50 people, not brought together by any natural affinities or interests, but thrown together by the accident of being in the same district, and in the same hotel? They are not 40 feeding like one, but like 40. They have no community except the community of commonplace. No, tables d'hôte are not delightful, and do not gather interesting people together. Such has been my extensive experience. But this at Nuremberg is a conspicuous exception. At that table there was one guest who, on various grounds, personal and incidental, remains the most memorable man I ever met. From the first, he riveted my attention in an unusual degree. He had not as yet induced me to emerge from my habitual reserve, for, in truth, although he riveted my attention, he inspired me with a strange feeling of repulsion. I could scarcely keep my eyes from him, yet, except the formal bow on sitting down and rising from the table, I had interchanged no sign of fellowship with him. He was a young Russian named Burgoneff, as I at once learned, rather handsome, and peculiarly arresting to the eye, partly from an air of settled melancholy, especially in his smile, the amiability of which seemed breaking from under clouds of grief, and still more so from the mute appeal to sympathy in the empty sleeve of his right arm, which was looped to the breast-button of his coat. His eyes were large and soft. He had no beard or whisker, and only delicate mustaches. The sorrow, quiet but profound, the amiable smile and the lost arm, were appealing details which at once arrested attention and excited sympathy. But to me this sympathy was mingled with a vague repulsion, occasioned by a certain falseness in the amiable smile, and a furtiveness in the eyes, which I saw, or fancied, and which, with an inexplicable reserve, forming, as it were, the impregnable citadel in the centre of his outwardly polite and engaging manner, gave me something of that vague impression which we express by the words instinctive antipathy. It was, when calmly considered, eminently absurd to see one so young, and by his conversation so highly cultured and intelligent, condemned to early helplessness, his food cut up for him by a servant as if he were a child, naturally engaged pity, and on the first day I cudgelled my brains during the greater part of dinner in the effort to account for his lost arm. He was obviously not a military man. The unmistakable look and stoop of a student told that plainly enough. Nor was the loss one dating from early life. He used his left arm too awkwardly for the event not to have had a recent date. Had it anything to do with his melancholy? Here was a topic for my vagabond imagination, and endless were the romances woven by it during my silent dinner. For the reader must be told of one peculiarity in me, because to it much of the strange complications of my story are due, complications into which a mind less active in weaving imaginary hypotheses to interpret casual and trifling facts would never have been drawn. From my childhood I have been the victim of my constructive imagination, which has led me into many mistakes and some scrapes, because, instead of contenting myself with plain, obvious evidence, I have allowed myself to frame hypothetical interpretations, which, to acts simple in themselves, and explicable on ordinary motives, render the simple-seeming acts portentous. With bitter pangs of self-reproach, I have at times discovered that a long and plausible history constructed by me, relating to personal friends, has crumpled into a ruin of absurdity by the disclosure of the primary misconception on which the whole history was based. I have gone, let us say, on the supposition that two people were secretly lovers. On this supposition my imagination has constructed a whole scheme to explain certain acts, and one fine day I have discovered indubitably that the supposed lovers were not lovers, but confidants of their passions in other directions, and of course all my conjectures have been utterly false. The secret flush of shame at failure has not, however, prevented my falling into similar mistakes immediately after. When, therefore, I hereafter speak of my constructive imagination, the reader will know to what I am alluding. It was already busy with Bourgonef. To it must be added that vague repulsion previously mentioned. This feeling abated on the second day, but, although lessened, it remained powerful enough to prevent my speaking to him. Whether it would have continued to abate until it disappeared, as such antipathies often disappear, under the familiarities of prolonged intercourse, without any immediate appeal to my amour-propre, I know not. But every reflective mind, conscious of being accessible to antipathies, will remember that one certain method of stifling them is for the object to make some appeal to our interest or our vanity. In the engagement of these more powerful feelings, the antipathy is quickly strangled. At any rate, it is so in my case, and was so now. On the third day, the conversation at table happening to turn, as it often turned, upon St. Sebaldus Church, a young Frenchman, who was criticizing its architecture with fluent dogmatism, drew Bourgonef into the discussion, and thereby elicited such a display of accurate and extensive knowledge, no less than delicacy of appreciation, that we were all listening spellbound. In the midst of this triumphant exposition, the irritated vanity of the Frenchman could do nothing to regain his position, but oppose a flat denial to a historical statement made by Bourgonef, backing his denial by the confident assertion that all the competent authorities held with him. At this point Bourgonef appealed to me, and in that tone of deference so exquisitely flattering from one we already know to be superior, he requested my decision, observing that, from the manner in which he had seen me examine the details of the architecture, he could not be mistaken in his confidence that I was a connoisseur. All eyes were turned upon me. As a shy man, this made me blush. As a vain man, the blush was accompanied with delight. It might easily have happened that such an appeal, acting at once upon shyness and ignorance, would have inflamed my wrath, but the appeal happening to be directed on a point which I had recently investigated and thoroughly mastered, I was flattered at the opportunity of a victorious display. The pleasure of my triumph diffused itself over my feelings towards him who had been the occasion of it. The Frenchman was silenced. The general verdict of the company was too obviously on our side. From this time the conversation continued between Bourgonef and myself, and he not only succeeded in entirely dissipating my absurd antipathy, which I now saw to have been founded on purely imaginary grounds, for neither the falseness nor the furtiveness could now be detected, but he succeeded in captivating all my sympathy. Long after dinner was over and the salle empty, we sat smoking our cigars and discussing politics, literature, and art in that suggestive, desultory manner which often gives charm to casual acquaintances. It was a stirring epoch, that of February 1848. The Revolution, at first so hopeful, and soon to manifest itself in failure so disastrous, was hurrying on to an outburst. France had been for many months agitated by cries of electoral reform, and by indignation at the corruption and scandals in high places. The Praslin murder and the dishonor of Monsieur Teste, terminated by suicide, had been interpreted as signs of the coming destruction. The political banquets given in various important cities had been occasions for inflaming the public mind, and to the far-seeing these banquets were interpreted as the sounds of the tocsin. Louis-Philippe had become odious to France and contemptible to Europe. Guizot and Duchatel, the ministers of that day, although backed by a parliamentary majority on which they blindly relied, were unpopular, and were regarded as infatuated even by their admirers in Europe. The Spanish marriages had all but led to a war with England. The opposition, headed by Thiers and Odillon Barrot, was strengthened by united action with the Republican party, headed by Ledru-Rollin, Marat, Flocon, and Louis Blanc. Bourgonef was an ardent Republican. So was I, but my color was of a different shade from his. He belonged to the Reds. My own dominant tendencies being artistic and literary, my dream was of a republic in which intelligence would be the archon or ruler, and of course in such a republic, art and literature as the highest manifestation of mind would have the supreme direction. Do you smile, reader? I smile now, but it was serious earnest with me then. It is unnecessary to say more on this point. I have said so much to render intelligible the stray link of communion which riveted the charm of my new acquaintance's conversation. There was both agreement enough and difference enough in our views to render our society mutually fascinating. On retiring to my room that afternoon, I could not help laughing at my absurd antipathy against Bourgonef. All his remarks had disclosed a generous, ardent, and refined nature, while my antipathy had specially fastened upon a certain falseness in his smile, a falseness the more poignantly hideous if it were falseness, because, hidden amidst the wreaths of amiability, my delight in his conversation had specially justified itself by the truthfulness of his mode of looking at things. He seemed to be sincerity itself. There was indeed a certain central reserve, but that might only be an integrity of pride, or it might be connected with painful circumstances in his history, of which the melancholy in his face was the outward sign. That very evening my constructive imagination was furnished with a detail on which it was soon to be actively set to work. I had been rambling about the old fortifications, and was returning at nightfall through the old archway near Albert Dürer's house, when a man passed by me. We looked at each other in that automatic way in which men look when they meet in narrow places, and I felt, so to speak, a start of recognition in the eyes of the man who passed. Nothing else, in features or gestures, betrayed recognition or surprise. But although there was only that, it flashed from his eyes to mine like an electric shock. He passed. I looked back. He continued his way without turning. The face was certainly known to me, but it floated in a mist of confused memories. I walked on slowly, pestering my memory with fruitless calls upon it, hopelessly trying to recover the place where I could have seen the stranger before. In vain, memory traveled over Europe in concert rooms, theaters, shops, and railway carriages. I could not recall the occasion on which those eyes had previously met mine. That they had met them, I had no doubt. I went to bed with the riddle undiscovered. Chapter 2. The Echoes of Murder. Next morning, Nuremberg was agitated with a horror such as can seldom have disturbed its quiet. A young and lovely girl had been murdered. Her corpse was discovered at daybreak under the archway leading to the old fortifications. She had been stabbed to the heart. No other signs of violence were visible. No robbery had been attempted. In great cities, necessarily great centers of crime, we daily hear of murders. Their frequency and remoteness leave us undisturbed. Our sympathies can only be deeply moved either by some scenic peculiarities investing the crime with unusual romance or unusual atrocity, or else by the more immediate appeal of direct neighborly interest. The murder which is read of in the Times as having occurred in Westminster has seldom any special horror to the inhabitants of Islington or Oxford Street, but to the inhabitants of Westminster, and especially to the inhabitants of the particular street in which it was perpetrated, the crime assumes heart-shaking proportions. Every detail is asked for, and every surmise listened to with feverish eagerness is repeated and diffused through the crowd with growing interest. The family of the victim, the antecedents of the assassin, if he is known, or the conjectures pointing to the unknown assassin, are eagerly discussed. All the trivial details of household care or domestic fortunes, all the items of personal gossip, become invested with a solemn and affecting interest. Pity for the victim and survivors mingle and alternate with fierce cries for vengeance on the guilty. The whole street becomes one family, commingled by an energetic sympathy, united by one common feeling of compassion and wrath. In villages and in cities so small as Nuremberg, the same community of feeling is manifested. The town became as one street. The horror spread like a conflagration. The sympathy surged and swelled like a tide. Everyone felt a personal interest in the event, as if the murder had been committed at his own door. Never shall I forget that wail of passionate pity and that cry for the vengeance of justice which arose from all sides of the startled city. Never shall I forget the hurry, the agitation, the feverish restlessness, the universal communicativeness, the volunteered services, the eager suggestion surging round the house of the unhappy parents. Herr Lehfeldt, the father of the unhappy girl, was a respected burgher known to almost everyone. His mercer's shop was the leading one of the city. A worthy, pious man, somewhat strict, but of irreproachable character, his virtues, no less than those of his wife and of his only daughter Lieschen, now, alas, forever snatched from their yearning eyes, were canvassed everywhere, and served to intensify the general grief. That such a calamity should have fallen on a household so estimable seemed to add fuel to the people's wrath. Poor Lieschen, her pretty, playful ways, her opening prospects as the only daughter of parents so well-to-do and so kind, her youth and abounding life, these were detailed with impassioned fervor by friends, and repeated by strangers who caught the tone of friends, as if they too had known and loved her. But amidst the surging uproar of this sea of many voices, no one clear voice of direction could be heard, no clue given to the clamorous bloodhounds to run down the assassin. Cries had been heard in the streets that night at various parts of the town, which, although then interpreted as the quarrels of drunken brawlers and the conflicts of cats, were now confidently asserted to have proceeded from the unhappy girl in her death struggle. But none of these cries had been heard in the immediate neighborhood of the archway. All the inhabitants of that part of the town agreed that in their waking hours the streets had been perfectly still, nor were there any traces visible of a struggle having taken place. Lieschen might have been murdered elsewhere, and her corpse quietly deposited where it was found, as far as any evidence went. Wild and vague were the conjectures. All were baffled in the attempt to give them a definite direction. The crime was apparently prompted by revenge, certainly not by lust or a desire of money. But she was not known to stand in anyone's way. In this utter blank as to the assignable motive, I, perhaps alone among the furious crowd, had a distinct suspicion of the assassin. No sooner had the news reached me than with the specification of the theater of the crime, there at once flashed upon me the intellectual vision of the criminal. The stranger with a dark beard and startled eyes stood confessed before me. I held my breath for a few moments, and then there came a tide of objections rushing over my mind, revealing the inadequacy of the grounds on which rested my suspicions. What were the grounds? I had seen a man in a particular spot, not an unfrequented spot, on the evening of the night when the crime had been committed there. That man had seemed to recognize me and wished to avoid being recognized. Obviously, these grounds were too slender to bear any weight of construction such as I had based on them. Mere presence on the spot could no more inculpate him than it could inculpate me. If I had met him there, equally he had met me there. Nor even if my suspicion were correct that he knew me and refused to recognize me, could that be any argument tending to criminate him in an affair wholly disconnected with me. Besides, he was walking peaceably, openly, and he looked like a gentleman. All these objections pressed themselves upon me and kept me silent. But in spite of their force, I could not prevent the suspicion from continually arising. Ashamed to mention it, because it may have sounded too absurd, I could not prevent my constructive imagination indulging in its vagaries, and with this secret conviction I resolved to await events, and in case suspicion from other quarters should ever designate the probable assassin, I might then come forward with my bit of corroborative evidence, should the suspected assassin be the stranger of the archway. By 12 o'clock a new direction was given to rumor. Hitherto the stories, when carefully sifted of all exaggerations of flying conjecture, had settled themselves into something like this. The Leyfelds had retired to rest at 10:15, as was their custom. They had seen Lieschen go into her bedroom for the night, and had themselves gone to sleep with unclouded minds. From this peaceful security they were startled early in the morning by the appalling news of the calamity which had fallen on them. Incredulous at first, as well they might be, and incapable of believing in a ruin so unexpected and so overwhelming, they imagined some mistake, asserting that Lieschen was in her own room. Into that room they rushed, and there the undisturbed bed and the open window, but a few feet from the garden, silently and pathetically disclosed the fatal truth. The bereaved parents turned a revealing look upon each other's whitened faces, and then slowly retired from the room, followed in affecting silence by the others. Back into their own room they went. The father knelt beside the bed, and sobbing, prayed. The mother sat staring with a stupefied stare, her lips faintly moving. In a short while the flood of grief, awakened to a thorough consciousness, burst from their laboring hearts. When the first paroxysms were over they questioned others, and gave incoherent replies to the questions addressed to them. From all which it resulted that Lieschen's absence, though obviously voluntary, was wholly inexplicable to them, and no clue whatever could be given as to the motives of the crime. When these details became known, conjecture naturally interpreted Lieschen's absence at night as an assignation. But with whom? She was not known to have a lover. Her father, on being questioned, passionately affirmed that she had none. She loved no one but her parents, poor child. Her mother, on being questioned, told the same story, adding, however, that about 17 months before she had fancied that Lieschen was a little disposed to favor Franz Kerkel, their shopman, but on being spoken to on the subject with some seriousness, and warned of the distance between them, she had laughed heartily at the idea, and since then had treated Franz with so much indifference that only a week ago she had drawn from her mother a reproof on the subject. "I told her Franz was a good lad, though not good enough for her, and that she ought to treat him kindly. But she said my lecture had given her an alarm, lest Franz should have got the same maggot into his head." This was the story now passing through the curious crowds in every street. After hearing it, I had turned into a tobacconist's in the Adlergasse to restock my cigar case, and found there, as everywhere, a group discussing the one topic of the hour. Herr Fischer, the tobacconist, with a long porcelain pipe pendant from his screwed-up lips, was solemnly listening to the particulars volubly communicated by a stout Bavarian priest, while behind the counter in a corner, swiftly knitting, sat his wife, her black bead-like eyes also fixed on the orator. Of course I was dragged into the conversation. Instead of attending to commercial interests, they looked upon me as the possible bearer of fresh news. Nor was it without a secret satisfaction that I found I could gratify them in that respect. They had not heard of Franz Kerkel in the matter. No sooner had I told what I had heard than the knitting needles of the vivacious little woman were at once suspended. "Ach je!" she exclaimed. "I see it all. He's the wretch." "Who?" we all simultaneously inquired. "Who? Why, Kerkel, of course. If she changed and treated him with indifference, it was because she loved him, and he has murdered the poor thing." "How you run on, wife!" remonstrated Fisher, while the priest shook a dubious head. "I tell you it is so. I'm positive." "If she loved him." "She did, I tell you. Trust a woman for seeing through such things." "Well, say she did," continued Fisher, "and I won't deny that it may be so. But then that makes against the idea of his having done her any harm." "Don't tell me," retorted the convinced woman. "She loved him. She went out to meet him in secret, and he murdered her. The villain did. I'm as sure of it as if these eyes had seen him do it." The husband winked at us as much as to say, "You hear these women," and the priest and I endeavored to reason her out of her illogical position. But she was immovable. Kerkel had murdered her. She knew it. She couldn't tell why, but she knew it. Perhaps he was jealous, who knows? At any rate, he ought to be arrested. And by 12 o'clock, as I said, a new rumor ran through the crowd, which seemed to confirm the little woman in her rash logic. Kerkel had been arrested, and a waistcoat stained with blood had been found in his room. By 12:30, the rumor ran that he had confessed the crime. This, however, proved on inquiry to be the hasty anticipation of public indignation. He had been arrested, the waistcoat had been found, so much was authentic, and the suspicions gathered ominously over him. When first Frau Fischer had started the suggestion, it flew like wildfire. Then people suddenly noticed, as very surprising, that Kerkel had not that day made his appearance at the shop. His absence had not been noticed in the tumult of grief and inquiry, but it became suddenly invested with a dreadful significance, now that it was rumored that he had been Lieschen's lover. Of all men he would be the most affected by the tragic news. Of all men he would have been the first to tender sympathy and aid to the afflicted parents, and the most clamorous in the search for the undiscovered culprit. Yet while all Nuremberg was crowding round the house of sorrow, which was also his house of business, he alone remained away. This naturally pointed suspicion at him. When the messengers had gone to seek him, his mother refused them admission, declaring in incoherent phrases, betraying great agitation, that her son was gone distracted with grief and could see no one. On this it was determined to order his arrest. The police went, the house was searched, and the waistcoat found. The testimony of the girl who lived as a servant in Kerkel's house was also criminatory. She deposed that on the night in question she awoke about 11:30 with a violent toothache. She was certain as to the hour, because she heard the clock afterwards strike 12. She felt some alarm at hearing voices in rooms at an hour when her mistress and young master must long ago have gone to bed, but as the voices were seemingly in quiet conversation, her alarm subsided, and she concluded that instead of having gone to bed, her mistress was still up. In her pain she heard the door gently open, and then she heard footsteps in the garden. This surprised her very much. She couldn't think what the young master could want going out at that hour. She became terrified without knowing exactly at what. Fear quite drove away the toothache, which had not since returned. After lying there quaking for some time, again she heard footsteps in the garden. The door opened and closed gently. Voices were heard, and she at last distinctly heard her mistress say, "Be a man, Franz. Good night. Sleep well." Upon which Franz replied in a tone of great agony, "There's no chance of sleep for me." Then all was silent. Next morning her mistress seemed very queer. Her young master went out very early, but soon came back again, and there were dreadful scenes going on in his room, as she heard, but she didn't know what it was all about. She heard of the murder from a neighbor, but never thought of its having any particular interest for Mr. Franz, though, of course, he would be very sorry for the Lehfelds. The facts testified to by the servant, especially the going out at that late hour, and the dreadful scenes of the morning, seemed to bear but one interpretation. Moreover, she identified the waistcoat as the one worn by Franz on the day preceding the fatal night. Chapter 3. The Accused. Now at last the pent-up wrath found a vent. From the distracting condition of wandering, uncertain suspicion, it had been recalled into the glad security of individual hate. Although up to this time Kerkel had borne an exemplary reputation, it was now remembered that he had always been of a morose and violent temper, a hypocrite in religion, a selfish sensualist. Several sagacious critics had long seen through him. Others had never liked him. Others had wondered how it was he kept his place so long in Lehfeldt's shop. Poor fellow! His life and actions, like those of everyone else when illuminated by a light thrown back upon them, seemed so conspicuously despicable, although when illuminated by their own light they had seemed innocent enough. His mother's frantic protestations of her son's innocence, her assertions that Franz loved Lieschen more than his own soul, only served to envelop her in the silent accusation of being an accomplice, or at least of being an accessory after the fact. I cannot say why it was, but I did not share the universal belief. The logic seemed to me forced, the evidence trivial. On first hearing of Kerkel's arrest, I eagerly questioned my informant respecting his personal appearance, and on hearing that he was fair, with blue eyes and flaxen hair, my conviction of his innocence was fixed. Looking back on these days, I am often amused at this characteristic of my constructive imagination. While rejecting the disjointed logic of the mob which interpreted his guilt, I was myself deluded by a logic infinitely less rational. Had Kerkel been dark, with dark eyes and beard, I should probably have sworn to his guilt, simply because the idea of that stranger had firmly fixed itself in my mind. All that afternoon and all the next day the busy hum of voices was raised by the one topic of commanding interest. Kerkel had been examined. He at once admitted that a secret betrothal had for some time existed between him and Lieschen. They had been led to take this improper step by fear of her parents, who, had the attachment been discovered, would, it was thought, have separated them forever. Herr Lehfeldt's sternness, no less than his superior position, seemed an invincible obstacle, and the good mother, although doting upon her only daughter, was led by the very intensity of her affection to form ambitious hopes of her daughter's future. It was barely possible that some turn in events might one day yield an opening for their consent, but meanwhile prudence dictated secrecy in order to avert the most pressing danger, that of separation. And so the pretty Lieschen, with feminine instinct of ruse, had affected to treat her lover with indifference, and to compensate him and herself for this restraint, she had been in the habit of escaping from home once or twice a week, and spending a delicious hour or two at night in the company of her lover and his mother. Kerkel and his mother lived in a cottage a little way outside of the town. Lehfeldt's shop stood not many yards from the archway. Now, as in Nuremberg, no one was abroad after 10 o'clock, except a few loungers at the cafes and beer-houses, and these were only to be met inside the town, not outside it, Lieschen ran extremely little risk of being observed in her rapid transit from her father's to her lover's house. Nor, indeed, had she ever met anyone in the course of these visits. On the fatal night, Lieschen was expected at the cottage. Mother and son waited at first hopefully, then anxiously, at last with some vague uneasiness at her non-appearance. It was now 11:15, nearly an hour later than her usual time. They occasionally went to the door to look for her. Then they walked a few yards down the road as if to catch an earlier glimpse of her advancing steps. But in vain. The half-hour struck. They came back into the cottage, discussing the various probabilities of delay. 3/4 struck. Perhaps she had been detected. Perhaps she was ill. Perhaps... But this was his mother's suggestion, and took little hold of him. There had been visitors who had stayed later than usual, and Lieschen, finding the night so advanced, had postponed her visit to the morrow. Franz, who interpreted Lieschen's feelings by his own, was assured that no postponement of a voluntary kind was credible of her. 12 o'clock struck. Again Franz went out into the road, and walked nearly up to the archway. He returned with a heavy sadness and foreboding at his heart, reluctantly admitting that now all hope of seeing her that night was over. That night? Poor, sorrowing heart! The night was to be eternal. The anguish of the desolate nevermore was awaiting him. There is something intensely pathetic in being thus, as it were, spectators of a tragic drama which is being acted on 2 separate stages at once. The dreadful link of connection, which is unseen to the separate actors, being only too vividly seen by the spectators. It was with some interest that I, who believed in Kerkel's innocence, heard this story, and in imagination followed its unfolding stage. He went to bed, not, as may be expected, to sleep, tossing restlessly in feverish agitation, conjuring up many imaginary terrors, but all of them trifles compared with the dread reality which he was so soon to face. He pictured her weeping, and she was lying dead on the cold pavement of the dark archway. He saw her in agitated eloquence, pleading with offended parents, and she was removed forever from all agitations, with the peace of death upon her young face. At an early hour he started, that he might put an end to his suspense. He had not yet reached the archway before the shattering news burst upon him. From that moment he remembered nothing, but his mother described his ghastly agitation as, throwing himself upon her neck, he told her through dreadful sobs the calamity which had fallen. She did her best to comfort him, but he grew wilder and wilder, and rolled upon the ground in the agony of an immeasurable despair. She trembled for his reason and his life, and when the messengers came to seek him, she spoke but the simple truth in saying that he was like one distracted. No sooner had a glimpse of light dawned on him, that some vague suspicion rested on him in reference to the murder, than he started up, flung away his agitation, and with a calmness which was awful, answered every question, and seemed nerved for every trial. From that moment not a sob escaped him until, in the narrative of the night's events, he came to that part which told of the sudden disclosure of his bereavement. And the simple, straightforward manner in which he told his tale, with a face entirely bloodless, and eyes that seemed to have withdrawn all their light inwards, made a great impression on the audience, which was heightened into sympathy when the final sob, breaking through the forced calmness, told of the agony which was eating its fiery way through the heart. The story was not only plausible in itself, but accurately tallied with what before had seemed like the criminating evidence of the maid, tallied, moreover, precisely as to time, which would hardly have been the case had the story been an invention. As to the waistcoat which had figured so conspicuously in all the rumors, it appeared that suspicion had monstrously exaggerated the facts. Instead of a waistcoat plashed with blood, as popular imagination pictured it, it was a gray waistcoat, with one spot and a slight smear of blood, which admitted of a very simple explanation. 3 days before, Franz had cut his left hand in cutting some bread, and to this the maid testified, because she was present when the accident occurred. He had not noticed that his waistcoat was marked by it until the next day, and had forgotten to wash out the stains. People outside shook skeptical heads at this story of the cut hand. The bloody waistcoat was not to be disposed of in that easy way. It had fixed itself too strongly in their imagination. Indeed, my belief is that even could they have seen the waistcoat, its insignificant marks would have appeared murderous patches to their eyes. I had seen it, and my report was listened to with ill-concealed disbelief, when not with open protestation. And when Kerkel was discharged as free from all suspicion, there was a low growl of disappointed wrath heard from numerous groups. This may sympathetically be understood by whomsoever remembers the painful uneasiness of the mind under a great stress of excitement with no definite issue. The lust for a vengeance, demanded by the aroused sensibilities of compassion, makes men credulous in their impatience. They easily believe anyone is guilty because they feel an imperious need for fastening the guilt upon some definite head. Few verdicts of not guilty are well received, unless another victim is at hand upon whom the verdict of guilty is likely to fall. It was demonstrable to all judicial minds that Kerkel was wholly, pathetically innocent. In a few days this gradually became clear to the majority, but at first it was resisted as an attempt to balk justice, and to the last there were some obstinate doubters who shook their heads mysteriously and said, with certain incisiveness, "Somebody must have done it. I should very much like to know who." Suspicion once more was drifting aimlessly. None had pointed in any new direction. No mention of anyone whom I could identify with the stranger had yet been made, but, although silent on the subject, I kept firm in my conviction, and I sometimes laughed at the pertinacity with which I scrutinized the face of every man I met, if he happened to have a black beard, and as black beards are excessively common, my curiosity, though never gratified, was never allowed repose. Meanwhile, Lieschen's funeral had been emphatically a public mourning. Nay, so great was the emotion that it almost deadened the interest which otherwise would have been so powerful in the news now daily reaching us from Paris. Blood had flowed upon her streets in consequence of that pistol shot, which, either by accident or criminal intent, had converted the demonstration before the hotel of the Minister of Foreign Affairs into an insurrection. Paris had risen, barricades were erected, the troops were under arms. This was agitating news. Such is the solidarity of all European nations, and so quick are all to vibrate in unison with the vibrations of each, that events like those transacted in Paris necessarily stirred every city, no matter how remote, nor politically how secure. And it says much for the intense interest excited by the Lehfeld tragedy that Nuremberg was capable of sustaining that interest even amid the tremendous pressure of the February Revolution. It is true that Nuremberg is at all times somewhat sequestered from the great movements of the day, following slowly in the rear of great waves. It is true, moreover, that some politicians showed remarkable eagerness in canvassing the characters and hopes of Louis-Philippe and Guizot. But although such events would at another period have formed the universal interest, the impenetrable mystery hanging over Lieschen's death threw the revolution into the background of their thoughts. If when a storm is raging over the dreary moorland, a human cry of suffering is heard at the door, at once the thunders and the tumult sink into insignificance, and are not even heard by the ear which is pierced with the feeble human voice. The grandeurs of storm and tempest, the uproar of surging seas, the clamorous wail of sea-birds amid the volleying artillery of heaven, in vain assail the ear that has once caught even the distant cry of a human agony, or serve only as scenical accompaniments to the tragedy which is foreshadowed by that cry. And so it was amid the uproar of 1848. A kingdom was in convulsions. But here at our door a young girl had been murdered, and 2 hearths made desolate. Rumors continued to fly about. The assassin was always about to be discovered, but he remained shrouded in impenetrable darkness. A remark made by Bourgonef struck me much. Our host, zum Bayerischen Hof, one day announced with great satisfaction that he himself heard from the syndic that the police were on the traces of the assassin. "I'm sorry to hear it," said Bourgonef. The guests paused from eating and looked at him with astonishment. "It is a proof," he added, "that even the police now give it up as hopeless. I always notice that whenever the police are said to be on the traces, the malefactor is never tracked. When they are on his traces, they wisely say nothing about it. They allow it to be believed that they are baffled in order to lull their victim into a dangerous security. When they know themselves to be baffled, there is no danger in quieting the public mind, and saving their own credit by announcing that they are about to be successful." End of Bourgonef, Part 1. Bourgonef, Part 2 of the Lock and Key Library. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret S. Bayat. The Lock and Key Library, edited by Julian Hawthorne. Bourgonef by Anonymous, Part 2. Chapter 4. A Discovery. Bourgonef's remark had been but too sagacious. The police were hopelessly baffled. In all such cases, possible success depends upon the initial suggestion either of a motive which leads to a suspicion of the person, or of some person which leads to a suspicion of the motive. Once set suspicion on the right track, and evidence is suddenly alight in all quarters. But unhappily, in the present case, there was no assignable motive, no shadow darkening any person. An episode now came to our knowledge in which Bourgonef manifested an unusual depth of interest. I was led to notice this interest because it had seemed to me that in the crime itself, and the discussions which arose out of it, he shared but little of the universal excitement. I do not mean that he was indifferent, by no means, but the horror of the crime did not seem to fascinate his imagination as it fascinated ours. He could talk quite as readily of other things, and far more readily of the French affairs. But on the contrary, in this new episode he showed peculiar interest. It appeared that Lehfeld, moved, perhaps, partly by a sense of the injustice which had been done to Kerkel in even suspecting him of the crime, and in submitting him to an examination more poignantly affecting to him under such circumstances than a public trial would have been under others, and moved partly by the sense that Lieschen's love had practically drawn Kerkel within the family, for her choice of him as a husband had made him morally, if not legally, a son-in-law, and moved partly by the sense of loneliness which had now settled on their childless home, Lehfeld had in the most pathetic and considerate terms begged Kerkel to take the place of his adopted son, and become joint partner with him in the business. This, however, Kerkel had gently yet firmly declined. He averred that he felt no injury, though great pain had been inflicted on him by the examination. He himself, in such a case, would not have shrunk from demanding that his own brother should be tried under suspicions of similar urgency. It was simple justice that all who were suspected should be examined, justice also to them that they might forever clear themselves of doubtful appearances. But for the rest, while he felt his old affectionate respect for his master, he could recognize no claim to be removed from his present position. Had she lived, said the heartbroken youth, he would gladly have consented to accept any fortune which her love might bestow, because he felt that his own love and the devotion of a life might repay it. But there was nothing now that he could give in exchange. For his services he was amply paid. His feelings towards Lieschen's parents must continue what they had ever been. In vain Lehfeld pleaded. In vain many friends argued. Franz remained respectfully firm in his refusal. This, as I said, interested Bourgonef immensely. He seemed to enter completely into the minds of the sorrowing, pleading parents and the sorrowing, denying lover. He appreciated and expounded their motives with a subtlety and delicacy of perception which surprised and delighted me. It showed the refinement of his moral nature, but at the same time it rendered his minor degree of interest in the other aspects of the story, those which had a more direct and overpowering appeal to the heart, a greater paradox. Human nature is troubled in the presence of all mystery which has not by long familiarity lost its power of soliciting attention, and for my own part I have always been uneasy in the presence of moral problems. Puzzled by the contradictions which I noticed in Bourgonef, I tried to discover whether he had any general repugnance to stories of crimes, or any special repugnance to murders, or finally any strange repugnance to this particular case now everywhere discussed. And is it not a little remarkable that during 3 separate interviews, in the course of which I severally and as I thought artfully introduced these topics, making them seem to arise naturally out of the suggestion of our talk, I totally failed to arrive at any distinct conclusion. I was afraid to put the direct question, "Do you not share the common feeling of interest in criminal stories?" This question would doubtless have elicited a categorical reply, but somehow the consciousness of an arrière-pensée made me shrink from putting such a question. Reflecting on this indifference on a special point, and on the numerous manifestations I had noticed of his sensibility, I came at last to the conclusion that he must be a man of tender heart, whose delicate sensibilities easily shrank from the horrible under every form, and no more permitted him to dwell unnecessarily upon painful facts than they permit imaginative minds to dwell on the details of an operation. I had not long settled this in my mind before an accident suddenly threw a lurid light upon many details noticed previously, and painfully revived that inexplicable repulsion with which I had at first regarded him. A new suspicion filled my mind, or rather, let me say, a distinct shape was impressed upon many fluctuating suspicions. It scarcely admitted of argument, and at times seemed preposterous. Nevertheless, it persisted. The mind which in broad daylight assents to all that can be alleged against the absurdities of the belief in apparitions will often acknowledge the dim terrors of darkness and loneliness, terrors at possibilities of supernatural visitations. In like manner, in the clear daylight of reason, I could see the absurdity of my suspicion, but the vague stirrings of feeling remained unsilenced. I was haunted by the dim horrors of a possibility. Thus it arose. We were both going to Munich, and Bourgonef had shortened his contemplated stay at Nuremberg that he might have the pleasure of accompanying me, adding also that he too should be glad to reach Munich, not only for its art, but for its greater command of papers and intelligence respecting what was then going on in France. On the night preceding the morning of our departure, I was seated in his room, smoking and discussing as usual, while Ivan, his servant, packed up his things in 2 large portmanteaus. Ivan was a serf who spoke no word of any language but his own. Although of a brutal, almost idiotic type, he was loudly eulogized by his master as the model of fidelity and usefulness. Bourgonef treated him with gentleness, though with a certain imperiousness, much as one might treat a savage mastiff which it was necessary to dominate without exasperating. He more than once spoke of Ivan as a living satire on physiognomists and phrenologists, and as I am a phrenologist, I listened with some incredulity. "Look at him," he would say. "Observe the low retreating brow, the flat face, the surly mouth, the broad base of the head, and the huge bull-like neck. Would not anyone say Ivan was as destructive as a panther, as tenacious as a bulldog, as brutal as a bull? Yet he is the gentlest of sluggish creatures, and as tender-hearted as a girl. That thick-set muscular frame shrouds a hare's heart. He is so faithful and so attached that I believe for me he would risk his life, but on no account could you get him to place himself in danger on his own account. Part of his love for me is gratitude for having rescued him from the conscription. The dangers incident to a military life had no charm for him. Now, although Bourgonef, who was not a phrenologist, might be convinced of the absence of ferocious instincts in Ivan, to me as a phrenologist the statement was eminently incredible. All the appearances of his manner were such as to confirm his master's opinion. He was quiet, even tender in his attentions, but the tyrannous influence of ideas and physical impressions cannot be set aside, and no evidence would permanently have kept down my distrust of this man. When women shriek at the sight of a gun, it is vain that you solemnly assure them that the gun is not loaded. "I don't know," they reply. "At any rate, I don't like it." It was much in this attitude with regard to Ivan. He might be harmless. I didn't know that. What I did know was that I didn't like his looks. On this night he was moving noiselessly about the room, employed in packing. Bourgonef's talk rambled over the old themes, and I thought I had never before met with one of my own age whose society was so perfectly delightful. He was not so conspicuously my superior on all points that I felt the restraints inevitably imposed by superiority, yet he was in many respects sufficiently above me in knowledge and power to make me eager to have his assent to my views where we differed, and to have him enlighten me where I knew myself to be weak. In the very moment of my most cordial admiration came a shock. Ivan, on passing from one part of the room to the other, caught his foot in the strap of the portmanteau and fell. The small wooden box, something of a glove-box, which he held in his hand at the time, fell on the floor, and falling over, discharged its contents close to Bourgonef's feet. The objects which caught my eyes were several pairs of gloves, a rouge-pot and hare's foot, and a black beard. By what caprice of imagination was it that the sight of this false beard lying at Bourgonef's feet thrilled me with horror? In one lightning flash I beheld the archway, the stranger with the startled eyes, this stranger no longer unknown to me, but too fatally recognized as Bourgonef, and at his feet the murdered girl. Moved by what subtle springs of suggestion I know not, but there before me stood that dreadful vision, seen in a lurid light, but seen as clearly as if the actual presence of the objects were obtruding itself upon my eyes. In the inexpressible horror of this vision, my heart seemed clutched with an icy hand. Fortunately, Bourgonef's attention was called away from me. He spoke angrily some short sentence, which of course was in Russian, and therefore unintelligible to me. He then stooped, and picking up the rouge-pot, held it towards me with his melancholy smile. He was very red in the face, but that may be either of anger or the effect of sudden stooping. "I see you are surprised at these masquerading follies," he said in a tone which, though low, was perfectly calm. "You must not suppose that I beautify my sallow cheeks on ordinary occasions." He then quietly handed the pot to Ivan, who replaced it with the gloves and the beard in the box, and after making an inquiry which sounded like a growl, to which Bourgonef answered negatively, he continued his packing. Bourgonef resumed his cigar and his argument as if nothing had happened. The vision had disappeared, but a confused mass of moving figures took its place. My heart throbbed so violently that it seemed to me as if its tumult must be heard by others. Yet my face must have been tolerably calm, since Bourgonef made no comment on it. I answered his remarks in vague fragments, for, in truth, my thoughts were flying from conjecture to conjecture. I remembered that the stranger had a florid complexion. Was this rouge? It is true that I fancied the stranger carried a walking stick in his right hand. If so, this was enough to crush all suspicions of his identity with Bourgonef. But then I was rather hazy on this point, and probably did not observe a walking stick. After a while my inattention struck him, and looking at me with some concern, he inquired if there was anything the matter. I pleaded a colic, which I attributed to the imprudence of having indulged in sauerkraut at dinner. He advised me to take a little brandy, but, affecting a fresh access of pain, I bade him good night. He hoped I should be all right on the morrow. If not, he added, we can postpone our journey till the day after. Once in my own room, I bolted the door, and sat down on the edge of the bed in a tumult of excitement. Chapter 5. Fluctuations. Alone with my thoughts, and capable of pursuing conjectures and conclusions without external interruption, I quickly exhausted all the hypothetical possibilities of the case, and, from having started with the idea that Bourgonef was the assassin, I came at last to the more sensible conclusion that I was a constructive blockhead. My suspicions were simply outrageous in their defect of evidence, and could never for one moment have seemed otherwise to any imagination less riotously active than mine. I bathed my heated head, undressed myself, and got into bed, considering what I should say to the police when I went next morning to communicate my suspicions. And it is worthy of remark, as well as somewhat ludicrously self-betraying, that no sooner did I mentally see myself in the presence of the police, and was thus forced to confront my suspicions with some appearance of evidence, than the whole fabric of my vision rattled to the ground. What had I to say to the police? Simply that, on the evening of the night when Lieschen was murdered, I had passed in a public thoroughfare a man whom I could not identify, but who, as I could not help fancying, seemed to recognize me. This man, I had persuaded myself, was the murderer, for which persuasion I was unable to adduce a tittle of evidence. It was uncolored by the remotest possibility. It was truly and simply the suggestion of my vagrant fancy, which had mysteriously settled itself into a conviction, and having thus capriciously identified the stranger with Lieschen's murderer, I now, upon evidence quite as preposterous, identified Bourgonef with the stranger. The folly became apparent even to myself. If Bourgonef had in his possession a rouge-pot and false beard, I could not but acknowledge that he made no attempt to conceal them, nor had he manifested any confusion on their appearance. He had quietly characterized them as masquerading follies. Moreover, I now began to remember distinctly that the stranger did carry a walking stick in his right hand, and as Bourgonef had lost his right arm, that settled the point. Into such complications would the tricks of imagination lead me. I blushed mentally, and resolved to let it serve as a lesson in future. It is needless, however, to say that the lesson was lost, such as lessons always are lost. A strong tendency in any direction soon disregards all the teachings of experience. I am still not the less the victim of my constructive imagination, because I have frequently had to be ashamed of its vagaries. The next morning I awoke with a lighter breast, rejoicing in the caution which had delayed me from any rash manifestation of suspicions now seen to be absurd. I smiled as the thought arose. What if this suspected stranger should also be pestered by an active imagination, and should entertain similar suspicions of me? He must have seen in my eyes the look of recognition which I saw in his. On hearing of the murder, our meeting may also have recurred to him, and his suspicions would have this color wanting to mine, that I happened to inherit with my Italian blood a somewhat truculent appearance, which has gained for me among my friends the playful sobriquet of the brigand. Anxious to atone at once for my folly, and to remove from my mind any misgiving, if it existed, at my quitting him so soon after the disclosures of the masquerading details, I went to Bourgonef as soon as I was dressed, and proposed a ramble till the diligence started for Munich. He was sympathetic in his inquiries about my colic, which I assured him had quite passed away, and out we went. The sharp morning air of March made us walk briskly, and gave a pleasant animation to our thoughts. As he discussed the acts of the provisional government, so wise, temperate, and energetic, the fervor and generosity of his sentiments stood out in such striking contrast with the deed I had last night recklessly imputed to him, that I felt deeply ashamed, and was nearly carried away by mingled admiration and self-reproach to confess the absurd vagrancy of my thoughts and humbly ask his pardon. But you can understand the reluctance at a confession so insulting to him, so degrading to me. It is at all times difficult to tell a man, face to face, eye to eye, the evil you have thought of him, unless the recklessness of anger seizes on it as a weapon with which to strike, and I had now so completely unsaid to myself all that I once had thought of evil, that to put it in words seemed a gratuitous injury to me, and insult to him. A day or two after our arrival in Munich, a reaction began steadily to set in. Ashamed as I was of my suspicions, I could not altogether banish from my mind the incident which had awakened them. The image of that false beard would mingle with my thoughts. I was vaguely uncomfortable at the idea of Bourgonef's carrying about with him obvious materials of disguise. In itself, this would have had little significance, but coupled with the fact that his devoted servant was, in spite of all Bourgonef's eulogies, repulsively ferocious in aspect, capable, as I could not help believing, of any brutality, the suggestion was unpleasant. You will understand that, having emphatically acquitted Bourgonef in my mind, I did not again distinctly charge him with any complicity in the mysterious murder. On the contrary, I should indignantly have repelled such a thought, but the uneasy sense of some mystery about him, coupled with the accessories of disguise and the aspect of the servant, gave rise to dim, shadowy forebodings which ever and anon passed across my mind. Did it ever occur to you, reader, to reflect on the depths of deceit which lie still and dark even in the honestest minds? Society reposes on a thin crust of convention, underneath which lie fathomless possibilities of crime, and consequently suspicions of crime. Friendship, however close and dear, is not free from its reserves, unspoken beliefs, more or less suppressed opinions. The man whom you would indignantly defend against any accusation brought by another, so confident are you in his unshakable integrity, you may yourself momentarily suspect of crimes far exceeding those which you repudiate. Indeed, I have known sagacious men hold that perfect frankness in expressing the thoughts is a sure sign of imperfect friendship. Something is always suppressed, and it is not he who loves you that tells you candidly what he thinks of your person, your pretensions, your children, or your poems. Perfect candor is dictated by envy, or some other unfriendly feeling, making friendship a stalking horse, under cover of which it shoots the arrow which will rankle. Friendship is candid only when the candor is urgent, meant to avert impending danger, or to rectify an error. The candor which is an impertinence never springs from friendship. Love is sympathetic. I do not, of course, mean to intimate that my feeling for Bourgonef was of that deep kind which justifies the name of friendship. I only want to say that in our social relations we are constantly hiding from each other, under the smiles and courtesies of friendly interest, thoughts which, if expressed, would destroy all possible communion, and that, nevertheless, we are not insincere in our smiles and courtesies, and therefore there is nothing paradoxical in my having felt great admiration for Bourgonef, and great pleasure in his society, while all the time there was deep down in the recesses of my thoughts an uneasy sense of dark mystery which possibly connected him with a dreadful crime. This feeling was roused into greater activity by an incident which now occurred. One morning I went to Bourgonef's room, which was at some distance from mine on the same floor, intending to propose a visit to the sculpture at the Glyptothek. To my surprise, I found Ivan the serf standing before the closed door. He looked at me like a mastiff about to spring, and intimated by significant gestures that I was not allowed to enter the room. Concluding that his master was occupied in some way, and desired not to be disturbed, I merely signified by a nod that my visit was of no consequence, and went out. On returning about an hour afterwards, I saw Ivan putting 3 pink letters into the letter-box of the hotel. I attached no significance to this very ordinary fact at the time, but went up to my room and began writing my letters, one of which was to my lawyer, sending him an important receipt. The dinner bell sounded before I had half finished this letter, but I wrote on, determined to have done with it at once, in case the afternoon should offer any expedition with Bourgonef. At dinner he quietly intimated that Ivan had informed him of my visit, and apologized for not having been able to see me. I, of course, assured him that no apology was necessary, and that we had plenty of time to visit sculpture together without intruding on his private hours. He informed me that he was that afternoon going to pay a visit to Schwanthaler the sculptor, and if I desired it, he would ask permission on another occasion to take me with him. I jumped at the proposal, as may be supposed. Dinner over, I strolled into the Englische Garten, and had my coffee and cigar there. On my return I was vexed to find that in the hurry of finishing my letters I had sealed the one to my lawyer, and had not enclosed the receipt which had been the object of writing. Fortunately it was not too late. Descending to the bureau of the hotel, I explained my mistake to the head waiter, who unlocked the letter-box to search for my letter. It was found at once, for there were only 7 or 8 in the box. Among these my eye naturally caught the 3 pink letters which I had that morning seen Ivan drop into the box, but although they were seen by me, they were not noticed at the time, my mind being solely occupied with rectifying the stupid blunder I had made. Once more in my own room, a sudden revelation startled me. Everyone knows what it is to have details come under the eye which the mind first interprets long after the eye ceases to rest upon them. The impressions are received passively, but they are registered, and can be calmly read whenever the mind is in activity. It was so now. I suddenly, as if now for the first time, saw that the addresses on Bourgonef's letters were written in a fluent, masterly hand, bold in character, and with a certain sweep which might have come from a painter. The thrill which this vision gave me will be intelligible when you remember that Bourgonef had lost, or pretended to have lost, his right arm, and was, as I before intimated, far from dexterous with his left. That no man recently thrown upon the use of a left hand could have written those addresses was too evident. What then was the alternative? The empty sleeve was an imposture. At once the old horrible suspicion returned, and this time with tenfold violence, and with damnatory confirmation. Pressing my temples between my hands, I tried to be calm and to survey the evidence without precipitation, but for some time the conflict of thoughts was too violent. Whatever might be the explanation, clear it was that Bourgonef, for some purposes, was practicing a deception, and had, as I knew, other means of disguising his appearance. This, on the most favorable interpretation, branded him with suspicion. This excluded him from the circle of honest men. But did it connect him with the murder of Lieschen Lehfeldt? In my thought it did so indubitably, but I was aware of the difficulty of making this clear to anyone else. Chapter 6. First Love. If the reader feels that my suspicions were not wholly unwarranted, were indeed inevitable, he will not laugh at me on learning that once more these suspicions were set aside, and the fact, the damnatory fact as I regarded it, discovered by me so accidentally, and I thought providentially, was robbed of all its significance by Bourgonef himself casually and carelessly avowing it in conversation, just as one may avow a secret infirmity with some bitterness, but without any implication of deceit in its concealment. I was the more prepared for this revulsion of feeling by the difficulty I felt in maintaining my suspicions in the presence of one so gentle and so refined. He had come into my room that evening to tell me of his visit to Schwanthaler, and of the sculptor's flattering desire to make my personal acquaintance. He spoke of Schwanthaler and his earnest efforts in art with so much enthusiasm, and was altogether so charming, that I felt abashed before him, incapable of ridding myself of the dreadful suspicions, yet incapable of firmly believing him to be what I thought. But more than this, there came the new interest awakened in me by his story, and when, in the course of his story, he accidentally disclosed the fact that he had not lost his arm, all my suspicions vanished at once. We had got, as usual, upon politics, and were differing more than usual, because he gave greater prominence to his sympathy with the Red Republicans. He accused me of not being thoroughgoing, which I admitted. This he attributed to the fact of my giving a divided heart to politics, a condition natural enough at my age and with my hopes. "Well," I said, laughing, "you don't mean to take a lofty stand upon your few years' seniority. If my age renders it natural, does yours profoundly alter such a conviction?" "My age, no. But you have the hopes of youth. I have none. I am banished forever from the joys and sorrows of domestic life, and therefore, to live at all, must consecrate my soul to great abstractions and public affairs." "But why banished, unless self-banished?" "Woman's love is impossible. You look incredulous. I do not allude to this," he said, taking up the empty sleeve, and by so doing sending a shiver through me. "The loss of your arm," I said, and my voice trembled slightly, for I felt that a crisis was at hand, "although a misfortune to you, would really be an advantage in gaining a woman's affections. Women are so romantic that their imaginations are so easily touched." "Yes," he replied bitterly, "but the trouble is that I have not lost my arm." I started. He spoke bitterly, yet calmly. I awaited his explanation in great suspense. "To have lost my arm in battle, or even by an accident, would perhaps have lent me a charm in woman's eyes. But, as I said, my arm hangs by my side, withered, unpresentable." I breathed again. He continued in the same tone, and without noticing my looks. "But it is not this which banishes me. Woman's love might be hoped for, had I far worse infirmities. The cause lies deeper. It lies in my history. A wall of granite has grown up between me and the sex." "But, my dear fellow, do you, wounded, as I presume to guess, by some unworthy woman, extend the fault of one to the whole sex? Do you despair of finding another true, because a first was false?" "They are all false," he exclaimed with energy. "Not perhaps all false from inherent viciousness, though many are that, but false because their inherent weakness renders them incapable of truth. Oh, I know the catalogue of their good qualities. They are often pitiful, self-devoting, generous, but they are so by fits and starts, just as they are cruel, remorseless, exacting by fits and starts. They have no constancy. They are too weak to be constant, even in evil. Their minds are all impressions, their actions are all the issue of immediate promptings. Swayed by the fleeting impulses of the hour, they have only one persistent, calculable motive on which reliance can always be placed. That motive is vanity. You are always sure of them there. It is from vanity they are good. From vanity they are evil. Their devotion and their desertion equally vanity. I know them. To me they have disclosed the shallows of their natures. God, how I have suffered from them!" A deep, low exclamation, half sob, half curse, closed his tirade. He remained silent for a few minutes, looking on the floor, Then, suddenly turning his eyes upon me, said, "Were you ever in Heidelberg?" "Never." "I thought all your countrymen went there. Then you will never have heard anything of my story. Shall I tell you how my youth was blighted? Will you care to listen?" "It would interest me much." "I had reached the age of 27, he began, without having once known even the vague stirrings of the passion of love. I admired many women, and courted the admiration of them all, but I was as yet not only heart whole, but, to use your Shakespeare's phrase, Cupid had not tapped me on the shoulder. This detail is not unimportant in my story. You may possibly have observed that in those passionate natures which reserve their force, and do not fritter away their feelings in scattered flirtations or trivial love affairs, there is a velocity and momentum, when the movement of passion is once excited, greatly transcending all that is ever felt by expansive and expressive natures. Slow to be moved, when they do move, it is with the whole mass of the heart. So it was with me. I purchased my immunity from earlier entanglements by the price of my whole life. I am not what I was. Between my past and present self there is a gulf. That gulf is dark, stormy, and profound. On the far side stands a youth of hope, energy, ambition, and unclouded happiness, with great capacities for loving. On this side, a blighted manhood, with no prospects but suffering and storm. He paused. With an effort he seemed to master the suggestions which crowded upon his memory, and continued his narrative in an equable tone. "I had been for several weeks at Heidelberg. One of my intimate companions was Kestner, the architect, and one day he proposed to introduce me to his sister-in-law, Ottilie, of whom he had repeatedly spoken to me in terms of great affection and esteem. We went, and were most cordially received. Ottilie justified Kestner's praises. Pretty, but not strikingly so. Clever, but not obtrusively so. Her soft dark eyes were frank and winning. Her manner was gentle and retiring, with that dash of sentimentalism which seems native to all German girls, but without any of the ridiculous extravagance too often seen in them. I liked her all the more because I was perfectly at my ease with her, and this was rarely the case in my relations to young women. I don't enjoy their society. You leap at once to the conclusion that we fell in love. Your conclusion is precipitate. Seeing her continually, I grew to admire and respect her, but the significant smiles, winks, and hints of friends, pointing unmistakably at a supposed understanding existing between us, only made me more seriously examine the state of my feelings, and assured me that I was not in love. It is true that I felt a serene pleasure in her society, and that, when away from her, she occupied much of my thoughts. It is true that I often thought of her as a wife, and in these meditations she appeared as one eminently calculated to make a happy home. But it is no less true that, during a temporary absence of hers of a few weeks, I felt no sort of uneasiness, no yearning for her presence, no vacancy in my life. I knew, therefore, that it was not love which I felt. So much for my feelings. What of hers? They seemed very like my own. That she admired me and was pleased to be with me was certain. That she had a particle of fiery love for me I could not believe, and it was probably this very sense of her calmness which kept my feelings quiet. For love is a flame which often can be kindled only by contact with flame. Certainly this is so in proud, reserved natures, which are chilled by any contact with temperature not higher than their own. On her return, however, from that absence I have mentioned, I was not a little fluttered by an obvious change in her manner, an impression which subsequent meetings only served to confirm. Although still very quiet, her manner had become more tender, and it had that delicious shyness which is the most exquisite of flatteries, as it is one of the most enchanting of graces. I saw her tremble slightly beneath my voice, and blush beneath my gaze. There was no mistaking these signs. It was clear that she loved me, and it was no less clear that I, taking fire at this discovery, was myself rapidly falling in love. I will not keep you from my story by idle reflections. Take another cigar. He rose and paced up and down the room in silence. End of Bourgonef, Part 2. Bourgonef, Part 3 of the Lock and Key Library. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Margaret S. Bayet. The Lock and Key Library, edited by Julian Hawthorne. Bourgonef by Anonymous, Part 3, Chapter 7. Agalma. At this juncture there arrived from Paris the woman to whom the great sorrow of my life is due. A fatalist might read in her appearance at this particular moment the signs of a prearranged doom. A few weeks later, and her arrival would have been harmless. I should have been shielded from all external influence by the absorbing force of love. But, alas, this was not to be. My fate had taken another direction. The woman had arrived whose shadow was to darken the rest of my existence. That woman was Agalma Liebenstein. How is it that the head which we can only see surrounded with a halo, or a shadow, when the splendors of achievement or the infamy of shame instruct our eyes, is by the uninstructed eye observed as wholly vulgar? We all profess to be physiognomists. How is it we are so lamentably mistaken in our judgments? Here was a woman in whom my ignorant eyes saw nothing at all remarkable except golden hair of unusual beauty. When I say golden, I am not speaking loosely. I do not mean red or flaxen hair, but hair actually resembling burnished gold more than anything else. Its ripples on her brow caught the light like a coronet. This was her one beauty, and it was superb. For the rest, her features were characterless. Her figure was tall and full, not graceful, but sweepingly imposing. At first I noticed nothing about her except the braided splendor of her glorious hair. He rose and went into his bedroom, from which he returned with a small trinket box in his hand. This he laid open on the table, disclosing a long strand of exquisite fair hair lying on a cushion of dark blue velvet. "Look at that," he said. "Might it not have been cut from an angel's head? It is certainly wonderful. It must have been hair like this which crowned the infamous head of Lucrezia Borgia," he said bitterly. "She too had golden hair, but hers must have been of paler tint, like her nature." He resumed his seat, and fixing his eyes upon the lock, continued, "She was one of Ottilie's friends. Dear friends, they called each other, which meant that they kissed each other profusely, and told each other all their secrets, or as much as the lying nature of the sex permitted and suggested. It is, of course, impossible for me to disentangle my present knowledge from my past impressions, so as to give you a clear description of what I then thought of Agalma. Enough that, as a matter of fact, I distinctly remember not to have admired her, and to have told Ottilie so. And when Ottilie, in surprise at my insensibility, assured me that men were in general wonderfully charmed with her, though for her part she never had understood why, I answered, and answered sincerely, that it might be true with a less refined order of men, but men of taste would certainly be rather repelled from her. This opinion of mine, or some report of it, reached Agalma. It may have been the proximate cause of my sorrows. Without this stimulus to her vanity, she might have left me undisturbed. I don't know. All I know is that over many men Agalma exercised great influence, and that over me she exercised the spell of fascination. No other word will explain her influence, for it was not based on excellences such as the mind could recognize to be attractions. It was based on a mysterious personal power, something awful in its mysteriousness, as all demoniac powers are. One source of her influence over men I think I can explain. She at once captivated and repelled them. By artful appeals to their vanity, she made them interested in her and in her opinion of them, and yet kept herself inaccessible by a pride which was the more fascinating because it always seemed about to give way. Her instinct fastened upon the weak point in those she approached. This made her seductive to men, because she flattered their weak points, and hateful to women, because she flouted and disclosed their weak points. Her influence over me began in the following way. One day at a picnic, having been led by her into a conversation respecting the relative inferiority of the feminine intellect, I was forced to speak rather more earnestly than usual, when suddenly she turned to me and exclaimed in a lower voice, "I am willing to credit anything you say, only pray don't continue talking to me so earnestly." "Why not?" I asked, surprised. She looked at me with peculiar significance, but remained silent. "May I ask why not?" I asked.
"Because if you do, somebody may be jealous."
There was a laughing defiance in her eye as she spoke. "And pray who has a right to be jealous of me?"
"Oh, you know well enough."
It was true. I did know, and she knew that I knew it. To my shame be it said that I was weak enough to yield to an equivocation which I now see to have been disloyal, but which I then pretended to have been no more than delicacy to Ottilie. As, in point of fact, there had never been a word passed between us respecting our mutual feelings, I considered myself bound in honor to assume that there was nothing tacitly acknowledged. Piqued by her tone and look, I disavowed the existence of any claims upon my attention, and to prove the sincerity of my words, I persisted in addressing my attentions to her. Once or twice I fancied I caught flying glances, in which some of the company criticized my conduct, and Ottilie also seemed to me unusually quiet. But her manner, though quiet, was untroubled and unchanged. I talked less to her than usual, partly because I talked so much to Agalma, and partly because I felt that Agalma's eyes were on us. But no shadow of temper or reserve darkened our interchange of speech. On our way back, I know not what devil prompted me to ask Agalma whether she had really been in earnest in her former allusion to somebody.
"Yes," she said, "I was in earnest then."
"And now?"
"Now I have doubts. I may have been misinformed. It's no concern of mine, anyway, but I had been given to understand. However, I admit that my own eyes have not confirmed what my ears heard."
This speech was irritating on two separate grounds. It implied that people were talking freely of my attachment, which, until I had formally acknowledged it, I resented as an impertinence, and it implied that, from personal observation, Agalma doubted Ottilie's feelings for me. This alarmed my quick retreating pride. I too began to doubt. Once let loose on that field, imagination soon saw shapes enough to confirm any doubt. Ottilie's manner certainly had seemed less tender, nay, somewhat indifferent during the last few days. Had the arrival of that heavy lout, her cousin, had anything to do with this change? Not to weary you by recalling all the unfolding stages of this miserable story with the minuteness of detail which my own memory morbidly lingers on, I will hurry to the catastrophe. I grew more and more doubtful of the existence in Ottilie's mind of any feeling stronger than friendship for me, and as this doubt strengthened, there arose the flattering suspicion that I was becoming an object of greater interest to Agalma, who had quite changed her tone towards me, and had become serious in her speech and manner. Weeks passed. Ottilie had fallen from her pedestal, and had taken her place among agreeable acquaintances. One day I suddenly learned that Ottilie was engaged to her cousin. You will not wonder that Agalma, who before this had exercised great fascination over me, now doubly became an object of the most tender interest. I fell madly in love. Hitherto I had never known that passion. My feeling for Ottilie, I saw, was but the inarticulate stammerings of the mighty voice which now sounded through the depths of my nature. The phrase madly in love is no exaggeration. Madness alone knows such a fever of the brain, such a tumult of the heart. It was not that reason was overpowered. On the contrary, reason was intensely active, but active with that logic of flames which lights up the vision of maniacs. Although, of course, my passion was but too evident to everyone, I dreaded its premature avowal, lest I should lose her, and almost equally dreaded delay, lest I should suffer from that also. At length the avowal was extorted from me by jealousy of a brilliant Pole, Kerensky, who had recently appeared in our circle, and was obviously casting me in the shade by his superior advantages of novelty, of personal attraction, and of a romantic history. She accepted me, and now for a time I was the happiest of mortals. The fever of the last few weeks was abating. It gave place to a deep tide of hopeful joy. Could I have died then? Could I have even died shortly afterwards, when I knew the delicious mystery of a jealousy not too absorbing? For you must know that my happiness was brief. Jealousy, to which all passion of a deep and exacting power is inevitably allied, soon began to disturb my content. Agalma had no tenderness. She permitted caresses, never returned them. She was ready enough to listen to all my plans for the future, so long as the recital moved amid details of fortune and her position in society, that is, so long as her vanity was interested. But I began to observe with pain that her thoughts never rested on tender domesticities and poetic anticipations. This vexed me more and more. The very spell which she exercised over me made her want of tenderness more intolerable. I yearned for her love, for some sympathy with the vehement passion which was burning within me, and she was as marble. You will not be surprised to hear that I reproached her bitterly for her indifference. That is the invariable and fatal folly of lovers. They seem to imagine that a heart can be scolded into tenderness. To my reproaches she at first answered impatiently that they were unjust, that it was not her fault if her nature was less expansive than mine, and that it was insulting to be told she was indifferent to the man whom she had consented to marry. Later she answered my reproaches with haughty defiance, one day intimating that if I really thought what I said, and repented our engagement, it would be most prudent for us to separate ere it was too late. This quieted me for a while, but it brought no balm to my wounds. And now fresh tortures were added. Kerensky became quite marked in his attentions to Agalma. These she received with evident delight, so much so that I saw by the glances of others that they were scandalized at it, and this of course increased my pain. My renewed reproaches only made her manner colder to me. To Kerensky it became what I would gladly have seen towards myself. The stress and agitation of those days were too much for me. I fell ill, and for 7 weeks lay utterly prostrate. On recovering, this note was handed to me. It was from Agalma. Bourgonef here held out to me a crumpled letter, and motioned that I should open it and read. It ran thus: I have thought much of what you have so often said, that it would be for the happiness of both if our unfortunate engagement were set aside. That you have a real affection for me, I believe, and be assured that I once had a real affection for you. Not perhaps the passionate love which a nature so exacting as yours demands, and which I earnestly hope it may one day find, but a genuine affection nevertheless, which would have made me proud to share your lot. but it would be uncandid in me to pretend that this now exists. Your incessant jealousy, the angry feelings excited by your reproaches, the fretful irritation in which for some time we have lived together, has completely killed what love I had, and I no longer feel prepared to risk the happiness of both of us by a marriage. What you said the other night convinces me that it is even your desire our engagement should cease. It is certainly mine. Let us try to think kindly of each other and meet again as friends. Agalma Liebenstein. When I had read this and returned it to him, he said, "You see that this was written on the day that I was taken ill. Whether she knew that I was helpless, I know not. At any rate, she never sent to inquire after me. She went off to Paris, Kerensky followed her, and as I quickly learned on going once more into society, they were married. Did you ever, in the whole course of your experience, hear of such heartless conduct?" Bourgonef asked this with a ferocity which quite startled me. I did not answer him, for, in truth, I could not see that Agalma had been very much to blame, even as he told the story, and felt sure that, could I have heard her version, it would have worn a very different aspect. That she was cold and disappointed in him might be true enough, but there was no crime, and I perfectly understood how thoroughly odious he must have made himself to her by his exactions and reproaches. I understood this perhaps all the better, because in the course of his narrative Bourgonef had revealed to me aspects of his nature which were somewhat repulsive. Especially was I struck with his morbid vanity, and his readiness to impute low motives to others. This unpleasant view of his character, a character in many respects so admirable for its generosity and refinement, was deepened as he went on, instead of awaiting my reply to his question. "For a wrong so measureless, you will naturally ask what measureless revenge I sought." The idea had not occurred to me. Indeed, I could see no wrong, and this notion of revenge was somewhat startling in such a case. "I debated it long," he continued. "I felt that since I was prevented from arresting any of the evil to myself, I could at least mature my plans for an adequate discharge of just retributions on her. It reveals the impotence resulting from the trammels of modern civilization, that while the possibilities of wrong are infinite, the openings for vengeance are few and contemptible. Only when a man is thrown upon the necessities of this wild justice does he discover how difficult vengeance really is. Had Agalma been my wife, I could have wreaked my wrath upon her, with assurance that some of the torture she inflicted on me was to fall on her. Not having this power, what was I to do? Kill her? That would have afforded one moment of exquisite satisfaction, but to her it would have been simply death, and I wanted to kill the heart. He seemed working with an insane passion, so that I regarded him with disgust, mingled with some doubts as to what horrors he was about to relate. My plan was chosen. The only way to reach her heart was to strike through her husband. For several hours daily I practiced with the pistol, until, in spite of only having a left hand, I acquired fatal skill. But this was not enough. Firing at a mark is simple work. Firing at a man, especially one holding a pistol pointed at you, is altogether different. I had too often heard of crack shots missing their men to rely confidently on my skill in the shooting gallery. It was necessary that my eye and hand should be educated to familiarity with the real object. Part of the cause why duelists miss their man is from the trepidation of fear. I was without fear. At no moment in my life have I been afraid, and the chance of being shot by Kerensky I counted as nothing. The other cause is unfamiliarity with the mark. This I secured myself against by getting a lay figure of Kerensky's height, dressing it to resemble him, placing a pistol in its hand, and then practicing at this mark in the woods. After a short time I could send a bullet through the thorax without taking more than a hasty glance at the figure. Thus prepared, I started for Paris. But you will feel for me when you learn that my hungry heart was baffled of its vengeance, and baffled forever. Agalma had been carried off by scarlet fever. Kerensky had left Paris, and I felt no strong promptings to follow him and wreak on him a futile vengeance. It was on her my wrath had been concentrated, and I gnashed my teeth at the thought that she had escaped me. My story is ended. The months of gloomy depression which succeeded, now that I was no longer sustained by the hope of vengeance, I need not speak of. My existence was desolate, and even now the desolation continues over the whole region of the emotions. I carry a dead heart within me. Chapter 8. A Second Victim. Bourgonef's story has been narrated with some fullness, though in less detail than he told it, in order that the reader may understand its real bearings on my story. Without it, the motives which impelled the strange pertinacity of my pursuit would have been unintelligible. I have said that a very disagreeable impression remained on my mind respecting certain aspects of his character, and I felt somewhat ashamed of my imperfect sagacity in having up to this period been entirely blind to those aspects. The truth is, every human being is a mystery, and remains so to the last. We fancy we know a character. We form a distinct conception of it. For years that conception remains unmodified, and suddenly the strain of some emergency, of the incidental stimulus of new circumstances, reveals qualities not simply unexpected, but flatly contradictory of our previous conception. We judge of a man by the angle he subtends to our eye. Only thus can we judge of him, and this angle depends on the relation his qualities and circumstances bear to our interests and sympathies. Bourgonef had charmed me intellectually. Morally, I had never come closer to him than in the sympathies of public questions and abstract theories. His story had disclosed hidden depths. My old suspicions reappeared, and a conversation we had 2 days afterwards helped to strengthen them. We had gone on a visit to Schwanthaler the sculptor, at his tiny little castle of Schwaneck, a few miles from Munich. The artist was out for a walk, but we were invited to come in and await his return, which would be shortly, and meanwhile Bourgonef undertook to show me over the castle, interesting as a bit of modern Gothic, realizing on a diminutive scale a youthful dream of the sculptor's. When our survey was completed, and it did not take long, we sat at one of the windows and enjoyed a magnificent prospect. "It is curious," said Bourgonef, "to be shut up here in this imitation of medieval masonry, where every detail speaks of the dead past, and to think of the events now going on in Paris which must find imitators all over Europe, and which open to the mind such vistas of the future. What a grotesque anachronism is this Gothic castle, built in the same age as that which sees a reforming pope." "Yes, but is not the reforming pope himself an anachronism?" "As a Catholic," here he smiled, intimating that his orthodoxy was not very stringent, "I cannot admit that. As a Protestant, you must admit that if there must be a pope, he must in these days be a reformer, or give up his temporal power. Not that I look on Pio Nono as more than a precursor. He may break ground and point the way, but he is not the man to lead Europe out of its present slough of despond, and under the headship of the Church found a new and lasting republic. We want a Hildebrand, one who will be to the 19th century as Gregory was to the 11th. Do you believe in such a possibility? Do you think the Roman pontiff can ever again sway the destinies of Europe?" "I can hardly say I believe it, yet I see the possibility of such an opening, if the right man were to arise. But I fear he will not arise, or if he should, the conclave will stifle him. Yet there is but one alternative. Either Europe must once more join in a crusade with a pope at the head, or it must hoist the red flag. There is no other issue. Heaven preserve us from both, and I think we shall be preserved from the Pope by the rottenness of the Church, and from the drapeau rouge by the indignation and horror of all honest men. You see how the provisional government has resisted the insane attempt of the fanatics to make the red flag accepted as the national banner. Yes, and it is the one thing which dashes my pleasure in the new revolution. It is the one act of weakness which the government has exhibited, a concession which will be fatal unless it be happily set aside by the energetic party of action. An act of weakness? Say rather an act of strength. A concession? Say rather the repudiation of anarchy, the assertion of law and justice. Not a bit. It was in concession to the fears of the timid and to the vanity of the French people. The tricolor is a French flag, not the banner of humanity. It is because the tricolor has been identified with the victories of France that it appeals to the vanity of the vainest of people. They forget that it is the flag of a revolution which failed, and of an empire which was one perpetual outrage to humanity, whereas the red is new. It is the symbol of an energetic, thoroughgoing creed. If it carries terror with it, so much the better. The tyrants and the timid should be made to tremble. I had no idea you were so bloodthirsty, said I, laughing at his vehemence. I am not bloodthirsty at all. I am only logical and consistent. There is a mass of sophistry current in the world which sickens me. People talk of Robespierre and Saint-Just, two of the most virtuous men that ever lived, and of Dominic and Torquemada, two of the most single-minded, as if they were cruel and bloodthirsty, whereas they were only convinced. Is it from love of paradox that you defend these tigers? Tigers, again! How those beasts are calumniated! He said this with a seriousness which was irresistibly comic. I shouted with laughter, but he continued gravely. You think I am joking. But let me ask you why you consider the tiger more bloodthirsty than yourself. He springs upon his food. You buy yours from the butcher. He cannot live without animal food. It is a primal necessity, and he obeys the ordained instinct. You can live on vegetables, yet you slaughter beasts of the field and birds of the air, or buy them when slaughtered, and consider yourself a model of virtue. The tiger only kills his food or his enemies. You not only kill both, but you kill one animal to make gravy for another. The tiger is less bloodthirsty than the Christian. I don't know how much of that tirade is meant to be serious, but to waive the question of the tiger's morality, do you really, I will not say sympathize, but justify Robespierre, Dominic, Saint-Just, and the rest of the fanatics who have waded to their ends through blood? He who wills the end wills the means. A devil's maxim, but a truth. What the foolish world shrinks at as bloodthirstiness and cruelty is very often mere force and constancy of intellect. It is not that fanatics thirst for blood, far from it, but they thirst for the triumph of their cause. Whatever obstacle lies on their path must be removed. If a torrent of blood is the only thing that will sweep it away, the torrent must sweep. And sweep with it all the sentiments of pity, mercy, charity, love? No, these sentiments may give a sadness to the necessity. They make the deed a sacrifice, but they cannot prevent the soul from seeing the aim to which it tends. This is a detestable doctrine. It is the sophism which has destroyed families, devastated cities, and retarded the moral progress of the world more than anything else. No single act of injustice is ever done on this earth, but it tends to perpetuate the reign of iniquity. By the feelings it calls forth, it keeps up the native savagery of the heart. It breeds injustice, partly by hardening the minds of those who assent, and partly by exciting the passion of revenge in those who resist. You are wrong. The great drag chain on the car of progress is the faltering inconsistency of man. Weakness is more cruel than sternness. Sentiment is more destructive than logic. The arrival of Schwanthaler was timely, for my indignation was rising. The sculptor received us with great cordiality, and in the pleasure of the subsequent hour I got over to some extent the irritation Bourgonef's talk had excited. The next day I left Munich for the Tyrol. My parting with Bourgonef was many degrees less friendly than it would have been a week before. I had no wish to see him again, and therefore gave him no address or invitation in case he should come to England. As I rolled away in the Malposte, my busy thoughts reviewed all the details of our acquaintance, and the farther I was carried from his presence, the more obtrusive became the suspicions which connected him with the murder of Lieschen Lehfeldt. How, or upon what motive, was indeed an utter mystery. He had not mentioned the name of Lehfeldt. He had not mentioned having before been at Nuremberg. At Heidelberg the tragedy occurred. Or was Heidelberg only a mask? It occurred to me that he had first ascertained that I had never been at Heidelberg before he placed the scene of his story there. Thoughts such as these tormented me. Imagine then the horror with which I heard, soon after my arrival at Salzburg, that a murder had been committed at Grosshesslohe, one of the pretty environs of Munich, much resorted to by holiday folk, corresponding in all essential features with the murder at Nuremberg. In both cases the victim was young and pretty. In both cases she was found quietly lying on the ground, stabbed to the heart, without any other traces of violence. In both cases she was a betrothed bride, and the motive of the unknown assassin a mystery. Such a correspondence in the essential features inevitably suggested an appalling mystery of unity in these crimes, either as the crimes of one man committed under some impulse of motiveless malignity and thirst for innocent blood, or as the equally appalling effect of imitation acting contagiously upon a criminal imagination, of which contagion there have been, unfortunately, too many examples. Horrible crimes prompting certain weak and feverish imaginations, by the very horror they inspire, first to dwell on, and finally to realize their imitations. It was this latter hypothesis which found general acceptance. Indeed, it was the only one which rested upon any ground of experience. The disastrous influence of imitation, especially under the fascination of horror, was well known. The idea of any diabolical malice moving one man to pass from city to city, and there quietly single out his victims, both of them by the very hypothesis unrelated to him, both of them at the epoch of their lives when the bosom's Lord sits lightly on its throne, when the peace of the heart is assured, and the future is radiantly beckoning to them, that any man should choose such victims for such crimes was too preposterous an idea long to be entertained. Unless the man were mad, the idea was inconceivable, and even a monomaniac must betray himself in such a course, because he would necessarily conceive himself to be accomplishing some supreme act of justice. It was thus I argued, and indeed I should have much preferred to believe that one maniac were involved, rather than the contagion of crime, since one maniac must inevitably be soon detected, whereas there were no assignable limits to the contagion of imitation. And this it was which so profoundly agitated German society. In every family in which there happened to be a bride, vague tremors could not be allayed, and the absolute powerlessness which resulted from the utter uncertainty as to the quarter in which this dreaded phantom might next appear justified and intensified those tremors. Against such an apparition there was no conceivable safeguard. From a city stricken with the plague, from a district so stricken, flight is possible, and there are the resources of medical aid. But from a moral plague like this, what escape was possible. So passionate and profound came the terror that I began to share the opinion which I heard expressed, regretting the widespread publicity of the modern press, since, with many undeniable benefits, it carried also the fatal curse of distributing through households and keeping constantly under the excitement of discussion images of crime and horror which would tend to perpetuate and extend the excesses of individual passion. The mere dwelling long on such a topic as this was fraught with evil. This and more I heard discussed as I hurried back to Munich. To Munich? Yes, thither I was posting with all speed. Not a shadow of doubt now remained in my mind. I knew the assassin, and was resolved to track and convict him. Do not suppose that this time I was led away by the vagrant activity of my constructive imagination. I had something like positive proof. No sooner had I learned that the murder had been committed at Grosshesslohe than my thoughts at once carried me to a now memorable visit I had made there in company with Bourgonef and 2 young Bavarians. At the hotel where we dined, we were waited on by the niece of the landlord, a girl of remarkable beauty, who naturally excited the attention of 4 young men, and furnished them with a topic of conversation. One of the Bavarians had told us that she would one day be perhaps one of the wealthiest women in the country, for she was engaged to be married to a young farmer who had recently found himself, by a rapid succession of deaths, sole heir to a great brewer, whose wealth was known to be enormous. At this moment Sophie entered bringing wine, and I saw Bourgonef slowly turn his eyes upon her with a look which then was mysterious to me, but which now spoke too plainly its dreadful meaning. What is there in a look, you will say? Perhaps nothing, or it may be everything. To my unsuspecting, unenlightened perception, Bourgonef's gaze was simply the melancholy and half-curious gaze which such a man might be supposed to cast upon a young woman who had been made the topic of an interesting discourse. But to my mind, enlightened as to his character, and instructed as to his peculiar feelings arising from his own story, the gaze was charged with horror. It marked a victim. The whole succession of events rose before me in vivid distinctness, the separate details of suspicion gathered into unity. Great as was Bourgonef's command over his features, he could not conceal uneasiness as well as surprise at my appearance at the table d'hôte in Munich. I shook hands with him, putting on as friendly a mask as I could, and replied to his question about my sudden return by attributing it to unexpected intelligence received at Salzburg. "Nothing serious, I hope?" "Well, I'm afraid it will prove very serious," I said, "but we shall see. Meanwhile, my visit to the Tyrol must be given up or postponed." "Do you remain here, then?" "I don't know what my movements will be." Thus I had prepared him for any reserve or strangeness in my manner, and I had concealed from him the course of my movements, for at whatever cost I was resolved to follow him and bring him to justice. But how? Evidence I had none that could satisfy anyone else, however convincing it might be to my own mind, nor did there seem any evidence forthcoming from Grosshesslohe. Sophie's body had been found in the afternoon lying as if asleep in one of the by-paths of the wood. No marks of a struggle, no traces of the murderer. Her affianced lover, who was at Augsburg, on hearing of her fate, hurried to Grosshesslohe, but could throw no light on the murder, could give no hint as to a possible motive for the deed. But this entire absence of evidence, or even ground of suspicion, only made my case the stronger. It was the motiveless malignity of the deed which fastened it on Bourgonef, or rather it was the absence of any known motive elsewhere which assured me that I had detected the motive in him. Should I communicate my conviction to the police? It was possible that I might impress them with at least sufficient suspicion to warrant his examination, and in that case the truth might be elicited. For among the many barbarities and iniquities of the criminal procedure in the continental states, which often press heavily on the innocent, there is this compensating advantage, that the pressure on the guilty is tenfold heavier. If the innocent are often unjustly punished, imprisoned and maltreated before their innocence can be established, the guilty seldom escape. In England we give the criminal not only every chance of escape, but many advantages. The love of fair play is carried to excess. It seems at times if the whole arrangements of our procedure were established with a view to giving a criminal not only the benefit of every doubt, but of every loophole through which he can slip. Instead of this, the continental procedure goes on the principle of closing up every loophole, and of inventing endless traps into which the accused may fall. We warn the accused not to say anything that may be prejudicial to him. They entangle him in contradictions and confessions which disclose his guilt. Knowing this, I thought it very likely that, however artful Bourgonef might be, a severe examination might extort from him sufficient confirmation of my suspicion to warrant further procedure. But knowing also that this resort was open to me when all others had failed, I resolved to wait and watch. Chapter 9. Finale. 2 days passed, and nothing occurred. My watching seemed hopeless, and I resolved to try the effect of a disguised interrogatory. It might help to confirm my already settled conviction, if it did not elicit any new evidence. Seated in Bourgonef's room in the old place, each with a cigar, and chatting as of old on public affairs, I gradually approached the subject of the recent murder. "Is it not strange," I said, "that both these crimes should have happened while we were casually staying in both places?" "Perhaps we are the criminals," he replied, laughing. I shivered slightly at this audacity. He laughed as he spoke, but there was a hard, metallic, and almost defiant tone in his voice which exasperated me. "Perhaps we are," I answered quietly. He looked full at me, but I was prepared, and my face told nothing. I added, as in explanation, "The crime being apparently contagious, we may have brought the infection from Nuremberg." "Do you believe in that hypothesis of imitation?" "I don't know what to believe. Do you believe in there being only one murderer? It seems such a preposterous idea. We must suppose him at any rate to be a maniac." "Not necessarily. Indeed, there seems to have been too much artful contrivance in both affairs, not only in the selection of the victims, but in the execution of the schemes. Cunning as maniacs often are, they are still maniacs, and betray themselves." "If not a maniac," I said, hoping to pique him, "he must be a man of stupendous and pitiable vanity, perhaps one of your constant-minded friends, whom you refuse to call bloodthirsty." "Constant-minded, perhaps, but why pitiably vain?" "Why? Because only a diseased atrocity of imagination, stimulating a nature essentially base and weak in its desire to make itself conspicuous, would or could suggest such things. The silly youth who fired the Ephesian dome, the vain idiot who set fire to York Minster, the miserable Frenchmen who have committed murder and suicide with a view of making their exit striking from a world in which their appearance had been contemptible, would all sink into insignificance beside the towering infamy of baseness which, for the mere love of producing an effect on the minds of men, and thus drawing their attention upon him, would never have marked him at all, would scheme and execute crimes so horrible and inexcusable. In common charity to human nature, let us suppose the wretch is mad, because otherwise his miserable vanity would be too loathsome." I spoke with warmth and bitterness, which increased as I perceived him wincing under the degradation of my contempt. "If his motive were vanity," he said, "no doubt it would be horrible, but may not it have been revenge?" "Revenge!" I exclaimed. "What, on innocent women?" You assume their innocence. Good God, do you know anything to the contrary? Not I, but as we are conjecturing, I may as well conjecture it to have been the desire to produce a startling effect. How do you justify your conjecture? Simply enough. We have to suppose a motive. Let us say it was revenge, and see whether that will furnish a clue. But it can't. The two victims were wholly unconnected with each other by any intermediate acquaintances. Consequently, there can have been no common wrong or common enmity in existence to furnish food for vengeance. That may be so. It may also be that the avenger made them vicarious victims. How so? It is human nature. Did you ever observe a thwarted child striking in its anger the unoffending nurse, destroying its toys to discharge its wrath? Did you ever see a schoolboy, unable to wreak his anger on the bigger boy who has just struck him, turn against the nearest smaller boy and beat him? Did you ever know a schoolmaster, angered by one of the boy's parents, vent his pent-up spleen upon the unoffending class? Did you ever see a subaltern punished because an officer had been reprimanded? These are familiar examples of vicarious vengeance. When the soul is stung to fury, it must solace itself by the discharge of that fury. It must relieve its pain by the sight of pain in others. We are so constituted. We need sympathy above all things. In joy we cannot bear to see others in distress. In distress we see the joy of others with dismal envy which sharpens our pain. That is human nature. And, I exclaimed, carried away by my indignation, you suppose that the sight of these two happy girls, beaming with a quiet joy of brides, was torture to some miserable wretch who had lost his bride. I had gone too far. His eyes looked into mine. I read in his that he divined the whole drift of my suspicion, the allusion made to himself. There often passes into a look more than words can venture to express. In that look he read that he was discovered, and I read that he had recognized it. With perfect calmness, but with a metallic ring in his voice which was like the clash of swords, he said, I did not say that I supposed this, but as we were on the wide field of conjecture, utterly without evidence one way or the other, having no clue either to the man or his motives, I drew from the general principles of human nature a conclusion which was just as plausible, or absurd if you like, as the conclusion that the motive must have been vanity. As you say, we are utterly without evidence, and conjecture drifts aimlessly from one thing to another. After all, the most plausible explanation is that of a contagion of imitation. I said this in order to cover my previous imprudence. He was not deceived, though for a few moments I fancied he was, but replied, I am not persuaded of that either. The whole thing is a mystery, and I shall stay here some time in the hope of seeing it cleared up. Meanwhile, for a subject of conjecture, let me show you something on which your ingenuity may profitably be employed. He rose and passed into his bedroom. I heard him unlocking and rummaging the drawers, and was silently reproaching myself for my want of caution in having spoken as I had done, though it was now beyond all doubt that he was the murderer, and that his motive had been rightly guessed. But with this self-reproach there was mingled a self-gratulation at the way I had got out of the difficulty, as I fancied. He returned, and as he sat down I noticed that the lower part of his surtout was open. He always wore a long frogged and braided coat reaching to the knees, as I know now, for the purpose of concealing the arm which hung, as he said, withered at his side. The two last fastenings were now undone. He held in his hand a tiny chain made of very delicate wire. This he gave me, saying, Now what would you conjecture that to be? Had it come into my hands without any remark, I should have said it was simply a very exquisite bit of ironwork, but your question points to something more out of the way. It is ironwork, he said. Could I be deceived? A third fastening of his surtout was undone. I had seen but two a moment ago. "And what am I to conjecture?" I asked. "Where that iron came from? It was not from a mine." I looked at it again and examined it attentively. On raising my eyes in inquiry, fortunately with an expression of surprise, since what met my eyes would have startled a cooler man, I saw the fourth fastening undone. "You look surprised," he continued, "and will be more surprised when I tell you that the iron in your hands once floated in the circulation of a man. It is made from human blood." "Human blood," I murmured. He went on expounding the physiological wonders of the blood, how it carried, dissolved in its currents, a proportion of iron and earths, how this iron was extracted by chemists and exhibited as a curiosity, and how this chain had been manufactured from such extracts. I heard every word, but my thoughts were hurrying to and fro in the agitation of a supreme moment. That there was a dagger underneath that coat, that in a few moments it would flash forth, that a death struggle was at hand, I knew well. My safety depended on presence of mind. That incalculable rapidity with which, in critical moments, the mind surveys all the openings and resources of an emergency, had assured me that there was no weapon within reach, that before I could give an alarm the tiger would be at my throat, and that my only chance was to keep my eyes fixed upon him, ready to spring on him the moment the next fastening was undone, and before he could use his arm. At last the idea occurred to me that as, with a wild beast, safety lies in attacking him just before he attacks you, so with this beast my best chance was audacity. Looking steadily into his face, I said slowly, "And you would like to have such a chain made from my blood?" I rose as I spoke. He remained sitting, but was evidently taken aback. "What do you mean?" he said. "I mean," said I sternly, "that your coat is unfastened, and that if another fastening is loosened in my presence I fell you to the earth." "You're a fool!" he exclaimed. I moved towards the door, keeping my eye fixed upon him as he sat pale and glaring at me. "You are a fool," I said, "and worse if you stir." At this moment, I know not by what sense, as if I had eyes at the back of my head, I was aware of someone moving behind me, yet I dared not look aside. Suddenly two mighty folds of darkness seemed to envelop me like arms. A powerful scent ascended my nostrils. There was a ringing in my ears, a beating at my heart. Darkness came on, deeper and deeper, like huge waves. I seemed growing to gigantic stature. The waves rolled on faster and faster. The ringing became a roaring. The beating became a throbbing. Lights flashed across the darkness. Forms moved before me. On came the waves, hurrying like a tide, and I sank deeper and deeper into this mighty sea of darkness. Then all was silent. Consciousness was still. How long I remained unconscious I cannot tell, but it must have been some considerable time. When consciousness once more began to dawn within me, I found myself lying on a bed surrounded by a group of eager, watching faces, and became aware of a confused murmur of whispering going on around me. "Lebt!" he lives, were the words which greeted my opening eyes, words which I recognized as coming from my landlord. I had had a very narrow escape. Another moment, and I should not have lived to tell the tale. The dagger that had already immolated two of Bourgonef's objects of vengeance would have been in my breast. As it was, at the very moment when the terrible Ivan had thrown his arms around me and was stifling me with chloroform, one of the servants of the hotel, alarmed or attracted by curiosity at the sound of high words within the room, had ventured to open the door to see what was going on. The alarm had been given, and Bourgonef had been arrested and handed over to the police. Ivan, however, had disappeared, nor were the police ever able to find him. This mattered comparatively little. Ivan, without his master, was no more redoubtable than any other noxious animal. As an accomplice, as an instrument to execute the will of a man like Bourgonef, he was a danger to society. the directing intelligence withdrawn, he sank to the level of the brute. I was not uneasy, therefore, at his having escaped. Sufficient for me that the real criminal, the mind that had conceived and directed those fearful murders, was at last in the hands of justice. I felt that my task had been fully accomplished when Bourgonef's head fell on the scaffold. End of Bourgonef.
The Closed Cabinet, Part 1, in the Lock and Key Library. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Schneider. The Lock and Key Library, edited by Julian Hawthorne. The Closed Cabinet by Anonymous, Part 1. It was with a little alarm and a good deal of pleasurable excitement that I looked forward to my first grown-up visit to Mervyn Grange. I had been there several times as a child, but never since I was 12 years old, and now I was over 18. We were all of us very proud of our cousins, the Mervyns. It is not everybody that can claim kinship with a family who are in full and admitted possession of a secret, a curse, and a mysterious cabinet, in addition to the usual surplusage of horrors supplied in such cases by popular imagination. Some declared that a Mervyn of the days of Henry VIII had been cursed by an injured abbot from the foot of the gallows. Others affirmed that a dissipated Mervyn of the Georgian era was still playing cards for his soul in some remote region of the Grange. There were stories of white ladies and black imps, of blood-stained passages and magic stones. We, proud of our more intimate acquaintance with the family, naturally gave no credence to these wild inventions. The Mervyns, indeed, followed the accepted precedent in such cases, and greatly disliked any reference to the reputed mystery being made of their presence, with the inevitable result that there was no subject so pertinaciously discussed by their friends in their absence. My father's sister had married the late baronet, Sir Henry Mervyn, and we always felt that she ought to have been the means of imparting to us a very complete knowledge of the family secret, but in this connection she undoubtedly failed of her duty. We knew that there had been a terrible tragedy in the family some 200 or 300 years ago, that a peculiarly wicked owner of Mervyn, who flourished in the latter part of the 16th century, had been murdered by his wife, who subsequently committed suicide. We knew that the mysterious curse had some connection with this crime, but what the curse exactly was we had never been able to discover. The history of the family since that time had indeed in one sense been full of misfortune. Not in every sense. A coal mine had been discovered in one part of the estate, and a populous city had grown over the corner of another part. And the Mervyns of today, in spite of the usual percentage of extravagant heirs and political mistakes, were 3 times as rich as their ancestors had been. But still their story was full of bloodshed and shame, of tales of duels and suicides, broken hearts and broken honor. Only these calamities seemed to have little or no relation to each other, and what the precise curse was that was supposed to connect or account for them, we could not learn. When she first married, my aunt was told nothing about it. Later on in life, when my father asked her for the story, she begged him to talk upon a pleasanter subject, and being unluckily a man of much courtesy and of little curiosity, he complied with her request. This, however, was the only part of the ghostly traditions of her husband's home upon which she was so reticent. The haunted chamber, for instance, which of course existed at the Grange, she treated with the greatest contempt. Various friends and relations had slept in it at different times, and no approach to any kind of authenticated ghost story, even the most trivial description, had they been able to supply. Its only claim to respect, indeed, was that it contained the famous Mervyn cabinet, a fascinating puzzle of which I will speak later, but which certainly had nothing haunting or horrible about its appearance. My uncle's family consisted of 3 sons. The eldest, George, the present baronet, was now in his 30s, married and with children of his own. The second, Jack, was the black sheep of the family. He had been in the Guards, but about 5 years back had got into some very disgraceful scrape, and had been obliged to leave the country. The sorrow and the shame of this had killed his unhappy mother, and her husband had not long afterwards followed her to the grave. Alan, the youngest son, probably because he was the nearest to us in age, had been our special favorite in earlier years. George was grown up before I had well left the nursery, and his hot, quick temper had always kept us youngsters somewhat in awe of him. Jack was 4 years older than Alan, and besides his profession had, in a way, cut his boyhood short. When my uncle and aunt were abroad, as they frequently were for months together on account of her health, it was Alan chiefly who had to spend his holidays with us, both as schoolboy and as undergraduate. And a brighter, sweeter-tempered comrade, or one possessed of more diversified talents for the invention of games or the telling of stories, it would have been difficult to find. For 5 years together now, our ancient custom of an annual visit to Mervyn had been broken. First there had been the seclusion of mourning for my aunt, and a year later for my uncle. Then George and his wife Lucy, she was a connection of our own on our mother's side, and very intimate with us all, had been away for nearly 2 years on a voyage round the world, and since then sickness in our own family had kept us in our turn a good deal abroad. So that I had not seen my cousins since all the calamities which had befallen them in the interval, and as I steamed northwards I wondered a good deal as to the changes I should find. I was to have come out that year in London, but ill health had prevented me, and as a sort of consolation Lucy had kindly asked me to spend a fortnight at Mervyn, and be present at a shooting party which was to assemble there the first week of October. I had started early, and there was still an hour of the short autumn day left when I descended at the little wayside station, from which a 6-mile drive brought me to the Grange. A dreary drive I found it, the round, grey, treeless outline of the fells stretching around me on every side beneath the leaden, changeless sky. The night had nearly fallen as we drove along the narrow valley in which the Grange stood. It was too dark to see the autumn tints of the woods which clothed and brightened its sides, almost too dark to distinguish the old tower, Dame Alice's tower, as it was called, which stood some half a mile farther on at its head. But the light shone brightly from the Grange windows, and all feeling of dreariness departed as I drove up to the door. Leaving maid and boxes to their fate, I ran up the steps into the old well-remembered hall, and was informed by the dignified manservant that her ladyship and the tea were waiting me in the morning-room. I found that there was nobody staying in the house except Alan, who was finishing the long vacation there. He had been called to the bar a couple of years before. The guests were not to arrive for another week, so that I had plenty of opportunity in the interval to make up for lost time with my cousins. I began my observations that evening as we sat down to dinner, a cozy party of 4. Lucy was quite unchanged, pretty, foolish, and gentle as ever. George showed the full 5 years' increase of age, and seemed to have acquired a somewhat painful control of his temper. Instead of the old petulant outbursts, there was at times an air of nervous, irritable self-restraint, which I found the less pleasant of the two. But it was in Alan that the most striking alteration appeared. I felt it the moment I shook hands with him, and the impression deepened that evening with every hour. I told myself that it was only the natural difference between boy and man, between 20 and 25, but I don't think that I believed it. Superficially, the change was not great. The slight-built, graceful figure, the deep gray eyes, too small for beauty, the clear-cut features, the delicate, sensitive lips, close-shaven now, as they had been hairless then, all were as I remembered them. But the face was paler and thinner than it had been, and there were lines round the eyes and at the corners of the mouth which were no more natural to 25 than they would have been to 20. The old charm indeed, the sweet friendliness of manner which was his own peculiar possession, was still there. He talked and laughed almost as much as formerly, but the talk was manufactured for our entertainment, and the laughter came from his head, not from his heart. And it was when he was taking no part in the conversation that the change showed most. Then the face, on which in the old time every passing emotion had expressed itself in a constant loving current, became cold and impassive, without interest and without desire. It was at such times that I knew most certainly that there was something which had been living and was dead. Was it only his boyhood? This question I was unable to answer. Still, in spite of all, that week was one of the happiest in my life. The brothers were both men of enough ability and cultivation to be pleasant talkers, and Lucy could perform adequately the part of conversational accompanist, which, socially speaking, is all that is required of a woman. The meals and evenings passed quickly and agreeably. The mornings I spent in unending gossips with Lucy, or in games with the children, 2 bright boys of 5 and 6 years old. But the afternoons were the best part of the day. George was a thorough squire in all his tastes and habits, and every afternoon his wife dutifully accompanied him round farms and coverts, inspecting new buildings, trudging along half-made roads, or marking unoffending trees for destruction. Then Alan and I would ride by the hour together over moor and meadowland, often picking our way homewards down the glenside long after the autumn evenings had closed in. During these rides I had glimpses many a time into depths of Alan's nature of which I doubt whether in the old days he had himself been aware. To me certainly they were as a revelation. A prevailing sadness, occasionally a painful tone of bitterness, characterized these more serious moods of his, but I do not think that at the end of that week I would, if I could, have changed the man whom I was learning to revere and to pity, for the light-hearted playmate whom I felt was lost to me forever. The only feature of the family life which jarred on me was the attitude of the 2 brothers towards the children. I did not notice this much at first, and at all times it was a thing to be felt rather than to be seen. George himself never seemed quite at ease with them. The boys were strong and well-grown, healthy in mind and body, and one would have thought that the existence of 2 such representatives to carry on his name and inherit his fortune would have been the very crown of pride and happiness to their father. But it was not so. Lucy indeed was devoted to them, and in all practical matters no one could have been kinder to them than was George. They were free at the whole house, and every indulgence that money could buy for them they had. I never heard him give them a harsh word. But there was something wrong, a constraint in their presence, a relief in their absence, an evident dislike of discussing them and their affairs, a total want of that enjoyment of love and possession which in such a case one might have expected to find. Alan's state of mind was even more marked. Never did I hear him willingly address his nephews, or in any way allude to their existence. I should have said that he simply ignored it, but for the heavy gloom which always overspread his spirits in their company, and for the glances which he would now and again cast in their direction, glances full of some hidden painful emotion, though of what nature it would have been hard to define. Indeed, Alan's attitude towards her children I soon found to be the only source of friction between Lucy and this otherwise much-loved member of her husband's family. I asked her one day why the boys never appeared at luncheon. "Oh, they come when Alan is away," she answered, "but they seem to annoy him so much that George thinks it is better to keep them out of sight when he is here. It is very tiresome. I know that it is the fashion to say that George has got the temper of the family, but I assure you that Alan's nervous moods and fancies are much more difficult to live with." That was on the morning, a Friday it was, of the last day which we were to spend alone. The guests were to arrive soon after tea, and I think that with the knowledge of their approach, Alan and I prolonged our ride that afternoon beyond its usual limits. We were on our way home, and it was already dusk, when a turn of the path brought us face to face with the old ruined tower, of which I have already spoken as standing at the head of the valley. I had not been close up to it yet during this visit at Mervyn. It had been a very favorite haunt of ours as children, and partly on that account, partly perhaps in order to defer the dreaded close of our ride to the last possible moment, I proposed an inspection of it. The only portion of the old building left standing in any kind of entirety was 2 rooms, one above the other. The tower room, level with the bottom of the moat, was dark and damp, and it was the upper one, reached by a little outside staircase, which had been our rendezvous of old. Alan showed no disposition to enter, and said that he would stay outside and hold my horse, so I dismounted and ran up alone. The room seemed in no way changed. A mere stone shell, littered with fragments of wood and mortar. There was the rough wooden block on which Alan used to sit while he first frightened us with bogey stories, and then calmed our excited nerves by rapid sallies of wild nonsense. There was the plank from behind which, erected as a barrier across the doorway, he would defend the castle against our united assaults, pelting us with fir cones and sods of earth. This and many a bygone scene thronged on me as I stood there, and the room filled again with the memories of childish mirth. And following close came those of childish terrors, horrors which had oppressed me then, wholly imagined or dimly apprehended from half-heard traditions, and never thought of since, flitted around me in the gathering dusk. And with them it seemed to me as if there came other memories too, memories which had never been my own, of scenes whose actors had long been with the dead, but which, immortal as the spirit before whose eyes they had dwelt, still lingered in the spot where their victim had first learnt to shudder at their presence. Once the ghastly notion came to me, it seized on my imagination with irresistible force. It seemed as if from the darkened corners of the room vague, ill-defined shapes were actually peering out at me. When night came, they would show themselves in that form, livid and terrible, in which they had been burnt into the brain and heart of the long-ago dead. I turned and glanced towards where I had left Alan. I could see his figure framed in by the window, a black shadow against the gray twilight of the sky behind. Erect and perfectly motionless he sat, so motionless as to look almost lifeless, gazing before him down the valley into the illimitable distance beyond. There was something in that stern immobility of look and attitude which struck me with a curious sense of congruity. It was right that he should be thus, right that he should be no longer the laughing boy who a moment before had been in my memory. The haunting horrors of that place seemed to demand it, and for the first time I felt that I understood the change. With an effort I shook myself free from these fancies and turned to go. As I did so, my eye fell upon a queer-shaped painted board leaning up against the wall, which I well recollected in old times. Many a discussion had we had about the legend inscribed upon it, which in our wisdom we had finally pronounced to be German, chiefly because it was illegible. Though I had loudly professed my faith in this theory at the time, I had always had uneasy doubts on the subject, and now, half smiling, I bent down to verify or remove them. The language was English, not German, but the badly painted, faded Gothic letters in which it was written made the mistake excusable. In the dim light I had difficulty even now in deciphering the words, and felt when I had done so that neither the information conveyed nor the style of the composition was sufficient reward for the trouble I had taken. This is what I read. Where the woman sinned, the maid shall win, but God help the maid that sleeps within. What the lines could refer to I neither had any notion, nor did I pause then, even in my own mind, to inquire. I only remember vaguely wondering whether they were intended for a tombstone or for a doorway. Then, continuing my way, I rapidly descended the steps and remounted my horse, glad to find myself once again in the open air and by my cousin's side. The train of thought into which he had sunk during my absence was apparently an absorbing one, for to my first question as to the painted board he could hardly rouse himself to answer. A board with a legend written on it? Yes, he remembered something of the kind there. It had always been there, he thought. He knew nothing about it, and so the subject was not continued. The weird feeling which had haunted me in the tower still oppressed me, and I proceeded to ask Alan about that old Dame Alice, whom the traditions of my childhood represented as the last occupant of the ruined building. Alan roused himself now, but did not seem anxious to impart information on the subject. She had lived there, he admitted, and no one had lived there since. Had she not, I inquired, something to do with the mysterious cabinet at the house? I remember hearing it spoken of as Dame Alice's cabinet. So they say, he assented. She and an Italian artificer who was in her service, and who chiefly, I imagine, on account of his skill, shared with her the honor of reputed witchcraft. She was the mother of Hugh Mervyn, the man who was murdered by his wife, was she not? I asked. Yes, said Alan briefly. And had she not something to do with the curse? I inquired after a short pause, and nervously I remembered my father's experience on that subject, and I had never before dared to allude to it in the presence of any member of the family. My nervousness was fully warranted. The gloom on Alan's brow deepened, and after a very short, "They say so," he turned full upon me and inquired with some asperity why on earth I had developed this sudden curiosity about his ancestress. I hesitated a moment, for I was a little ashamed of my fancies, but the darkness gave me courage, and besides I was not afraid of telling Alan. He would understand. I told him of the strange sensations I had had while in the tower, sensations which had struck me with all that force and clearness which we usually associate with the direct experience of fact. Of course it was a trick of imagination, I commented, but I could not get rid of the feeling that the person who had dwelt there last must have had terrible thoughts for the companions of her life. Alan listened in silence, and the silence continued for some time after I had ceased speaking. "It is strange," he said at last. "Instincts which we do not understand form the motive power of most of our life's actions, and yet we refuse to admit them as evidence of any external truth. I suppose it is because we must act somehow, rightly or wrongly, and that there are a great many things which we need not believe unless we choose. As for this old lady, she lived long enough, like most of us, to do evil. Unlike most of us, long enough to witness some of the results of that evil. To say that is to say that the last years of her life must have been weighed heavily enough with tragic thought." I gave a little shudder of repulsion. "That is a depressing view of life, Alan," I said. "Does our peace of mind depend only upon death coming early enough to hide us from the truth? And after all, can it? Our spirits do not die. From another world they may witness the fruits of our lives in this one." "If they do," he answered with sudden violence, "it is absurd to doubt the existence of a purgatory. There must in such a case be a terrible one in store for the best among us." I was silent. The shadow that lay on his soul did not penetrate to mine, but it hung round me nevertheless, a cloud which I felt powerless to disperse. After a moment he went on. "Provided that they are distant enough, how little, after all, do we think of the results of our actions. There are few men who would deliberately instill into a child a love of drink, or wilfully deprive him of his reason. And yet a man with drunkenness or madness in his blood thinks nothing of bringing children into the world tainted as deeply with the curse as if he had inoculated them with it directly. There is no responsibility so completely ignored as this one of marriage and fatherhood, and yet how heavy it is, and far-reaching." "Well," I said, smiling, "let us console ourselves with the thought that we are not all lunatics and drunkards." "No," he answered, "but there are other evils besides these, moral taints as well as physical. Curses which have their roots in worlds beyond our own, sins of the fathers which are visited upon their children." He had lost all violence and bitterness of tone now, but the weary dejection which had taken their place communicated itself to my spirit with more subtle power than his previous mood had owned. "That is why," he went on, and his manner seemed to give more purpose to his speech than hitherto, "that is why, so far as I am concerned, I mean to shirk the responsibility and remain unmarried." I was hardly surprised at his words. I felt that I had expected them, but their utterance seemed to intensify the gloom which rested upon us. Alan was the first to arouse himself from its influence. "After all," he said, turning round to me and speaking lightly, "without looking so far and so deep, I think my resolve is a prudent one. Above all things, let us take life easily. And you know what St. Paul says about trouble in the flesh, a remark which I am sure is specially applicable to briefless barristers, even though possessed of a modest competence of their own. Perhaps one of these days, when I am a fat old judge, I shall give my cook a chance if she is satisfactory in her clear soups. But till then I shall expect you, Evie, to work me 1 pair of carpet slippers per annum, as tribute due to a bachelor cousin." I don't quite know what I answered. My heart was heavy and aching, but I tried with true feminine docility to follow the lead he had set me. He continued for some time in the same vein, but as we approached the house, the effort seemed to become too much for him, and we relapsed again into silence. This time I was the first to break it. "I suppose," I said drearily, "all those horrid people will have come by now." "Horrid people," he repeated, with rather an uncertain laugh, and through the darkness I saw his figure bend forward as he stretched out his hand to caress my horse's neck. "Why, Evie, I thought you were pining for gaiety, and that it was, in fact, for the purpose of meeting these horrid people that you came here." "Yes, I know," I said wistfully, "but somehow the last week has been so pleasant that I cannot believe that anything will ever be quite so nice again." We had arrived at the house as I spoke, and the groom was standing at our horses' heads. Alan got off and came round to help me to dismount, but instead of putting up his arm as usual as a support for me to spring from, he laid his hand in mine. "Yes, Evie," he said, "it has been indeed a pleasant time. God bless you for it." For an instant he stood there looking at me, his face full in the light which streamed from the open door, his gray eyes shining with radiance which was not wholly from thence. Then he straightened his arm. I sprang to the ground, and as if to preclude the possibility of any answer on my part, he turned sharply on his heels and began giving some orders to the groom. I went on alone into the house, feeling I knew not and cared not why, that the gloom had fled from my spirit, and that the last ride had not after all been as melancholy a failure as it had bid fair at one time to become. In the hall I was met by the housekeeper, who informed me that owing to a misunderstanding about dates, a gentleman had arrived whom Lucy had not expected at that time, and that in consequence my room had been changed. My things had been put into the east room, the haunted room, the room with the closed cabinet, as I remembered with a certain sense of pleasing importance, though without any surprise. It stood apart from the other guest rooms, at the end of the passage from which opened George and Lucy's private apartment, and as it was consequently disagreeable to have a stranger there, it was always used when the house was full for a member of the family. My father and mother had often slept there. There was a little room next to it, though not communicating with it, which served for a dressing room. Though I had never passed the night there myself, I knew it as well as any room in the house. I went there at once and found Lucy superintending the last arrangements of my comfort. She was full of apologies for the trouble she was giving me. I told her that the apologies were due to my maid and to her own servants rather than to me, and besides, I added, glancing round, I am distinctly a gainer by the change. You know, of course, she said lightly, that this is the haunted room of the house, and that you have no right to be here. I know it is the haunted room, I answered, but why have I no right to be here? Oh, I don't know, she said. There is one of those tiresome Mervyn traditions about allowing unmarried women to sleep in this room. I believe 2 girls died in it 150 years ago, or something of that sort. But I should think that people, married or unmarried, must have died in nearly every room in this house, I objected. Oh, yes, of course they have, said Lucy. But once you come across a bit of superstition in this family, it is of no use to ask for reasons. However, this particular bit is too ridiculous, even for George. Owing to Mr. Leslie having come today, we must use every room in the house. It is intolerable having a stranger here, and you are the only relation staying with us. I pointed all that out to George, and he agreed that under the circumstances it would be absurd not to put you here. I am quite agreeable, I answered, and indeed I think I am rather favored in having a room where the last recorded death appears to have taken place 150 years ago. Particularly as I should think that there can be scarcely anything now left in it which was here then, except, of course, the cabinet. The room had, in fact, been entirely done up and refurnished by my uncle, and was as bright and modern-looking an apartment as you could wish to see. It was large, and the walls were covered with one of those white and gold papers which were so fashionable 30 years ago. Opposite us, as we stood warming our backs before the fire, was the bed, a large double one hung with a pretty shade of pale blue. Material of the same color covered the comfortable modern furniture, and hung from gilded cornices before the 2 windows which pierced the side of the room on our left. Between them stood the toilet table, all muslin, blue ribbons, and silver. The carpet was a gray and blue Brussels one. The whole effect was cheerful, though I fear inartistic, and sadly out of keeping with the character of the house. The exception to these remarks was, as I had observed, the famous closed cabinet, to which I have more than once alluded. It stood against the same wall of the room as that in which the fireplace was, and on our right, that is, on that side of the fireplace which was farthest from the windows. As I spoke, I turned to go and look at it, and Lucy followed me. Many an hour as a child had I passed in front of it, fingering the 7 carved brass handles, or rather buttons, which were arranged down its center. They all slid, twisted, or screwed with the greatest ease, and apparently like many another ingeniously contrived lock. But neither I nor anyone else had ever yet succeeded in sliding, twisting, or screwing them after such a fashion as to open the closed doors of the cabinet. No one yet had robbed them of their secret since first it was placed there 300 years ago by the old lady and her faithful Italian. It was a beautiful piece of workmanship, was this tantalizing cabinet, carved out of some dark foreign wood. The doors and panels were richly inlaid with lapis lazuli, ivory, and mother-of-pearl, among which were twisted delicately chased threads of gold and silver. Above the doors, between them and the cornice, lay another mystery, fully as tormenting as was the first. In a smooth strip of wood about an inch wide, and extending along the whole breadth of the cabinet, was inlaid a fine pattern of gold wire. This at first sight seemed to consist of a legend or motto. On looking closer, however, though the pattern still looked as if it was formed out of characters of the alphabet curiously entwined together, you found yourself unable to fix upon any definite word or even letter. You looked again and again, and the longer that you looked, the more certain became your belief that you were on the verge of discovery. If you could approach the mysterious legend from a slightly different point of view, or look at it from another distance, the clue to the puzzle would be seized, and the words would stand forth clear and legible in your sight. But the clue never had been discovered, and the motto, if there was one, remained unread. For a few minutes we stood looking at the cabinet in silence, and then Lucy gave a discontented little sigh. "There's another tiresome piece of superstition," she exclaimed. "By far the handsomest piece of furniture in the house, stuck away here in a bedroom which is hardly ever used. Again and again have I asked George to let me have it moved downstairs, but he won't hear of it." "Was it not placed here by Dame Alice herself?" I inquired a little reproachfully, for I felt that Alice was not treating the cabinet with the respect which it really deserved. "Yes, so they say," she answered, and the tone of light contempt in which she spoke was now pierced by a not unnatural pride in the romantic mysteries of her husband's family. She placed it here, and it is said, you know, that when the closed cabinet is opened and the mysterious motto is read, the curse will depart from the Mervyn family. But why don't they break it open? I asked impatiently. I am sure that I would never have remained all my life in a house with a thing like that, and not found out in some way or another what was inside it. Oh, but that would be quite fatal, answered she. The curse can only be removed when the cabinet is opened as Dame Alice intended it to be, in an orthodox fashion. If you were to force it open, that could never happen, and the curse would therefore remain forever. And what is the curse? I asked, with very different feelings to those with which I had timidly approached the same subject with Alan. Lucy was not a Mervyn, and not a person to inspire awe under any circumstances. My instincts were right again, for she turned away with a slight shrug of her shoulders. I have no idea, she said. George and Alan always look portentously solemn and gloomy whenever one mentions the subject, so I don't. If you ask me for the truth, I believe it to be a pure invention, devised by the Mervyns for the purpose of delicately accounting for some of the disreputable actions of their ancestors. For you know, Evie, she added with a little laugh, the less said about the character of the family into which your aunt and I have married, the better. The remark made me angry, I don't know why, and I answered stiffly that as far as I was acquainted with them, I at least saw nothing to complain of. Oh, as regards the present generation, no, except for that poor wretched Jack, acquiesced Lucy, with her usual imperturbable good humor. And as regards the next, I suggested, smiling, and already ashamed of my little temper. The next is perfect, of course, poor dear boys. She sighed as she spoke, and I wondered whether she was really as unconscious as she generally appeared to be of the strange disaffection with which her husband seemed to regard his children. Anyhow, the mention of them had evidently changed her mood, and almost directly afterwards, with the remark that she must go and look after her guests, who had all arrived by now, she left me to myself. For some minutes I sat by the bright fire, lost in aimless wandering thought, which began with Dame Alice and her cabinet, and which ended somehow with Alan's face, as I had last seen it looking up at me in front of the hall door. When I had reached that point, I roused myself to decide that I had dreamt long enough, and that it was quite time to go down to the guests and to tea. I accordingly donned my best tea gown, arranged my hair, and proceeded towards the drawing-room. My way there lay through the great central hall. This apartment was approached from most of the bedrooms in the house through a large arched doorway at one end of it, which communicated directly with the great staircase. My bedroom, however, which, as I have said, lay among the private apartments of the house, opened into a passage which led into a broad gallery or upper chamber, stretching right across the end of the hall. From this you descended by means of a small staircase in oak, whose carved balustrade, bending round the corner of the hall, formed one of the prettiest features of the picturesque old room. The barrier which ran along the front of the gallery was in solid oak, and of such a height that unless standing close up to it, you could neither see nor be seen by the occupants of the room below. On approaching this gallery, I heard voices in the hall. They were George's and Alan's, evidently in hot discussion. As I issued from the passage, George was speaking, and his voice had that exasperated tone in which an angry man tries to bring to a close an argument in which he has lost his temper. For heaven's sake, leave it alone, Alan. I neither can nor will interfere. We have enough to bear from these cursed traditions as it is, without adding one which has no foundation whatever to justify it, a mere contemptible piece of superstition. No member of our family has a right to call any tradition contemptible which is connected with that place, and you know it, answered Alan, and though he spoke low, his voice trembled with some strong emotion. A first impulse of hesitation which I had I checked, feeling that if I had heard so much it was fair to go on, and I advanced to the top of the stairs. Alan stood by the fireplace, facing me, but far too occupied to see me. His last speech had seemingly aroused George to fury, for the latter turned on him now with savage passion. "Damn it all, Alan," he cried, "can't you be quiet? I will be master of my own house. Take care, I tell you, the curse may not be quite fulfilled yet after all." As George uttered these words, Alan lifted his eyes to him with a glance of awful horror. His face turned ghastly white. His lips trembled for a moment, and then he answered back with one half-whispered word of supreme appeal. "George." There was a long-drawn, unutterable anguish in his tone, and his voice, though scarcely audible, penetrated every corner of the room, and seemed to hang quivering in the air round one after the sound had ceased. Then there was a terrible stillness. Alan stood trembling in every limb, incapable apparently of speech or action, and George faced him as silent and motionless as he was. For an instant they remained thus, while I looked breathlessly on. Then George, with a muttered imprecation, turned on his heel and left the room. Alan followed him as he went, with dull, lifeless eyes, and as the door closed he breathed deeply, with a breath that was almost a groan. Taking my courage in both hands, I now descended the stairs, and at the sound of my footfall he glanced up, started, and then came rapidly to meet me. "Evie, you here?" he said. "I did not notice you. How long have you been here?" He was still quite white, and I noticed that he panted for breath as he spoke. "Not long," I answered timidly and rather spasmodically. "I only heard a sentence or two. You wanted George to do something about some tradition or other, and he was angry, and he said something about the curse." While I spoke, Alan kept his eyes fixed on mine, reading through them, as I knew, into my mind. When I had finished, he turned his gaze away, satisfied, and answered very quietly, "Yes, that was it." Then he went back to the fireplace, rested his arm against the high mantelpiece above it, and leaning his forehead on his arm, remained silently looking into the fire. I could see by his bent brow and compressed lips that he was engaged upon some earnest train of thought or reasoning, and I stood waiting, worried, puzzled, curious, but after all things pitiful, and longing so intensely to help him if I could. Presently he straightened himself a little, and addressed me more in his ordinary tone of voice, though without looking round. "So I hear they have changed your room." "Yes," I answered, and then flushing rather, "Is that what you and George have been quarreling about?" I received no reply, and taking this silence for assent, I went on deprecatingly. "Because you know, if it was, I think you are rather foolish, Alan. As I understand, 2 girls are said to have died in that room more than 100 years ago, and for that reason there is prejudice against putting a girl to sleep there. That is all, merely a vague, unreasonable tradition." Alan took a moment to answer. "Yes," he said at length, speaking slowly, and as if replying to arguments in his own mind as much as to those which I had uttered. "Yes, it is nothing but a tradition after all, and that of the very vaguest and most unsupported kind." "Is there even any proof that girls have not slept there since those 2 died?" I asked. I think that the suggestion conveyed in this question was a relief to him, for after a moment's pause, as if to search his memory, he turned round. "No," he answered, "I don't think that there is any such proof, and I have no doubt that you are right, and that it is a mere prejudice that makes me dislike your sleeping there." Then I said, with a little assumption of sisterly superiority, "I think George was right, and that you were wrong." Alan smiled, a smile which sat oddly on the still pale face, and on the wearied, worn-looking eyes. "Very likely," he said. "I dare say that I am superstitious. I've had things to make me so." Then coming nearer to me and laying his hand on my shoulders, he went on, smiling more brightly. "We are a queer-tempered, bad-nerved race, we Mervyns, and you must not take us too seriously, Evie. The best thing that you can do with our odd ways is to ignore them." "Oh, I don't mind," I answered, laughing, too glad to have won him back to even temporary brightness, "as long as you and George don't come to blows over the question of where I am to sleep, which, after all, is chiefly my concern and Lucy's." "Well, perhaps it is," he replied in the same tone. "And now be off to the drawing-room, where Lucy is defending the tea-table single-handed all this time." I obeyed, and should have gone more cheerfully had I not turned at the door to look back at him, and caught one glimpse of his face as he sank heavily down into the large armchair by the fire. However, by dinner-time he appeared to have dismissed all painful reflections from his mind, or to have buried them too deep for discovery. The people staying in the house were, in spite of my sense of grievance at their arrival, individually pleasant, and after dinner I discovered them to be socially well assorted. For the first hour or two, indeed, after their arrival, each glared at the other across those triple lines of moral fortification behind which every well-bred Briton takes refuge on appearing at a friend's country house. But flags of truce were interchanged over the soup. An armistice was agreed upon during the roast, and the terms of a treaty of peace and amity were finally ratified under the sympathetic influence of George's best champagne. For the achievement of this happy result, Alan certainly worked hard, and received therefore many a grateful glance from his sister-in-law. He was more excited than I had ever seen him before, and talked brilliantly and well, though perhaps not as exclusively to his neighbors as they may have wished. His eyes and his attention seemed everywhere at once. One moment he was throwing remarks across to some despairing couple opposite, and the next he was breaking an embarrassing pause in the conversation by some rapid sally of nonsense addressed to the table in general. He formed a great contrast to his brother, who sat gloomy and dejected, making little or no response to the advances of the two dowagers between whom he was placed. After dinner, the younger members of the party spent the evening by Alan's initiative, and chiefly under his direction, in a series of lively and rather riotous games, such as my nursery days had delighted in, and my schoolroom ones had disdained. It was a great and happy surprise to discover that grown up I might again enjoy them. I did so hugely, and when bedtime came, all memories more serious than those of musical chairs or Follow My Leader had vanished from my mind. I think from Alan's glance as he handed me my bed candle that the pleasure and excitement must have improved my looks. "I hope you have enjoyed your first evening of gaiety, Evie," he said. "I have," I answered, with happy conviction, "and really I believe that it is chiefly owing to you, Alan." He met my smile by another, but I think that there must have been something in his look which recalled other thoughts, for as I started up the stairs I threw a mischievous glance back at him and whispered, "Now for the horrors of the haunted chamber." He laughed rather loudly, and saying, "Good night and good luck," turned to attend to the other ladies. His wishes were certainly fulfilled. I got to bed quickly, and as soon as my happy excitement was sufficiently calm to admit it, to sleep. The only thing which disturbed me was the wind, which blew fiercely and loudly all the earlier portion of the night, half arousing me more than once. I spoke of it at breakfast the next morning, but the rest of the world seemed to have slept too heavily to have been aware of it. The end of part 1 of The Closed Cabinet. The Closed Cabinet, Part 2, in the Lock and Key Library. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Schneider. The Lock and Key Library, edited by Julian Hawthorne. The Closed Cabinet by Anonymous, Part 2. The men went out shooting directly after breakfast, and we women passed the day in orthodox country house fashion, working and eating, walking and riding, driving and playing croquet, and above, beyond, and through all things, chattering. Beyond a passing sigh while I was washing my hands, or a moment of mournful remembrance while I changed my dress, I had scarcely time even to regret the quiet happiness of the week that was past. In the evening we danced in the great hall. I had 2 valses with Alan. During a pause for breath, I found that we were standing near the fireplace, on the very spot where he and George had stood on the previous afternoon. The recollection made me involuntarily glance up at his face. It looked sad and worried, and the thought suddenly struck me that his extravagant spirits of the night before, and even his quieter, careful cheerfulness of tonight, had been but artificial moods at best. He turned, and finding my eyes fixed on him, at once plunged into conversation, discussed the peculiarities of one of the guests, good-humoredly enough, but with so much fun as to make me laugh in spite of myself. Then we danced again. The plaintive music, the smooth floor, and the partner were all alike perfect, and I experienced that entire delight of physical enjoyment which I believe nothing but a valse under such circumstances can give. When it was over, I turned to Alan and exclaimed with impulsive appeal, "Oh, I'm so happy! You must be happy, too." He smiled rather uncertainly and answered, "Don't bother yourself about me, Evie. I am all right. I told you that we Mervyns had bad nerves, and I'm rather tired, that's all." I was too passionately determined just then upon happiness, and his was too necessary to mine, for me not to believe that he was speaking the truth. We kept up the dancing till Lucy discovered with a shock that midnight had struck and that Sunday had begun, and we were all sent off to bed. I was not long in making my nightly preparations, and had scarcely inserted myself between the sheets, when with a few long moans the wind began again, more violently even than the night before. It had been a calm, fine day, and I made wise reflections as I listened upon the uncertainty of the north country climate. What a tempest it was! How it moaned and howled and shrieked! Where had I heard the superstition which now came to my mind, that borne upon the wind come the spirits of the drowned, wailing and crying for the sepulture which had been denied them? But there were other sounds in that wind, too, evil, murderous thoughts, perhaps, which had never taken body in deeds, but which, caught up in the air, now hurled themselves in impotent fury through the world. How I wished the wind would stop! It seemed full of horrible fancies, and it kept knocking them into my head, and it wouldn't leave off. Fancies or memories, which? And my mind reverted with a flash to the fearful thoughts which had haunted it the day before in Dame Alice's tower. It was dark now. Those ghastly intangible shapes must have taken full form and color, peopling the old ruin with their ageless hideousness, and the storm had found them there and borne them along with it as it blew through the creviced walls. That was why the wind's sound struck so strangely on my brain. I could hear them now, those still living memories of dead horror. Through the window crannies they came shrieking and wailing. They filled the chimney with spirit sobs, and now they were pressing on, crowding through the room, eager to reach their prey. Nearer they came, nearer still. They were round my bed now. Through my closed eyelids I could almost see their dreadful shapes. In all my quivering flesh I felt their terrors as they bent over me, lower, lower. With a start I roused myself and sat up. Was I asleep or awake? I was trembling all over still, and it required the greatest effort of courage I had ever made to enable me to spring from my bed and strike a light. What a state my nerves or my digestion must be in! From my childhood the wind had always affected me strangely, and I blamed myself now for allowing my imagination to run away with me at first. I found a novel which I had brought up to my room with me, one of the modern Chinese-American school, where human nature is analyzed with the patient, industrious indifference of the true celestial. I took the book to bed with me, and soon, under its soothing influences, fell asleep. I dreamt a good deal, nightmares, the definite recollection of which, as is so often the case, vanished from my mind as soon as I awoke, leaving only a vague impression of horror. They had been connected with the wind, of that alone I was conscious, and I went down to breakfast, maliciously hoping that others' rest had been as much disturbed as my own. To my surprise, however, I found that I had again been the only sufferer. Indeed, so impressed were most of the party with the quiet in which their night had passed, that they boldly declared my storm to have been the creature of my dreams. There is nothing more annoying than when you feel yourself aggrieved by fate than to be told that your troubles have originated in your own fancy. So I dropped the subject. Though the discussion spread for a few minutes round the whole table, Alan took no part in it. Neither did George, except for what I thought a rather unnecessarily rough expression of his disbelief in the cause of my night's disturbance. As we rose from breakfast, I saw Alan glance towards his brother and make a movement, evidently with the purpose of speaking to him. Whether or not George was aware of the look or action I cannot say, but at the same moment he made rapidly across the room to where one of his principal guests was standing, and at once engaged him in conversation. So earnestly and so volubly was he borne on, that they were still talking together when we ladies appeared again some minutes later, prepared for our walk to church. That was not the only occasion during the day on which I witnessed, as I thought, the same by-play going on. Again and again Alan appeared to be making efforts to engage George in private conversation, and again the latter successfully eluded him. The church was about a mile away from the house, and as Lucy did not like having the carriages out on a Sunday, one service a week as a rule contented the household. In the afternoon we took the usual Sunday walk. On returning from it I had just taken off my outdoor things and was issuing from my bedroom, when I found myself face to face with Alan. He was coming out of George's study, and had succeeded apparently in obtaining that interview for which he had been all day seeking. One glance at his face told me what its nature had been. We paused opposite each other for a moment, and he looked at me earnestly. "Are you going to church?" he inquired at last, abruptly. "No," I answered, with some surprise. I did not know that anyone was going this evening. "Will you come with me?" "Yes, certainly, if you don't mind waiting a moment for me to put my things on." "There's plenty of time," he answered. "Meet me in the hall." A few minutes later we started. It was a calm, cloudless night, and although the moon was not yet half full, and already past her meridian, she filled the clear air with gentle light. Not a word broke our silence. Alan walked hurriedly, looking straight before him, his head upright, his lips twitching nervously, while every now and then a half-uttered moan escaped unconsciously from between them. At last I could bear it no longer, and burst forth with the first remark which occurred to me. We were passing a big, black, queer-shaped stone standing in rather a lonely, uncultivated spot at one end of the garden. It was an old acquaintance of my childhood, but my thoughts had been turned towards it now from the fact that I could see it from my bedroom window, and had been struck afresh by its uncouth, incongruous appearance. "Isn't there some story connected with that stone?" I asked. "I remember that we always called it the Dead Stone as children." Alan cast a quick, sidelong glance in that direction, and his brows contracted in an irritable frown. "I don't know," he said softly. "They say there is a woman buried beneath it, I believe." "A woman buried there?" I exclaimed in surprise. "But who?" "How should I know? They know nothing whatever about it. The place is full of stupid traditions of that kind." Then looking suspiciously round at me, "Why do you ask?" "I don't know. It was just something to say," I answered plaintively. His strange mood so worked upon my nerves that it was all that I could do to restrain my tears. I think that my tone struck his conscience, for he made a few feverish attempts at conversation after that, but they were so entirely abortive that he soon abandoned the effort, and we finished our walk to church as speechlessly as we had begun it. The service was bright, and the sermon perhaps a little commonplace, but sensible as it seemed to me in matter and adequate in style. The peaceful evening hymn which followed, the short solemn pause of silent prayer at the end, soothed and refreshed my spirit. A hasty glance at my companion's face as he stood waiting for me in the porch, with the full light from the church streaming round him, assured me that the same influence had touched him too. Haggard and sad he still looked, it is true, but his features were composed, and the expression of actual pain had left his eyes. Silent as we had come, we started homeward through the waning moonlight. But this silence was of a very different nature to the other, and after a minute or two I did not hesitate to break it. "It was a good sermon?" I observed interrogatively. "Yes," he assented, "I suppose you would call it so, but I confess that I should have found the text more impressive without its exposition." "Poor man!" "But don't you often find it so?" he asked. "Do you not often wish, to take this evening's instance, the clergymen would infuse themselves with something of St. Paul's own spirit? Then perhaps they would not water all the strength out of his words in their efforts to explain them." "That is rather a large demand to make upon them, is it not?" "Is it?" he questioned. "I don't ask them to be inspired saints. I don't expect St. Paul's breadth and depth of thought. But could they not have something of his vigorous completeness, something of the intensity of his feeling and belief? Look at the text of tonight. Did not the preacher's examples and applications take something from its awful, unqualified strength?" "Awful?" I exclaimed in surprise. "That is hardly the expression I should have used in connection with those words." "Why not?" "Oh, I don't know. The text is very beautiful, of course, and at times when people are tiresome and one ought to be nice to them, it is very difficult to act up to. But you think that 'awful' is rather a big adjective to use for so small a duty," interposed Allen, and the moonlight showed the flicker of a smile upon his face. Then he continued gravely, "I doubt whether you yourself realize the full import of the words. The precept of charity is not merely a code of rules by which to order our conduct to our neighbors. It is the picture of a spiritual condition, and such, where it exists in us, must by its very nature be roused into activity by anything that affects us. So with this particular injunction, every circumstance in our lives is a challenge to it, and in presence of all alike it admits of one attitude only: beareth all things, endureth all things. I hope it will be long before that all sticks in your gizzard, Evie, before you come face to face with things which nature cannot bear, and yet which must be borne." He stopped, his voice quivering, and then after a pause went on again more calmly. "And throughout it is the same. Moral precepts everywhere, which will admit no compromise, no limitation, and yet which are at war with our strongest passions. If one could only interpose some unless, some except, even an until, which should be short of the grave. But we cannot. The law is infinite, universal, eternal. There is no escape, no repose. Resist, strive, endure. That is the recurring cry. That is existence." "And peace?" I exclaimed appealingly. "Where is there room for peace, if that be true?" He sighed for answer, and then in a changed and lowered tone added, "However thickly the clouds mass, however vainly we search for a coming glimmer in their midst, we never doubt that the sky is still beyond, beyond and around us, infinite and infinitely restful." He raised his eyes as he spoke, and mine followed his. We had entered the wooded glen. Through the scanty autumn foliage we could see the stars shining faintly in the dim moonlight, and beyond them the deep, illimitable blue. A dark world it looked, distant and mysterious, and my young spirit rebelled at the consolation offered me. "Peace seems a long way off," I whispered. "It is for me," he answered gently. Not necessarily for you. Oh, but I am worse and weaker than you are. If life is to be all warfare, I must be beaten. I cannot always be fighting. Cannot you, Evie? What I have been saying is true of every moral law worth having, of every ideal of life worth striving after that men have yet conceived. But it is only half the truth of Christianity, you know that. We must strive, for the promise is to him that overcometh. But though our aim be even higher than is that of others, we cannot in the end fail to reach it. The victory of the cross is ours. You know that? You believe that? Yes, I answered softly, too surprised to say more. In speaking of religion, he as a rule showed to the full the reserve which is characteristic of his class and country, and this sudden outburst was in itself astonishing. But the eager anxiety with which he emphasized the last words of appeal impressed and bewildered me still further. We walked on for some minutes in silence, then suddenly Allan stopped and, turning, took my hand in his. In what direction his mind had been working in the interval I could not divine, but the moment he began to speak I felt that he was now for the first time giving utterance to what had been really at the bottom of his thoughts the whole evening. Even in that dim light I could see the anxious look upon his face, and his voice shook with restrained emotion. "Evie," he said, "have you ever thought of the world in which our spirits dwell, as our bodies do in this one of matter and sense, and of how it may be peopled? I know," he went on hurriedly, "that it is the fashion nowadays to laugh at such ideas. I envy those who have never had cause to be convinced of their reality, and I hope that you may long remain among the number. But should that not be so, should those unseen influences ever touch your life, I want you to remember then that as one of the race for whom Christ died, you have as high a citizenship in that spirit land as any creature there, that you are your own soul's warden, and that neither principalities nor powers can rob you of that birthright." I think my face must have shown my bewilderment, for he dropped my hand and walked on with an impatient sigh. "You don't understand me. Why should you? I dare say that I am talking nonsense, only—" His voice expressed such an agony of doubt and hesitation that I burst out. "I think I do understand you a little, Allan. You mean that even from unearthly enemies there is nothing that we need really fear. At least that is, I suppose, nothing worse than death. But that is surely enough." "Why should you fear death?" he said abruptly. "Your soul will live." "Yes, I know that, but still—" I stopped with a shudder. "What is life, after all, but one long death?" he went on, with sudden violence. "Our pleasures, our hopes, our youth are all dying. Ambition dies, and even desire at last. Our passions and tastes will die, or will live only to mourn their dead opportunity. The happiness of love dies with the loss of the loved, and worst of all, love itself grows old in our hearts and dies. Why should we shrink only from the one death which can free us from all the others?" "It is not true, Allan," I cried hotly. "What you say is not true. There are many things, even here, which are living and shall live. And if it were otherwise in everything, life that ends in death is better than no life at all." "You say that," he answered, "because for you these things are yet living. To leave life now, therefore, while it is full and sweet, untainted by death, surely that is not a fate to fear. Better, 1,000 times better, to see the cord cut with one blow while it is still whole and strong, and to launch out straight into the great ocean, than to sit watching through the slow years while strand after strand, thread by thread, loosens and unwinds itself, each with its own separate pang breaking, bringing the bitterness of death without its release." His manner, The despairing ring in his voice alarmed me even more than his words. Clinging to his arm with both hands while the tears sprang to my eyes. "Alan," I cried, "don't say such things. Don't talk like that. You are making me miserable." He stopped short at my words with bent head, his features hidden in the shadow thus cast upon them. Nothing in his motionless form to show what was passing within him. Then he looked up and turned his face to the moonlight and to me, laying his hand on one of mine. "Don't be afraid," he said. "It is all right, my little David. You have driven the evil spirit away." And lifting my hand, he pressed it gently to his lips. Then drawing it within his arm, he went on as he walked forward. And even when it was on me at its worst, I was not meditating suicide, as I think you imagine. I'm a very average specimen of humanity, neither brave enough to defy the possibilities of eternity, nor cowardly enough to shirk those of time. No, I was only trying idiotically to persuade a girl of 18 that life was not worth living, and more futilely still, myself, that I did not wish her to live. I am afraid that in my mind philosophy and fact have but small connection with each other, and though my theorizing for your welfare may be true enough, yet I cannot help it, Evie. It would be terribly hard with me if anything were to happen to you." His voice trembled as he finished. My fear had gone with his return to his natural manner, but my bewilderment remained. "Why should there anything happen to me?" I asked. "That is just it," he answered, after a pause, looking straight in front of him and drawing his hand wearily over his brow. "I know of no reason why there should." Then giving a sigh, as if finally to dismiss from his mind a worrying subject, "I have acted for the best," he said, "and may God forgive me if I have done wrong." There was a little silence after that, and then he began to talk again, steadily and quietly. The subject was deep enough still, as deep as any that we had touched upon, but both voice and sentiment were calm, bringing peace to my spirit, and soon making me forget the wonder and fear of a few moments before. Very openly did he talk as we passed on across the long trunk shadows and through the glades of silver light, and I saw farther then into the most sacred recesses of his soul than I had ever done before or since. When we reached home, the moon had already set, but some of her beams seemed to have been left behind within my heart, so pure and peaceful was the light which filled it. The same feeling continued with me all through that evening. After dinner some of the party played and sang. As it was Sunday and Lucy was rigid in her views, the music was of a sacred character. I sat in a low armchair in a dark corner of the room, my mind too dreamy to think and too passive to dream. I hardly interchanged 3 words with Alan, who remained in a still darker spot, invisible and silent the whole time. Only as we left the room to go to bed, I heard Lucy ask him if he had a headache. I did not hear his answer, and before I could see his face, he had turned back again into the drawing-room. It was early, and when first I got to my room, I felt little inclined for sleep. I wandered to the window, and drawing aside the curtains, looked out upon the still, starlit night. At least I should rest quiet tonight. The air was very clear, and the sky seemed full of stars. As I stood there, scraps of schoolroom learning came back to my mind, that the stars were all suns, surrounded perhaps in their turn by worlds as large or larger than our own. Worlds beyond worlds, and others farther still, which no man might number or even describe. And about the distance of those wonderful suns, too, that one, for instance, at which I was looking, what was it that I had been told? That our world was not yet peopled, perhaps not yet formed, when the actual spot of light which now struck my sight first started from the star's surface. While it flashed along, itself the very symbol of speed, the whole of mankind had had time to be born and live and die. My gaze dropped and fell upon the dim, half-seen outline of the dead stone. That woman, too. While that one ray speeded towards me, her life had been lived and ended, and her body had rotted away into the ground. How close together we all were, her life and mine, our joys, sufferings, deaths, all crowded together into the space of one flash of light. And yet there was nothing there but a horrible skeleton of dead bones, while I stopped with a shudder and turned back into the room. I wished that Alan had not told me what lay under the stone. I wished that I had never asked him. It was a ghastly thing to think about, and spoiled all the beauty of the night to me. I got quickly into bed and soon dropped asleep. I do not know how long I slept, but when I woke it was with the consciousness again of that haunting wind. It was worse than ever. The world seemed filled with its din. Hurling itself passionately against the house, it gathered strength with every gust, till it seemed as if the old walls must soon crash in ruins around me. Gust upon gust, blow upon blow, swelling, lessening, never ceasing. The noise surrounded me. It penetrated my inmost being as all-pervading as silence itself, and wrapping me in a solitude even more complete. There was nothing left in the world but the wind and I. And then a weird, intangible doubt as to my own identity seized me. The wind was real, the wind with its echoes of passion and misery from the eternal abyss. But was there anything else? What was and what had been the world of sense and of knowledge, my own consciousness, my very self, all seemed gathered up and swept away in that one soul-existent fury of sound. I pulled myself together, and getting out of bed, groped my way to the table which stood between the bed and the fireplace. The matches were there, and my half-burnt candle, which I lit. The wind, penetrating the rattling casement, circled round the room, and the flame of my candle bent and flared and shrank before it, throwing strange moving lights and shadows in every corner. I stood there shivering in my thin nightdress, half stunned by the cataract of noise beating on the walls outside, and peered anxiously around me. The room was not the same. Something was changed. What was it? How the shadows leaped and fell, dancing in time to the wind's music. Everything seemed alive. I turned my head slowly to the left, then to the right, and then round, and stopped with a sudden gasp of fear. The cabinet was open. I looked away and back and again. There was no room for doubt. The doors were thrown back and were waving gently in the draught. One of the lower drawers was pulled out, and in a sudden flare of the candlelight I could see something glistening at its bottom. Then the light dwindled again, and the candle was almost out, and the cabinet showed a dim black mass in the darkness. Up and down went the flame, and each returning brightness flashed back at me from the thing inside the drawer. I stood fascinated, my eyes fixed upon the spot, waiting for the fitful glitter as it came and went. What was there? I knew that I must go and see, but I did not want to. If only the cabinet would close again before I looked, before I knew what was inside it. But it stood open, and the glittering thing lay there, dragging me toward itself. Slowly at last, and with infinite reluctance, I went. The drawer was lined with soft white satin, and upon the satin lay a long, slender knife, hilted and sheathed in antique silver, richly set with jewels. I took it up and turned back to the table to examine it. It was Italian in workmanship, and I knew that the carving and chasing of the silver were more precious even than the jewels which studded it, and whose rough setting gave so firm a grasp to my hand. Was the blade as fair as the covering, I wondered. A little resistance at first, and then the long, thin steel slid easily out. Sharp and bright, and finely tempered it looked with its deadly tapering point. Stains, dull and irregular, crossed the fine engraving on its surface and dimmed its polish. I bent to examine them more closely, and as I did so, a sudden, stronger gust of wind blew out the candle. I shuddered a little at the darkness and looked up, but it did not matter. The curtain was still drawn away from the window opposing my bed, and through it a flood of moonlight was pouring in upon floor and bed. Putting the sheath down upon the table, I walked to the window to examine the knife more closely by that pale light. How gloriously brilliant it was, darkened now and again by the quickly passing shadows of wind-driven clouds. At least so I thought, and I glanced up and out the window to see them. A black world met my gaze. Neither moon was there nor moonlight. The broad silver beam in which I stood stretched no farther than the window. I caught my breath and my limbs stiffened as I looked. No moon, no cloud, no movement in the clear, calm, starlit sky, while still the ghastly light stretched round me, and the spectral shadows drifted across the room. But it was not all dark outside. One spot caught my eye, bright with a livid, unearthly brightness. The dead stone shining out into the night like an ember from hell's furnace. There was a horrid semblance of life in the light, a palpitating, breathing glow, and my pulses beat in time to it, till I seemed to be drawing it into my veins. It had no warmth, and as it entered my blood, my heart grew colder and my muscles more rigid. My fingers clutched the dagger hilt till its jeweled roughness pressed painfully into my palm. All the strength of my strained powers seemed gathered in that grasp, and the more tightly I held, the more vividly did the rock gleam and quiver with infernal life. The dead woman. The dead woman. What had I to do with her? Let her bones rest in the filth of their own decay, out there, under the accursed stone. And now the noise of the wind lessens in my ears. Let it go on, yes, louder and wilder, drowning my senses in its tumult. What is there with me in the room, the great empty room behind me? Nothing, only the cabinets with its waving doors. They are waving to and fro, I know it. But there is no other life in the room but that. No, no, no. No other life in the room but that. Oh, don't let the wind stop. I can't hear anything while it goes on. But if it stops, the gusts grow weaker, struggling, forced into rest. Now they have ceased. Silence. A fearful pause. What is it that I hear there behind me in the room? Do I hear it? Is there anything? The throbbing of my own blood in my ears. No, there is something as well, something outside myself. What is it? Low, heavy, regular. God, it is the breath of a living creature here, close to me, alone with me. The numbness of terror conquers me. I can neither stir nor speak. Only my whole soul strains at my ears to listen. Where does the sound come from? Close behind me, close. It is from there, from the bed where I was lying a moment ago. I try to shriek, but the sound gurgles unuttered in my throat. I clutch the stone mullions of the window and press myself against the panes. If I could but throw myself out, anywhere, away from that dreadful sound. from that thing close behind me in the bed, but I can do nothing. The wind has broken forth again now. The storm chases round me, and still through it all I hear the ghastly breathing, even, low, scarcely audible, but I hear it, and shall hear it as long as I live. Is the thing moving? Is it coming nearer? No, not that. That was but a fancy to freeze me dead. But to stand here with that creature behind me, listening, waiting for the warm horror of its breath to touch my neck, I cannot. I will look. I will see it face to face. Better any agony than this one. Slowly, with held breath, and eyes aching in their stretched fixity, I turn. There it is. Clear in the moonlight I see the monstrous form within the bed. The dark coverlet rises and falls with its heavy breath. Ah, heaven have mercy! Is there none to help, none to save me from this awful presence? And the knife hilt draws my fingers round it, while my flesh quivers and my soul grows sick with loathing. The wind howls, the shadows chase through the room, hunting with fearful darkness more fearful light, and I stand looking, listening. I must not stand here forever. I must be up and doing. What a noise the wind makes, and the rattling of the windows and the doors. If he sleeps through this, he will sleep through all. Noiselessly my bare feet tread the carpet as I approach the bed. Noiselessly my left arm raises the heavy curtain. What does it hide? Do I not know? The bestial features half hidden in coarse black growth, the muddy blotched skin oozing foulness at every pore. Oh, I know them too well. What a monster it is! How the rank breath gurgles through his throat in his drunken sleep. The eyes are closed now, but I know them too, their odious leer and the venomous hatred with which they can glare at me from their bloodshot setting. But the time has come at last. Never again shall their passion insult me, or their fury degrade me in slavish terror. There he lies, there at my mercy, the man who for 15 years has made God's light a shame to me, and his darkness a terror. The end has come at last, the only end possible, the only end left to me, and on his head be the blood and the crime. God Almighty, I am not guilty. The end has come. I can bear my burden no farther. Beareth all things, endureth all things. Where have I heard those words? They're in the Bible, the precept of charity. What has that to do with me? Nothing. I heard the words in my dreams somewhere. A white-faced man said them, a white-faced man with pure eyes. To me? No, not to me. To a girl it was, an ignorant, innocent girl, and she accepted them as an eternal, unqualified law. Let her bear but half that I have borne. Let her endure but 1/10 of what I have endured, and then if she dare, let her speak in judgment against me. Softly now I must draw the coverings away, and bear his breast to the stroke that shall free me. I know well where to plant it. I have learned that from the old lady's Italian. Did he guess why I questioned him so closely of the surest, straightest road to a man's heart? No matter, he cannot hinder me now. Gently. Ah, I have disturbed him. He moves, mutters in his sleep, throws out his arm. Down, crouching behind the curtain. Heavens, if he wakes and sees me, he will kill me. No, alas, if only he would. I would kiss the hand that he struck me with. But he is too cruel for that. He will imagine some new and more hellish torture to punish me with. But the knife, I have got that. He shall never touch me living again. He is quieter now. I hear his breath, hoarse and heavy as a wild beast's panting. He draws it more evenly, more deeply. The danger is past, thank God. God, what have I to do with him? A God of judgment. Hell cannot frighten me. It will not be worse than earth. Only he will be there too. Not with him, not with him. Send me to the lowest circle of torment, but not with him. There, his breast is bare now. Is the knife sharp? Yes. And the blade is strong enough. Now let me strike. Myself afterwards, if need be, but him first. Is it the devil that prompts me? Then the devil is my friend and the friend of the world. No, God is a God of love. He cannot wish such a man to live. He made him, but the devil spoilt him, and let the devil have his handiwork back again. It has served him long enough here, and its last service shall be to make me a murderess. How the moonlight gleams from the blade as my arm swings up and back. With how close a grasp the rough hilt draws my fingers round it. Now, a murderess? Wait a moment. A moment may make me free. A moment may make me that. Wait. Hand and dagger droop again. His life has dragged its slime over my soul. Shall his death poison it with a fouler corruption still? My own soul's warden. What was that? Dream memories again. Resist, strive, endure. Easy words. What do they mean for me? To creep back now to bed by his side and to begin living again tomorrow the life which I have lived today. No, I cannot do it. Heaven cannot ask it of me, and there is no other way. That or this or that. Which shall it be? Ah, I have striven, God knows. I have endured so long that I hoped even to do so to the end. But today, oh, the torment and the outrage. Body and soul still bear the stain of it. I thought that my heart and my pride were dead together, but he has strung them again into aching, shameful life. Yesterday I might have spared him to save my own cold soul from sin, but now it is cold no longer. It burns, and the fire must be slaked. I will kill him, and have done with it. Why should I pause any longer? The knife drags my hand back for the stroke. Only the dream surrounds me. The pure man's face is there, white, beseeching, and God's voice rings in my heart, to him that overcometh. But I cannot overcome. Evil has governed my life, and evil is stronger than I am. What shall I do? What shall I do? God, if thou art stronger than evil, fight for me. The victory of the cross is ours. Yes, I know it. It is true. But the knife, I cannot loose the knife if I would. How to wrench it from my own hold? Thou God of victory, be with me. Christ, help me. I seize the blade with my left hand. The two-edged steel slides through my grasp. A sharp pain in fingers and palm, and then nothing. That is the end of part 2 of The Closed Cabinet. The Closed Cabinet, Part 3, in the Lock and Key Library. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Schneider. The Lock and Key Library, edited by Julian Hawthorne. The Closed Cabinet by Anonymous, Part 3. When I again regained consciousness, I found myself half kneeling, half lying across the bed, my arms stretched out in front of me, my face buried in the clothes. Body and mind were alike numb. A smarting pain in my left hand, a dreadful terror in my heart, were at first the only sensations of which I was aware. Slowly, very slowly, sense and memory returned to me, and with them a more vivid intensity of mental anguish, as detail by detail I recalled the weird horror of the night. Had it really happened? Was the thing still there, or was it all a ghostly nightmare? It was some minutes before I dared either to move or look up, and then fearfully I raised my head. Before me stretched the smooth white coverlet, faintly bright with yellow sunshine. Weak and giddy, I struggled to my feet, and steadying myself against the foot of the bed, with clenched teeth and bursting heart, forced my gaze round to the other end. The pillow lay there, bare and unmarked save for what might well have been the pressure of my own head. My breath came more freely, and I turned to the window. The sun had just risen, the golden tree-tops were touched with light, faint threads of mist hung here and there across the sky, and the twittering of birds sounded clearly through the crisp autumn air. It was nothing but a bad dream, then, after all, this horror which still hung round me, leaving me incapable of effort, almost of thought. I remembered the cabinet and looked swiftly in that direction. There it stood, closed as usual, closed as it had been the evening before, as it had been for the last 300 years, except in my dreams. Yes, that was it, nothing but a dream, a gruesome, haunting dream. With an instinct of wiping out the dreadful memory, I raised my hand wearily to my forehead. As I did so, I became conscious again of how it hurt me. I looked at it. It was covered with half-dried blood, and 2 straight, clean cuts appeared, one across the palm and one across the inside of the fingers just below the knuckles. I looked again towards the bed, and in the place where my hand had rested during my faint, a small patch of red blood was to be seen. Then it was true. Then it had all happened. With a low, shuddering sob, I threw myself down upon the couch at the foot of the bed, and lay there for some minutes, my limbs trembling and my soul shrinking within me. A mist of evil, fearful and loathsome, had descended upon my girlhood's life, sullying its ignorant innocence, saddening its brightness, as I felt forever. I lay there till my teeth began to chatter, and I realized that I was bitterly cold. To return to that accursed bed was impossible, so I pulled a rug which hung at one end of the sofa over me, and utterly worn out in mind and body, fell uneasily asleep. I was roused by the entrance of my maid. I stopped her exclamations and questions by shortly stating that I had had a bad night, had been unable to rest in bed, and had had an accident with my hand, without further specifying of what description. "I didn't know that you had been feeling unwell when you went to bed last night, miss," she said. "When I went to bed last night unwell? What do you mean?" "Only Mr. Allen has just asked me to let him know how you find yourself this morning," she answered. Then he expected something, dreaded something. Why had he yielded and allowed me to sleep here, I asked myself bitterly, as the incidents of the day before flashed through my mind. "Tell him," I said, "what I have told you, and say that I wish to speak with him directly after breakfast." I could not confide my story to anyone else, but speak of it I must to someone or go mad. Every moment passed in that place was an added misery. Much to my maid's surprise, I said that I would dress in her room, the little one, which, as I have said, was close to my own. I felt better there, but my utter fatigue and my wounded hand combined to make my toilet slow, and I found that most of the party had finished breakfast when I reached the dining room. I was glad of this, for even as it was, I found it difficult enough to give coherent answers to the questions which my white face and bandaged hand called forth. Alan helped me by giving a resolute turn to the conversation. Once only our eyes met across the table. He looked as haggard and worn as I did. I learned afterwards that he had passed most of that fearful night pacing the passage outside my door, though he listened in vain for any indication of what was going on within the room. The moment I had finished breakfast, he was by my side. "You wish to speak to me now?" he asked in a low tone. "Yes, now," I answered breathlessly, and without raising my eyes from the ground. "Where shall we go? Outside? It is a bright day, and we shall be freer there from interruption." I assented, and then looking up at him appealingly, "Will you fetch my things for me? I cannot go up to that room again." He seemed to understand me, nodded, and was gone. A few minutes later we left the house and made our way in silence towards a grassy spot on the side of the ravine, where we had already indulged in more than one friendly talk. As we went, the dead stone came for a moment into view. I seized Alan's arm in an almost convulsive grip. "Tell me," I whispered. "You refused to tell me yesterday, but you must now. Who is buried beneath that rock?" There was now neither timidity nor embarrassment in my tone. The horrors of that house had become part of my life forever, and their secrets were mine by right. Alan, after a moment's pause, a questioning glance at my face, tacitly accepted the position. "I told you the truth," he replied, "when I said that I did not know, but I can tell you the popular tradition on the subject, if you like. They say that Margaret Mervyn, the woman who murdered her husband, is buried there, and that Dame Alice had the rock placed over her grave. Whether to save it from insult or to mark it out for opprobrium, I never heard. The poor people about here do not care to go near the place after dark, and among the older ones there are still some, I believe, who spit at the suicide's grave as they pass." "Poor woman, poor woman!" I exclaimed in a burst of uncontrollable compassion. "Why should you pity her?" demanded he with sudden sternness. "She was a suicide and a murderess, too. It would be better for the public conscience, I believe, if such were still hung in chains or buried at the crossroads with a stake through their bodies." "Hush, Alan, hush!" I cried hysterically as I clung to him. "Don't speak harshly of her. You do not know, you cannot tell how terribly she was tempted. How can you?" He looked down at me in bewildered surprise. "How can I?" he repeated. "You speak as if you could. What do you mean?" "Don't ask me," I answered, turning toward him, my face white, quivering, tear-stained. "Don't ask me, not now. You must answer my questions first, and after that I will tell you, but I cannot talk of it now, not yet." We had reached the place we were in search of as I spoke. There, where the spreading roots of a great birch tree formed a natural resting place upon the steep side of the ravine, I took my seat, and Alan stretched himself upon the grass beside me. Then, looking up at me, "I do not know what questions you would ask," he said quietly, "but I will answer them, whatever they may be." But I did not ask them yet. I sat instead with my hands clasping my knee, looking opposite at the glory of the harmonious color, or down the glen at the vista of far-off, dreamlike loveliness on which it opened out. The yellow autumn sunshine made everything golden, the fresh autumn breezes filled the air with life, but to me a loathsome shadow seemed to rest upon all and to stretch itself out far beyond where my eyes could reach, befouling the beauty of the whole wide world. At last I spoke. "You have known of it all, I suppose, of this curse that is in the world, sin and suffering, and what such words mean." "Yes," he said, looking at me with wondering pity, "I'm afraid so." "But have you known them as they are known to some? agonized, hopeless suffering, and sin that is all but inevitable. Sometime in your life, probably, you have realized that such things are. It has come home to you and to everyone else, no doubt, except a few ignorant girls such as I was yesterday. But there are some, yes, thousands and thousands, who even now at this moment are feeling sorrow like that, all sinking deep, deeper into the bottomless pit of their soul's degradation. And yet men who know this, who have seen it, laugh, talk, are happy, amuse themselves. How can they? How can they? I stopped with a catch in my voice, and then stretching out my arms in front of me. And it is not only men. Look how beautiful the earth is, and God has made it, and lets the sun crown it every day with a new glory, while this horror of evil broods over and poisons it all. Oh, why is it so? I cannot understand it. My arms drooped again as I finished, and my eyes sought Alan's. His were full of tears, but there was almost a smile quivering at the corners of his lips as he replied, "When you have found an answer to that question, Evie, come and tell me and mankind at large. It will be news to us all." Then he continued, "But after all, the earth is beautiful, and the sun does shine. We have our own happiness to rejoice in, our own sorrows to bear, the suffering that is near to us to grapple with. For the rest, for this blackness of evil which surrounds us, and which we can do nothing to lighten, it will soon, thank God, become vague and far off to you, as it is to others. Your feelings of it will be dulled, and except at moments, you too will forget." "But that is horrible!" I exclaimed passionately. "The evil will be there all the same, whether I feel it or not. Men and women will be struggling in their misery and sin, only I shall be too selfish to care." "We cannot go outside the limits of our own nature," he replied. "Our knowledge is shallow and our spiritual insight dark, and God in his mercy has made our hearts shallow too and our imagination dull. If knowing and trusting only as men do, we were to feel as angels feel, earth would be hell indeed." It was cold comfort, but at that moment anything warmer or brighter would have been unreal and utterly repellent to me. I hardly took in the meaning of his words, but it was as if a hand had been stretched out to me, struggling in the deep mire, by one who himself felt solid ground beneath him. Where he stood I also might some day stand, and that thought seemed to make patience possible. It was he who first broke the silence which followed. "You were saying that you had questions to ask me. I am impatient to put mine in turn, so please go on." It had been a relief to me to turn even to generalizations of despair from the actual horror which had inspired them, and to which my mind was thus recalled. With an effort I replied, "Yes, I want to ask you about that room, the room in which I slept, and the murder which was committed there." In spite of all that I could do, my voice sank almost to a whisper as I concluded, and I was trembling from head to foot. "Who told you that a murder was committed there?" Something in my face as he asked the question made him add quickly, "Never mind, you're right. That is the room in which Hugh Mervyn was murdered by his wife. I was surprised at your question, for I did not know that anyone but my brothers and myself were aware of the fact. The subject is never mentioned. It is closely connected with one intensely painful to our family, and besides, if spoken of, there would be inconveniences arising from the superstitious terror of servants and the natural dislike of guests to sleep in a room where such a thing had happened. Indeed, it was largely with the view of wiping out the last memory of the crime's locality that my father renewed the interior of the room some 20 years ago. The only tradition which has been adhered to in connection with it is the one which has now been violated in your person, the one which precludes any unmarried woman from sleeping there. Except for that, the room has, as you know, lost all sinister reputation, and its title of haunted has become purely conventional. Nevertheless, as I said, you are right that it is undoubtedly the room in which the murder was committed." He stopped and looked at me, waiting for more. "Go on, tell me about it, and what followed." My lips formed the words, my heart beat too faintly for my breath to utter them. About the murder itself there is not much to tell. The man, I believe, was an inhuman scoundrel, and the woman first killed him in desperation, and afterwards herself in despair. The only detail connected with the actual crime of which I have ever heard was the gale that was blowing that night, the fiercest known to this countryside in that generation, and it has always been said since that any misfortune to the Mervyns, especially any misfortune connected with the curse, comes with a storm of wind. That was why I so disliked your story of the imaginary tempests which have disturbed your nights since you slept there. As to what followed, he gave a sigh. That story is long enough and full of incident. On the morning after the murder, so runs the tale, Dame Alice came down to the Grange from the tower to which she had retired when her son's wickedness had driven her from his house, and there, in the presence of the two corpses, she foretold the curse which should rest upon their descendants for generations to come. A clergyman who was present, horrified, it is said, at her words, adjured her by the mercy of heaven to place some term to the doom which she had pronounced. She replied that no mortal might reckon the fruit of a plant which drew its life from hell, that a term there should be, but as it passed the wisdom of man to fix it, so it should pass the wit of a man to discover it. She then placed in the room this cabinet, constructed by herself and her Italian follower, and said that the curse should not depart from the family until the day when its doors were unlocked and its legend read. Such is the story. I tell it to you as it was told to me. One thing only is certain, that the doom thus traditionally foretold has been only too amply fulfilled. And what was the doom? Alan hesitated a little, and when he spoke, his voice was almost awful in its passionless sternness, in its despairing finality. It seemed to echo the irrevocable judgment which his words pronounced. That the crimes against God and each other which had destroyed the parent's life should enter into the children's blood. That never thereafter should there fail a Mervyn to bring shame or death upon one generation of his father's house. There were 2 sons of that ill-fated marriage, he went on after a pause, boys at the time of their parents' death. When they grew up, they both fell in love with the same woman, and one killed the other in a duel. The story of the next generation was a peculiarly sad one. 2 brothers took opposite sides during the civil troubles, but so fearful were they of the curse which lay upon the family that they chiefly made use of their mutual position in order to protect and guard each other. After the wars were over, the younger brother, while traveling upon some parliamentary commission, stopped a night at the Grange. There, through a mistake, he exchanged the report which he was bringing to London for a packet of papers implicating his brother and several besides in a royalist plot. He only discovered his error as he handed the papers to his superior, and was but just able to warn his brother in time for him to save his life by flight. The other men involved were taken and executed, and as it was known by what means information had reached the government, the elder Mervyn was universally charged with the vilest treachery. It is said that when after the Restoration his return home was rumored, the neighboring gentry assembled, armed with riding whips, to flog him out of the country if he should dare to show his face there. He died abroad, shame-stricken and broken-hearted. It was his son, brought up by his uncle in the sternest tenets of Puritanism, who, coming home after a lengthened journey, found that during his absence his sister had been shamefully seduced. He turned her out of doors, then and there, in the midst of a bitter January night, and the next morning her dead body and that of her new-born infant were found half buried in the fresh fallen snow on top of the wolds. The White Lady is still supposed by the villagers to haunt that side of the glen, and so it went on. A beautiful, heartless Mervyn in Queen Anne's time enticed away the affections of her sister's betrothed, and on the day of her own wedding with him, Her forsaken sister was found drowned by her own act in the pond at the bottom of the garden. 2 brothers were soldiers together in some continental war, and one was involuntarily the means of discovering and exposing the treason of the other. A girl was betrayed into a false marriage and her life ruined by a man who came into the house as her brother's friend and whose infamous designs were forwarded and finally accomplished by that same brother's active though unsuspecting assistance. Generation after generation, men or women, guilty or innocent, through the action of their own will or in spite of it, the curse has never yet failed of its victim. Never yet. But surely in our time, your father— I did not dare to put the question which was burning my lips. Have you never heard of the tragic end of my poor young uncles? He replied. They were several years older than my father. When boys of 14 and 15, they were sent out with the keeper for their first shooting lesson, and the elder shot his brother through the heart. He himself was delicate, and they say that he never entirely recovered from the shock. He died before he was 20, and my father, then a child of 7 years old, became the heir. It was partly, no doubt, owing to this calamity, having thus occurred before he was old enough to feel it, that his comparative skepticism on the whole subject was due. To that, I suppose, and to the fact that he grew up in an age of railways and liberal culture. He didn't believe, then, in the curse? Well, rather, he thought nothing about it, until, that is, the time came when it took effect, to break his heart and end his life. How do you mean? There was a silence for a little. Alan had turned away his head so that I could not see his face. Then, I suppose you have never been told the true story of why Jack left the country? No. Is he? He is one victim of the curse in this generation, and I, God help me, am the other, and perhaps more wretched one. His voice trembled and broke, and for the first time that day I almost forgot the mysterious horror of the night before, in my pity for the actual, tangible suffering before me. I stretched out my hand to his, and his fingers closed in mine with a sudden, painful grip. Then quietly, "I will tell you the story," he said, "though since that miserable time I have spoken of it to no one." There was a pause before he began. He lay there by my side, his gaze turned across me up the sun-bright autumn-tinted glen, but his eyes shadowed by the memories which he was striving to recall and arrange in due order in his mind. And when he did speak, it was not directly to begin the promised recital. "You never knew Jack," he said abruptly. "Hardly," I acquiesced. "I remember thinking him very handsome." "There could not be two opinions as to that," he answered. "And a man who could have done anything he liked with his life, had things gone differently. His abilities were fine, but his strength lay above all in his character. He was strong in his likes and in his dislikes, resolute, fearless, incapable of half measures, a man every inch of him. He was not generally popular. Stiff, hard, unsympathetic, people called him. From one point of view, and one only, he perhaps deserved the epithets. If a woman lost his respect, she seemed to lose his pity, too. Like a medieval monk, he looked upon such rather as the cause than the result of male depravity, and his contempt for them mingled with anger, almost, as I sometimes thought, with hatred. And this attitude was, I have no doubt, resented by the men of his own class and set, who shared neither his faults nor his virtues. But in other ways he was not hard. He could love, I at least have cause to know it. If you would hear his story rightly from my lips, Evie, you must try and see him with my eyes. The friend who loved me and whom I loved with the passion which, if not the strongest, is certainly, I believe, the most enduring of which men are capable, that perfect brother's love, which so grows into our being that when it is at peace we are scarcely conscious of its existence, and when it is wounded our very life-blood seems to flow at the stroke. Brothers do not always love like that. I can only wish that we had not done so. Well, about 5 years ago, before I had taken my degree, I became acquainted with a woman whom I will call Delia. It is near enough to the name by which she went. She was a few years older than myself, very beautiful, and I believed her to be what she described herself, the innocent victim of circumstances and false appearance, a helpless prey to the vile calumnies of worldlings. In sober fact, I am afraid that whatever her life may have been actually at the time that I knew her, a subject which I have never cared to investigate, her past had been not only bad enough irretrievably to fix her position in society, but bad enough to leave her without an ideal in the world, though still retaining within her heart the possibilities of a passion which from the moment that it came to life was strong enough to turn her whole existence into one desperate reckless straining after an object hopelessly beyond her reach. That was the woman with whom at the age of 20 I fancied myself in love. She wanted to get a husband, and she thought me rightly ass enough to accept the post. I was very young then, even for my years, a student, an idealist with an imagination highly developed, and no knowledge whatever of the world as it actually is. Anyhow, before I had known her a month, I had determined to make her my wife. My parents were abroad at the time, George and Lucy here, so it was to Jack that I imparted the news of my resolve. As you may imagine, he did all that he could to shake it, but I was immovable. I disbelieved his facts and despised his contempt from the standpoint of my own superior morality. This state of things continued for several weeks, during the greater part of which time I was at Oxford. I only knew that while I was there, Jack had made Delia's acquaintance and was apparently cultivating it assiduously. One day during the Easter vacation I got a note from her asking me to supper at her house. Jack was invited too. We lodged together while my people were away. There is no need to dwell upon that supper. There were 2 or 3 women there of her own sort, or worse, and a dozen men from among the most profligate in London. The conversation was, I should think, bad even for that class, and she, the goddess of my idolatry, outstripped them all by the foul, coarse shamelessness of her language and behavior. Before the entertainment was half over, I rose and took my leave, accompanied by Jack and another man, Lagarde was his name, who I presume was bored. Just as we had passed through into the anteroom, which lay beyond the one in which we had been eating, Delia followed us, and laying her hand on Jack's arm, said that she must speak with him. Lagarde and I went into the outer hall, and we had not been there more than a minute when the door from the anteroom opened, and we heard Delia's voice. I remember the words well. That was not the only occasion on which I was to hear them. "I will keep the ring as a record of my love," she said, "and understand that though you may forget, I never shall." Jack came through, the door closed, and as we went out I glanced towards his left hand, and saw, as I expected to see, the absence of the ring which he usually wore there. It contained a gem which my mother had picked up in the East, and I knew that he valued it quite peculiarly. We always called it Jack's talisman. A miserable time followed, a time for me of agonizing wonder and doubt, during which regret for my dead illusion was entirely swallowed up in the terrible dread of my brother's degradation. Then came the announcement of his engagement to Lady Sylvia Grey, and a week later, the very day after I had finally returned to London from Oxford, I received a summons from Delia to come and see her. Curiosity and the haunting fear about Jack, which still hung round me, induced me to consent to what otherwise would have been intolerably repellent to me, and I went. I found her in a mad passion of fury. Jack had refused to see her or to answer her letters, and she had sent for me that I might give him her message, tell him that he belonged to her and her only, and that he never should marry another woman. Angry at my interference, Jack disdained even to repudiate her claims, only sending back a threat of appealing to the police if she ventured upon any further annoyance. I wrote as she told me, and she emphasized my silence on the subject by writing back to me a more definite and explicit assertion of her rights. Beyond that, for some weeks, she made no sign. I have no doubt that she had means of keeping watch upon both his movements and mine, and during that time, as she relinquished gradually all hopes of inducing him to abandon his purpose, she was being driven to her last desperate resolve. Later, when all was over, Jack told me the story of that spring and summer. He told me how, when he found me immovable on the subject, he had resolved to stop the marriage somehow through Delia herself. He had made her acquaintance and sought her society frequently. She had taken a fancy to him, and he admitted that he had availed himself of this fact to increase his intimacy with her, and, as he hoped, ultimately his power over her. But he was not conscious of ever having varied in his manner toward her of contemptuous indifference. This contradictory behavior, his being constantly near her yet always beyond her reach, was probably the very thing which excited her fancy into passion, the one strong passion of the poor woman's life. Then came his deliberate demand that she should by her own act unmask herself in my sight. The unfortunate woman tried to bargain for some proof of affection in return, and on this occasion had first openly declared her feelings towards him. He did not believe her. He refused her terms. But when as her payment she asked for the ring, which was so especially associated with himself, he agreed to give it to her. Otherwise, hoping, no doubt against hope, dreading above all things a quarrel and final separation, she submitted unconditionally. And from the time of that evening when Lagarde and I had overheard her parting words, Jack never saw her again until the last and final catastrophe. It was in July. My parents had returned to England, but had come straight on here. Jack and I were dining together with Lady Sylvia at her father's house, her brother, young Gray, making the fourth at dinner. I had arranged to go to a party with your mother, and I told the servants that a lady would call for me early in the evening. The house stood in Park Lane, and after dinner we all went out on the broad balcony which opened from the drawing-room. There was a strong wind blowing that night, and I remember well the vague disquieted feeling of unreality that possessed me, sweeping through me as it were with each gust of wind. Then suddenly a servant stood behind me, saying that the lady had come for me and was in the drawing-room. Shocked that my aunt should have troubled herself to come so far, I turned quickly, stepped back into the room, and found myself face to face with Delia. She was fully dressed for the evening, with a long silk opera cloak over her shoulders. Her face as white as her gown, her splendid eyes strangely wide open and shining. I don't know what I said or did. I tried to get her away, but it was too late. The others had heard us and appeared at the open window. Jack came forward at once, speaking rapidly, fiercely, telling her to leave the house at once, promising desperately that he would see her in his own rooms on the morrow. Well, I remember how her answer rang out. Neither tomorrow nor another day. I will never leave you again while I live. At the same moment she drew something swiftly from under her cloak. There was the sound of a pistol shot, and she lay dead at our feet, her blood splashing upon Jack's shirt and hands as she fell. Alan paused in his recital. He was trembling from head to foot, but he kept his eyes turned steadily downwards, and both face and voice were cold, almost expressionless. Of course there was an inquest, he resumed, which as usual exercised its very ill-defined powers in inquiring into all possible motives for the suicide. Young Gray, who had stepped into the room just before the shot had been fired, swore to the last words Delia had uttered. Lagarde, to those he had overheard the night of that dreadful supper. There were scores of men to bear witness to the intimate relations which had existed between her and Jack during the whole of the previous spring. I had to give evidence. A skillful lawyer had been retained by one of her sisters, and had been instructed by her on points which no doubt she had originally learnt from Delia herself. In his hands I had not only to corroborate Gray and Lagarde, and to give full details of that last interview, but also to swear to the peculiar value which Jack attached to the talisman ring which he had given Delia, to the language she had held when I saw her after my return from Oxford, to her subsequent letter and Jack's fatal silence on the occasion. The story by which Jack and I strove to account for the facts was laughed at as clumsy invention, and my undisguised reluctance in giving evidence added greatly to its weight against my brother's character. The jury returned a verdict of suicide while of unsound mind, the result of desertion by her lover. You may imagine how that verdict was commented upon by every radical newspaper in the kingdom, and for once society more than corroborated the opinions of the press. The larger public regarded the story as an extreme case of an innocent victim and the cowardly society villain. It was only among a comparatively small set that Delia's reputation was known, and there, in view of Jack's notorious and peculiar intimacy, his repudiation of all relations with her was received with contemptuous incredulity. That he should have first entered upon such relations at the very time when he was already courting Lady Sylvia was regarded even in those circles as a strong order, and they looked upon his present attitude with great indignation, as a cowardly attempt to save his own character by casting upon the dead woman's memory all the odium of a false accusation. With an entire absence of logic, too, he was made responsible for the suicide having taken place in Lady Sylvia's presence. She had broken off the engagement the day after the catastrophe, and her husband, a clan powerful in the London world, furious at the mud through which her name had been dragged, did all they could to intensify the feeling already existing against Jack. Not a voice was raised in his defense. He was advised to leave the army. He was requested to withdraw from some of his clubs, turned out of others, avoided by his fast acquaintances, cut by his respectable ones. It was enough to kill a weaker man. He showed no resentment at the measure thus dealt out to him. Indeed, at first, except for Sylvia's desertion of him, he seemed dully indifferent to it all. It was as if his soul had been stunned from the moment that that wretched woman's blood had splashed upon his fingers, and her dead eyes had looked up into his own. But it was not long before he realized the full extent of the social damnation which had been inflicted upon him, and he then resolved to leave the country and go to America. The night before he started, he came down here to take leave. I was here looking after my parents, George, whose mind was almost unhinged by the family disgrace, having gone abroad with his wife. My mother, at the first news of what had happened, had taken to her bed, never to leave it again, and thus it was in my presence alone, up there in my father's little study, that Jack gave him that night the whole story. He told it quietly enough, but when he had finished, with a sudden outburst of feeling, he turned upon me. It was I who had been the cause of it all. My insensate folly had induced him to make the unhappy woman's acquaintance, to allow and even encourage her fatal love, to commit all the blunders and sins which had brought about his miserable ending and his final overthrow. It was by means of me that she had obtained access to him on that dreadful night, my evidence which most utterly damned him in public opinion. Through me he had lost his reputation, his friends, his career, his country, the woman he loved, his hopes for the future. Through me, above all, that the burden of that horrible death would lie forever on his soul. He was lashing himself to fury with his own words as he spoke, and I stood leaning against the wall opposite to him, cold, dumb, unresisting, when suddenly my father interrupted. I think that both Jack and I had forgotten his presence, but at the sound of his voice, changed from what we had ever heard it, he turned to him, and I then for the first time saw in his face the death look which never afterwards quitted it. "Stop, Jack," he said. "Alan is not to blame, and if it had not been in this way it would have been in some other. I only am guilty who brought you both into existence with my own hell-stained blood in your veins. If you wish to curse anyone, curse your family, your name, me if you will, and may God forgive me that you were ever born into the world." Alan stopped with a shudder, and then continued dully. "It was when I heard those words, the most terrible that a father could have uttered, that I first understood all that old 16th century tale might mean to me and mine. I have realized it vividly enough since. Early the next morning, when the dawn was just breaking, Jack came to the door of my room to bid me good-bye. All his passion was gone. His looks and tones seemed part and parcel of the dim gray morning light. He freely withdrew all the charges he had made against me the night before, forgave me all the share that I had had in his misfortunes, and then begged that I would never come near him or let him hear from me again. "The curse is heavy upon us both," he said, "and it is the only favor which you can do me." I have never seen him since. "But you have heard of him?" I exclaimed. "What has become of him?" Alan raised himself to a sitting posture. "The last that I heard," he said with a catch in his voice, "was that in his misery and hopelessness he was taking to drink. George writes to him and does what he can, but I dare not say a word for fear it should turn to poison on my lips. I dare not lift a hand to help him for fear it should have power to strike him to the ground. The worst may be yet to come. I am still living, still living. There are depths of shame to which he has not sunk. And oh, Evie, Evie, he is my own, my best loved brother." All his composure was gone now. His voice rose to a kind of wail with the last words, and folding his arms on his raised knee, he let his head fall upon them, while his figure quivered with scarcely restrained emotion. There was a silence for some moments while he sat thus. I looked on in wretched helplessness beside him. Then he raised his head, and without looking round at me, went on in a low tone. "And what is in the future? I pray that death instead of shame may be the portion of the next generation. And I look at George's boys only to wonder which of them is the happy one, who shall some day lie dead at his brother's feet. Are you surprised at my resolution never to marry? The fatal prophecy is rich in its fulfillment. None of our name and blood are safe, and the day might come when I too should have to call upon my children to curse me for their birth, should have to watch while the burden which I could no longer bear alone pressed the life from their mother's heart." Through the tragedy of this speech I was conscious of a faint suggestion of comfort, a far-off glimmer as of unseen home lights on a midnight sky. I was in no mood then to understand or to seek to understand what it was, but I know now that his words had removed the weight of helpless banishment from my spirit, that his heart, speaking through them to my own, had made me for life the sharer of his grief. Presently he drew his shoulders together with a slight determined jerk, threw himself back upon the grass, and turning to me with that tremulous, haggard smile upon his lips which I knew so well, but which had never before struck me with such infinite pathos, "Luckily," he said, "there are other things to do in life besides being happy. Only perhaps you understand now what I meant last night when I spoke of things which flesh and blood cannot bear, and yet which must be borne." Suddenly and sharply his words roused again into activity the loathsome memory which my interest in his story had partially deadened. He noticed the quick involuntary contraction of my muscles and read it aright. "That reminds me," he went on. "I must claim your promise. I have told you my story, now tell me yours." I told him, not as I have set it down here, though perhaps even in greater detail, but incoherently, bit by bit, while he helped me out with gentle questions, quickly comprehending gestures, and patient waiting during the pauses of exhaustion which perforce interposed themselves. As my story approached its climax, his agitation grew almost equal to my own, and he listened to the close, his teeth clenched, his brows bent, as if passing again with me through that awful conflict. When I had finished, it was some moments before either of us could speak, and then he burst forth into bitter self-reproach for having so far yielded to his brother's angry obstinacy as to allow me to sleep the third night in that fatal room. "It was cowardice," he said, "sheer cowardice. After all that has happened, I dared not have a quarrel with one of my own blood, and yet if I had not hardened my heart, I had reason to know what I was risking." "How do you mean?" I asked. "Those other two girls who slept there," he said breathlessly. "It was in each case after the third night there that they were found dead. Dead, Evie. So runs the story, with a mark upon their necks similar in shape and position to the death wound which Margaret Mervyn inflicted upon herself." I could not speak, but I clutched his hand with an almost convulsive grip. "And I knew the story. I knew it," he cried. "As boys, we were not allowed to hear much of our family traditions, but this one I knew. When my father redid the interior of the east room, he removed at the same time a board from above the doorway outside, on which had been written, it is said by Dame Alice herself, a warning upon this very subject. I happened to be present when our old housekeeper, who had been his nurse, remonstrated with him warmly upon this act, and I asked her afterwards what the board was and why she cared about it so much. In her excitement she told me the story of those unhappy girls, repeating again and again that if the warning were taken away, evil would come of it." "And she was right," I said dully. "Oh, if only your father had left it there." "I suppose," he answered, speaking more quietly, "that he was impatient of traditions which, as I told you, he at that time more than half despised. Indeed, he altered the shape of the doorway, raising it and making it flat and square, so that the old inscription could not have been replaced, even had it been wished. I remember it was fitted round the low Tudor arch which was previously there." My mind, too worn with many emotions for deliberate thought, wandered on languidly, and as it were mechanically, upon these last trivial words. The doorway presented itself to my view as it had originally stood, with the discarded warning above it, and then by a spontaneous comparison of mental vision, I recalled the painted board which I had noticed 3 days before in Dame Alice's tower. I suggested to Alan that it might have been the identical one. Its shape was as he described. "Very likely," he answered absently. "Do you remember what the words were?" "Yes, I think so," I replied. "Let me see." And I repeated them slowly, dragging them out, as it were, one by one from my memory. "Where the woman sinned, the maid shall win, but God help the maid that sleeps within." "You see," I said, turning towards him, "the last line is a warning such as you spoke of." But to my surprise, Alan had sprung to his feet and was looking down at me, his whole body quivering with excitement. "Yes, Evie," he cried, "and the first line is a prophecy. Where the woman sinned, the maid has won." He seized the hand which I instinctively reached out to him. "We have not seen the end of this yet," he went on, speaking rapidly, as if articulation had become difficult to him. "Come, Evie, we must go back to the house and look at the cabinet now, at once." I had risen to my feet by this time, but I shrank away at those words. "To that room, Alan. Oh, Alan, no, I cannot." He had hold of my hand still, and he tightened his grasp upon it. "I shall be with you. You will not be afraid with me. Come." His eyes were burning. His face flushed and paled in rapid alteration, and his hand held mine like a vice of iron. I turned with him, and we walked back to the Grange, Alan quickening his pace as he went, till I almost had to run by his side. As we approached the dreaded room, my sense of repulsion became almost unbearable, but I was now infected by his excitement, though I but dimly comprehended its cause. We met no one on our way, and in a moment he had hurried me into the house, up the stairs, and along the narrow passage, and I was once more in the east room, and in the presence of all the memories of that accursed night. For an instant I stood strengthless, helpless, on the threshold, my gaze fixed panic-stricken on the spot where I had taken such awful part in that phantom tragedy of evil. Then Alan threw his arms round me and drew me hastily on in front of the cabinet. Without a pause, giving himself time neither to speak nor think, he stretched out his left hand and moved the buttons one after another. How or in what direction he moved them I know not, but as the last turned with a click, the doors, which no mortal hand had unclosed for 300 years, flew back, and the cabinet stood open. I gave a little gasp of fear. Alan pressed his lips closely together and turned to me with eager questioning in his eyes. I pointed in answer tremblingly at the drawer which I had seen open the night before. He drew it out, and there in its satin bed lay the dagger in its silver sheath. Still without a word he took it up, and reaching his right hand round me, for I could not now have stood had he withdrawn his support, with a swift, strong jerk he unsheathed the blade. There in the clear autumn sunshine I could see the same dull stains I had marked in the flickering candlelight, and over them, still ruddy and moist, were the drops of my own half-dried blood. I grasped the lapel of his coat with both of my hands, and clung to him like a child in terror, while the eyes of both of us remained fixed as if fascinated upon the knife blade. Then with a sudden start of memory, Alan raised his to the cornice of the cabinet, and mine followed. No change that I could detect had taken place in that twisted gold-work, but there, clear in the sight of us both, stood forth the words of the magic motto: "Pure blood shed by the blood-stained knife ends Mervyn's shame, heals Mervyn's strife." In low, steady tones, Alan read out the lines, and then there was silence. On my part, of stunned bewilderment, the bewilderment of a spirit overwhelmed beyond the power of comprehension by rushing, conflicting emotions. Alan pressed me closer to him, while the silence seemed to throb with the beating of his heart and the panting of his breath. But except for that he remained motionless, gazing at the golden message before him. At length I felt a movement, and looking up saw his face turned down towards mine, the lips quivering, cheeks flushed, the eyes soft with passionate feeling. "We are saved, my darling," he whispered. "Saved, and through you." Then he bent his head lower, and there in that room of horror I received the first long lover's kiss from my own dear husband's lips. My husband, yes, but not till some time after that. Alan's first act, when he had once fully realized that the curse was indeed removed, was throwing his budding practice to the winds to set sail for America. There he sought out Jack and labored hard to impart to him some of his own new-found hope. It was slow work, but he succeeded at last, and only left him when 2 years later he had handed him over to the charge of a bright-eyed Western girl, to whom the whole story had been told, and who showed herself ready and anxious to help in building up again the broken life of her English lover. To judge from the letters that we have since received, she has shown herself well fitted for the task. Among other things, she has money, and Jack's worldly affairs have so prospered that George declares that he can well afford now to waste some of his superfluous cash upon farming a few of his elder brother's acres. The idea seems to smile upon Jack, and I have every hope this winter of being able to institute an actual comparison between our small boy, his namesake, and his own 3-year-old Alan. The comparison, by the way, will have to be conditional, for Jacket, the name by which my son and heir is familiarly known, is but a little more than 2. I turn my eyes for a moment, and they fall upon the northern corner of the east room, which shows round the edge of the house. Then the skeleton leaps from the cupboard of my memory. The icy hand, which lies ever near my soul, grips it suddenly with a chill shudder. Not for nothing was that wretched woman's life interwoven with my own, if only for an hour. Not for nothing did my spirit harbor a conflict and an agony which, thank God, are far from its own story. Though Margaret Mervyn's dagger failed to pierce my flesh, the wound in my soul may never wholly be healed. I know that it is so, and yet as I turn to start through the sunshine to the cedar shade and its laughing occupants, I whisper to myself with fervent conviction, it was worth it. That is the end of the closed cabinet, and the end of the Lock and Key Library, edited by Julian Hawthorne.